time we go our separate ways, we keep coming back, yeah, coming back. Broke the dishes at my sister's place. I said, don't come back, but I called you back. I miss the way you say my name, yeah, I need that back. I hate to say it's over then, just live with that. But every time we go our separate ways, we keep coming back, yeah, coming back. Maybe we should take this mess and put it all behind us. Baby, if we had some sense, we'd leave it all behind, 'cause trouble's gonna find us. Trouble's gonna find us. Trouble's gonna find us. Trouble's gonna find us.
He only likes her because she's old. She's probably like 25.
Good news. I am 24. It's the 20th where I'm from.
He only likes her because she's old. She's probably like 25.
Running out of sight, I keep showing up, you keep showing up. I hate the way you say my name, but I need that back. I hate to say it's over then, just live with that. But we're going nowhere at the speed of light. I'm still showing up, you're still showing up. Maybe we should take this mess and put it all behind us. Baby, if we had some sense, we'd leave it all behind, 'cause trouble's gonna find us.
He only likes her because she's old. She's probably like 25.
Getting close to 2 years.
Trouble's gonna find us.
He only likes her because she's old. She's probably like 25.
Happy 40 months. Welcome back home, Brian and Morgan. I'm glad you had a great time.
Maybe we should take this mess and put it all behind us. Baby, if we had some sense, we'd leave it all behind, 'cause trouble's gonna find us.
Hello, Twitch chat. It's me, the person who was gone for like a week. I think, what was it? It was like a full week ago when I streamed last, right? Kind of wild. I don't take like extended breaks off from making content very often, so it was very odd. I mean, I guess I was technically making content.
me in the boob.
By the
9
way,
months.
Morgan is here tonight.
Holy moly.
Yeah, Clark, I saw. What happened? What the hell happened? Why is Shira getting murked by Twitter all the time? It's not fair. Free Shira.
He
They
only
did
likes
nothing
her because
wrong.
she's old. She's
Aw,
probably
thanks,
like
Morgan.
25.
Let's put us on screen.
Hi,
By the way,
love
I
you.
look like shit because I'm exhausted. We drove back yesterday, and we didn't get home till like 3 a.m. So I'm on a different plane of existence right now.
He only likes her
Echoing.
because she's
What?
old. She's
I don't think it's
probably
is
like
it?
25.
No one else said it's echoing. I don't think it's echoing. It doesn't show on my side it's echoing. So are you playing me through like multiple monitors? Maybe you're a super fan who's listening to me through multiple sources. That's pretty wild. No echo for me. Yeah, thank you, chat. I didn't see any video sources on our side saying it's echoing. Stop trolling, chat. I was gone for a week and you're trolling me? What's going on? All right. Yo, Ira, Interactive Ira, 18 months with Prime. Thank you for using your Prime. I appreciate anyone who does that. I know you only get one of those a month, so thank you for using that here. And then, are you watching in the Grand Canyon? Yeah, maybe that's what it
You
is.
once were a vegan.
Oh my God. What?
But now you will be gone.
Ariana, what the?
Ariana.
Okay, all right. Can we please?
All right, all
can
right.
you? Can we please do this order of operations like it's math class? Because I'm not mentally prepped for
Pem
this
does.
because I'm really tired. Yeah, Pem does, please. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm worn thin right now because we had such a great time, but like traveling, it like destroys me because I'm 85 years old. Like, and then also just like we spent the night in a haunted house. We're gonna talk about that, by the way. Proud of you two and D2. Thank you so much, Hellcat. That's I saw you in chat a bunch. Really appreciate that. Boomas, please. Wait, Boomas. Wait, what's that mean? Oh, Bodmas.
It's
wait.
PEMDAS or Bodmas.
What's
like
that?
Brackets.
Division.
Brackets.
Open brackets. Division. What's the B? Wait, what's the B?
Isn't it brackets instead of parentheses?
Oh, brackets instead. Oh yeah, okay. That's. See, I don't have the brain. Definitely don't have the brain. Hello, everyone, Jordan. Okay, can I let me get through this stuff because I'm
Hi.
losing my mind already. All of you are amazing. Thank you. I miss the hell out of this community. All of you are so great. Thank you very, very much. Are you gonna watch clips too? We might, Gimli. We're gonna just talk about our perspective a little bit. We might dive into some of the clips because it was one of those experiences that, like, you guys know, I'm a huge skeptic about this stuff. So we'll definitely talk about some of that. And because I saw a bunch of questions during Jordan's stream about, hey, Brian, do you believe more now? That kind of thing. And I didn't want to hijack the spotlight because it was, his stream. So, is it really a Girbeagly stream if we get interrupted every time Brian tries to speak? That's so true. Find my way to your channel from the Bellaire house. Well, thank you, Cheeky Tube Mouse. That's so nice of you. I like your username.
That's cute.
Thank you so much for being here. Okay, let me get through these because I'm like losing it already. All right. Interactive Ira, thank you for 18 months. Anyone who uses Prime, I appreciate that a lot. I know you only get one of those a month, so anyone who uses it here, super nice of you. Also, happy birthday to you. Happy 24th. Birthday. I hope it goes well. Chat, you better be saying happy birthday to Interactive Ira here. That is really, really cool. Hey, we got KTs and we got Kat. Hey, what's up? Hello, hi, welcome to the stream. I remember both of you from Jordan's streams. Thank you so much for joining. It's so nice to anyone from Jordan's community. I got a ton of followers. I know I was making a ton of obnoxious like clout jokes on the stream because I was like, oh, my name's not in the title of the stream, and like, oh, I'm not getting paid to do that. But like Jordan and I, like, when the camera was off a couple times or the mics were off, we were like joking around about it, and I was like, are you sure I'm not like pushing this joke too much? And he was like, no, it's fine. If you were, I would have like told you when the mic's off that like you were. But it was just a funny thing that we were doing. So I appreciate anyone who actually did come over and followed. Jordan has such a sweet community. All of you were so nice to me. Yeah, you were so kind to both of us. So thank you for welcoming us and becoming a part of what we're doing here over on our side of the internet. I hope that you have fun here as well. J-Tips, 22 freaking months. That's a long time. Thank you. Dark Kit, 21 months. Getting close to 2 years indeed. Follow Morgan too, Kat. I hope you enjoy Morgan's streams. Morgan does fantastic stuff. You got to see some of the tarot during the Bellaire house stream. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah, and I'll be talking about it too.
But yeah, oh my god.
I'll be talking about it too.
Yeah, Morgan. So here's the big thing. Big preface. Tonight is the Shaniac special edition skeptics viewpoint of the stream. For those of you who missed out on everything, that like, where did Brian go for a whole week? I was in Ohio, which was Ohio. No, it was fine. We really liked the Columbus area. It was pretty neat. But we were in Ohio visiting my friend Jordan, aka D-Tune. And we were there specifically for the kickoff of their Paranormal Detour segment of streams that Jordan's going to try to do like at least once a month, which is really cool. Holy crap, level 5 hype train, when did that happen?
God.
Thank you again. Ohio negative. Yeah, a mixed bag. I found out they don't have taxes there, which is like, we're from New York. Everything is taxed out the ass. So I was like, how? What? And then I was like, oh, we have way better roads. So that was okay. But basically what... Yo, Crispy, what's up, my guy? How we doing? I'm so glad you had so much fun visiting EA for the, like, Dead Space remake stuff. That's so cool that you got to, like, be a big part of that. Crispy, thank you for being here. But yeah, we went down there, and those of you who don't know, I'm like a huge skeptic. We stayed the night in the Bellaire house in Bellaire, Ohio, which is like on the border of West Virginia. West Virginia, Mountain Mama. You guys got to hear Jordan and I sing, which was kind of nice. It was really neat. I liked it. It was cool. We got to be like, oh yeah, baby. I missed Bread. I didn't get to see Bread the whole time there. Wait. Country homes, white roads, take me home to the place I belong. It was like that. It sounded kind of like that when we sang together. It was pretty good. You're careful with Nightbot. Nightbot will kill you. We don't want that to happen. So, what the hell was I saying? Oh yeah, Skeptic Edition. If you want, like, if you're like, oh, Morgan, what do you think about ghost orbs and stuff?
Yeah.
Like, those questions are fine here, but if you want the in-depth, this is like exclusive. This is how the, like, oh, if you want to watch the new Halo series, get Paramount Plus. This is how all those work. If you want to see Halo on Morgan's, if you want to hear Morgan's, viewpoint on a lot of what happened in the house, you're going to have to go watch Morgan's streams. Use the Morgan command, follow her on Twitch. She's obviously much more into like the creepy ghosty stuff than I am. So I am gonna have a very different viewpoint than some of you are going to have tonight.
I mean,
we lined up on some stuff. There's gonna be some stuff I bet some of you are like, Brian, I've been here for 3 years. You've never admitted anything like that. Like I guarantee that's gonna happen a little bit here tonight. Love both perspectives? Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'll be live on Saturday.
Yeah, Morgan will be live Saturday. By the way, let's get a shout out for Crispy.
Shout out for Crispy, yeah.
Abby Normality, thank you for the raid. I hope that you had a good stream. Crispy Gameplay, shout out for Crispy Gameplay. Please go check out my boy Crispy. He makes some really good content, like cracked at Fortnite. Super good at Dead by Daylight, does some Stardew Valley stuff, just like very, very interactive with his community. Please go check out Crispy. Sound exactly like that when I'm shocked? Like that? Was that an exact replication of your voice? Let me get through these super quick. We got Yamanaka, thank you for the 40 freaking months. Good lord. Yeah, we had a blast there, by the way. It was really, really fun. Thank you very much, Namiria, for the 8 months, or 9 months total. Holy moly. Happy Twitch baby to us. Morgan did 33 months here. Very sweet. Avery, thank you for the 13 months. It's so nice of you. And then Ariana gifted 10 to the community.
10.
Shake your anemone. Chat, don't make fun of me for how I say that word because I'm bad at it.
Anemone.
Tipsy Ginger, Nacha Pixel, Kolb 17, Traxy M, Pancakes with No Syrup, Flynn Horton, Pika J, Drogoduff, and Deathmane. If any of you are here, you better be saying thanks to Ariana. Enjoy the emotes and the sub edge. Ariana, you're unbelievably generous all the time. Dark Kit, thank you for the 100 bits. Crispy, thanks for that 10 resub. Double digits here. Yo, Matt, thank you for gifting $20 to the charity. Thank you so much for donating 20 to the charity to St. Jude. We are still raising money the remainder of the month. Tonight, we're not having any of the incentives that are, like, set up or anything because I'm, like, very, very tired. And I want to give it my all. We'll probably start up with the charity stuff. Getting over it with Benefati starts most likely tomorrow, unfortunately. So, I'm here from Jordan's community. Have lurked a couple times before, but the Bellaire stream made me want to check you and Morgan out more. That's so nice of you.
So
Thank you very much for that. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here. Sport, thank you for 100 bits to the community. That's really nice. Poisonous, 9 months. Oh my god. Happy Twitch baby to us. Seriously. Back to lurking. Jinx, enjoy the lurk. Thank you for hanging out. I have a boyfriend for the first time. I'm so excited for you. That's so wonderful. Why am I still holding bread? What's going on here? We are very happy for you. That's fantastic. I better see some congrats in the chats. Sport 5 gifted as well. Good lord, the amount of generosity tonight. It always feels weird when you go away for a long time because I'm like, everyone's gonna forget about me. Everyone's gonna like not care. Like when I come back to streaming, like 2 people are gonna be here and they're gonna be like, just like, who are you again? Morgan's glasses are cute on her. Yeah, Amy, thank you. You could get them on eBay for like $1. But this community also is just amazing. I was actually, when we were in Ohio, Ethan was texting me because we were talking about the Creator Clash, and I was making comments that like, oh, it would be kind of cool to take part in something like ridiculous like that for charity, like they did. Like I'd be willing to get beat up by Michael Reeves on camera for charity. Like I'll do that. And I was like, but, you know, I'm going to, like, work on my own content and, like, build up my brand and stuff. And he's like, what are you talking about, dude? He's like, your community's awesome. You have more brand power than, like, a ton of the people who are on that bill. And I was like, oh. You know, like, it was one of those, like, very overwhelming things. And it just meant a lot to hear something like that. And it was one of those, like, this community's freaking awesome. All of you are awesome. A ton of you showed up for Jordan's streams, both before the Bellaire house and in the Bellaire house. Ton of Morgan's community, like, there's all of you are so sweet. I'd be willing to beat up by Michael Reeves for free. He's listen. Okay, I love Michael. I'm a huge Michael Reeves stan. I won't even lie. Big Michael Reeves fan.
I've heard so much about him.
Which is so funny because he has no idea who I am, and I'm friends with his girlfriend Lily Pichu. So I don't know. Sport, thank you for the 5 gifted to the community. By the way, we have YKTV STFU. That's a mean last half of your name. Jace Place, Hitman Q8, Rosetta TV, and Lunar Lore. If any of you are here, make sure you're saying thanks to Sport for the generosity. Sport, 200 more bits after that. Good Lord, thank you so much for all that you do to. What is this? What are those? That's so much.
Oh.
Thank you. All of you are very sweet. Met Ethan on Tuesday after the Austin show. Ethan was telling me Austin was like one of the coolest venues he's ever gotten to do anything in. He was really grateful to the Austin crowd. All of you are very kind. Want more stuff? Sport, good luck. Buy yourself a steak. Buy yourself a nice steak. I tell you that every time. I'm also from Jordan's stream. I enjoyed you and Morgan a lot during the Bellaire stream. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I thought I'd check out your home stream as well. I'm glad you're able to travel there and back safely.
That's
thank
so
you.
Nice. Thank you.
Again, if either of us are kind of low energy, we were in a car for like 7 hours yesterday. And just, I think we only survived on Sheets. We went to go get Sheets MTO, and that was,
giant cold brew.
and a giant cold brew. And that was it. So, thank you. That's really, really nice of you. Sport, that's so nice.
Sport, that's so nice.
Generic Glitter Goth, I hope you enjoy the emotes and the sub badge. I hope you enjoy your time in this community. Thank you so much for being here. Seriously, gotta go to sleep. Abby Normality, totally understandable. Please go get some rest. I get it. After a stream, sometimes you just want to kick back and go to bed, especially this late. Up to 25 subs. That's a lot. Thank you very, very much. All of you are very sweet. Thank you.
Feels like we're still moving.
Yeah, it feels like we're still in the car. My lower back hurts. Like my shoulders are like. We had to drive, oh man, in Pennsylvania on, what was it, 71, I think? They were doing construction, and they had, like, the brake walls, like, really close to the lines of the lane, and I was, like, I'm a very confident driver, but I was, like, white-knuckling, like, super afraid, because we had, like, a truck behind us as well, so we had to go, like, 70 miles an hour through this, like super narrow hallway, essentially. It was really terrible. So that was like 20 minutes of the ride where I was just like, babe, I need you to keep talking to me so I'm less stressed out. And Morgan was a wonderful co-pilot. What's going on? What? Don't say, buy yourselves a shirt or something. I don't know. Thank you. All right, give me a second. All right. I'm also from Jordan's stream. I really enjoyed watching y'all at the Bellaire house. So I thought I'd stop by. That's so nice of you. Danable Lecter. I remember seeing your name a lot in chat as well. I recognize so many of these names. And again, so many of our community showed up for the stream over on Jordan's side of things. And I'm so happy that you did. You represented our community so great. Everyone was so sweet. Matt, thank you for 5 gifted. That's really, really nice. Thank you for the 5 gifted. It's Ryusei, Fleshius, Red Solo Cup. Oh, I like that name. What is this? Jinguzan and Winter Storm. If any of you are here, please make sure you're saying thanks. Enjoy the emotes and sub edge. Winter Storm, that's what we're trying to escape. Right. So we're moving to LA is to get away. Yeah, that is a cool name. Corey, get some good rest. Thank you for being here to mod for a bit. We always appreciate you. Someone stole part of my name? Apparently. You're gonna have to battle to the death, I guess. And see who, needs that. Or gets that. Not needs that. I guess it's a need if you're willing to take someone else's life, you know. I'd love to sub, but my only income being disability. Oh my gosh, please. Totally fine. Here's the thing, Kat. This is a twofold thing. First of all, I get that. We're living through a pandemic right now. There are so many different factors in people's personal lives, like disability, like you said. Please, this is Twitch.tv is a free website. I know that's a silly thing to say out loud, but at the end of the day, this is free. I don't expect people to spend their money on me. What I expect is to hopefully build a community, some sort of relationship with people here. You are literally giving me your time. You're paying me with your time. It's the most precious resource in the world. And then the second part was preempted by Austin Nunskis. Austin, thank you so, so much. Appreciate you a ton. Oh my God, Nightbot killed you right afterwards. If you stick around this community long enough, there is a chance that you will be gifted a sub because we have people who are just unhinged, constantly giving subs out. Really kind. I heard spend money on Brian, but Caps, you've been listening to the Spirit Box from the Bellaire house too much. Stop. It's just a radio. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Cat. That's so nice of you. Thank you very, very much. It's really nice. Enjoy the emotes and the sub badge. Seriously. Enjoy your time in this community. Whether you are someone who's just going to lurk here and not chat a lot, or if you are getting to know other people in chat or getting to know me through conversations we have, it means the world. It really does. It's so cool to get to meet people through this medium. I just love the community we've built. No matter how you spend your time here, it's very much appreciated. So thank you. Are you digging the vibes here? I look forward to hanging out more. Oh, well, thank you. We give subs to Upset Brian. I mean, you're not wrong. We always have access to the best emote in town. Not joking, I love this. Oh my God. Gerb's smile I made in about 10 seconds, and I was like, we need something to represent how, like awful, you have to smile through things sometimes. Brian, wake up, you're still in the doll room, please. We've been trying to reach you. There's Datoon.
Brian.
Oh my God. Listen, I actually have this fear. I'm shutting out Jordan. If you didn't see Jordan's VOD of the Bellaire house stream, please go watch it. It was unbelievably cool content. It's stuff that like hasn't been done to that level on Twitch ever before. And I was impressed by the setup, the technical wizardry, that the preparation Jordan put into this, the fact that he intentionally reached out to me as the first guest, not just because like we had to meet because it's been years since we met in like what 2020 online, and like it was long overdue that we met in person, but also because we're both fans of like BuzzFeed Unsolved, and that Ryan Shane dynamic was like very much there of like Jordan's all in, like, oh man, this is creepy. I'm creeped out by everything. And I'm like, that was Gravity. And that was like the thing that I think we played off each other very, very well. But if you didn't see the clip, like at least go to Jordan's channel and check out the clips from the stream, because there was some incredibly interesting stuff that happened there. Haley, what's up? Thank you for the 27 months. Oh my gosh. Josie, thank you for the 20 with Prime as well. And Sport 200 more bits. Oh my gosh. Thank you so, so much for that. Like, seriously.
Being live is just like incredible.
Yeah, being like, I don't know. The whole thing was so amazing. Also, the dollhouse joke. There was a room with a dollhouse in it and a whole bunch of like toys and stuff that was really creepy. Ariana! I'm assuming this is you. Thank you for the $25 to St. Jude. That's so sweet of you. Thank you for supporting the kids and families at St. Jude and St. Jude's pursuit of finding a cure for cancer for good. We'll be starting up the heavy incentive-based St. Jude stuff tomorrow again. I'm going to be playing Bennett Foddy again. My money don't jiggle jiggle. It folds. I love D-Tune Wiggle. That is one of my favorite emotes on the internet right now. Thank you for... Feel free to spam the hell out of that one. That one's so good. Draven, so good to see you back here for double digits. Thank you for the 10 months. And Ariel, 37 freaking months. Yeah. Let's go. Let's get... Yeah. Can we get a little bit of... Okay, D-Tune Wiggle and Pride Spam. You know how we do it here. Those of you who are new here... We very often, when we're gifted subs or anything, or big resubs, Pride Spam in the chat, please. Would love to see some Pride Spam, some more energy. Let's freaking go. All of you are amazing. I am so tired right now. I feel like I'm still asleep. So Jordan's joke about me still being in the dollhouse, it doesn't feel that far off.
Right.
I'm just overwhelmed with like love and appreciation. We had such an amazing time staying with Jordan and Ellie.
Yeah.
And I'm not seeing enough movement. Oh my god, how many times did I do that joke when we were hanging out? The
like
ninja flossing joke.
At least 102.
Oh boy. Thank you so much for being here, all of you. Again, I'm sure Jordan can speak to this, and Crispy and a bunch of people. Whenever streamers, especially if you're doing this as like a full-time thing, take a long chunk of time off, it's always like a little bit nerve-wracking because you're like, well, like, I know my community likes me a lot. I know they want to support everything I do, but also at the same time, like, there's way better streamers out there. Maybe they'll fall in love with a different community and like main that community instead or something. Do you two still feel like zombies?
Yeah.
Because I'm still drained. Yeah, not only do we feel like zombies, and I think I'm still like recovering from the Bellaire house. Well, that's funny that we said zombies in a supernatural context, but zombie. But also, we were on the road for 6 hours yesterday, so we're really tired. But thank you so much.
Hi, friends.
Literally me after Austin as well.
Bad
Yeah.
recently,
But
now I have a cold.
I've done
But
enough
18 months here,
of
which
these
feels
trips
insane.
over
Hard
time
heart.
that like I gotta stop that I gotta stop that mentality. It's gonna be hard for me. You guys know I'm in therapy for like imposter syndrome.
You're doing
But like I'm just like really grateful that you all do come back, that you do want to see what I was up to. You want to talk about things that are going on in my life and your lives, and we get to catch up and stuff. That's like something really important and special to me. So thank you very, very much. Zombie. Falcon. Good God, you've made your name a Frankenstein's monster of hellscape. Thank you for the 18 months. I'm so sorry that you've had a bad brain day, and I hope that your cold gets better. But I hope you know we're always going to be sending you good vibes when you're here, and I hope that we can help you, you know, just recover a little bit, feel a little bit less alone, be reminded that people care about you. Morgan and I, you know, we appreciate the hell out of you and Stan. Seriously, thank you for being here. Seriously. We just did our 8-hour drive up to the top of Michigan for the wedding. Oh gosh. Yeah.
No wonder you're
I
so
hope
drained.
good luck.
Oh my gosh.
Good
I
luck
hope
with
it
all
goes
of it.
well.
Yeah, I hope it goes really well. Pet of the century, what's up? I'm sorry I'm not like yelling out everyone's name, shouting everybody out like I normally do. I'm just I told Morgan earlier today I've been operating at about 25% like brain power. That's not even a real account. Why would you do that? Sport. Thank you very, very much for the gifted sub to that person. Thank you so much. Did you make a burner account by any chance, Falcon? Confusion? Yeah, why would there be two of them? I thought you invented that name, and I really had hoped that you had. I feel like I should say that. Things that weren't aimed at me, directed at me, but I feel like I should say thank you for it. Yeah. So invested in watching the stream. I'd only slept 3 hours, then was up 24 because I stayed up to watch the whole stream. I passed out after. I mean, I'm glad you got some sleep.
My mom, shout out
Yeah,
to my mom. She watched the whole
huge
stream
shout
before
out
she got
set.
home
Please,
from-
okay, so let me preface this by saying, please do not feel bad if you couldn't stay up for the whole stream. We streamed for like 6 hours, 12 hours. Like we were in the house from like 6 p.m. Started streaming at 7:30 and then streamed until like 6 in the morning. So, like, we get it if you couldn't make it, but those of you who were there...
The whole time.
Holy crap!
Gosh. Yeah,
thank you so much. That was wild, and being able to... I'm glad we each had our own, like, mobile devices to read chat and interact with chat independent of each other, because it was really wonderful having you there with us and being able to shout out stuff going on. Playing it like tight phone. Get out of here. Ancient memes in the community. It was worth staying up late for. It was really cool. It was really, really awesome. Is the stream archived at all? Over on Jordan's channel? Yeah. It is all over there. It's really good. Yins had a lot. Oh my gosh. Danable, are you a Yinzer? Annette? Yins guys go and see the Stillers, Annette. Yins had a long few days between staying up all night at the Bellaire house and then the long-ass drive, especially on Pennsylvania roads. Those are the worst. Yeah, I used to live out in the Pittsburgh area. I'm very aware. Make sure you take good care of yourselves. Thank you. That's really sweet of you. That's really, really nice of you. Thank you. Oh, there's your mom right there.
Yeah.
Mama Trove.
Saying
Go
it
see
was
Mama
great.
Trove, #1 mod over in Morgan's stream.
Yeah.
Fell
she's
asleep while
great.
watching. Yeah, it was just really cool. But yeah, totally understandable the people who like passed out during. I hope you got to go back. If you are like, I don't have that much time in the day to catch up on an 11-hour stream, you know, you can break it up into different viewing sessions. But what I recommend, things really started going wild between 2 a.m. and like 4 a.m. That was because 3 a.m. is allegedly the witching
Well,
hour.
whenever you left to get food, that's when it
Yeah,
started.
when I left to
Yeah.
get food, it was pretty wild. It's 3 a.m. my time when you ended the stream, but I was up for at least another hour because there's 2 creeped. Oh no,
Aw.
cheeky. I'm sorry.
If I was watching
cheeky.
like trying to fall asleep as an outsider, I would have been like, I can't.
Yeah.
do this. I can't watch
I mean,
it by
it was
myself.
there were, especially when we watched back because we had really bright like night vision screens and stuff like that. So on our side, it was dark, but it was easy to like look through the viewfinder and see kind of what was going on a little bit more. But we watched the VOD back and we were like, oh my gosh, it was so much darker on viewer side, and it
Yeah.
was like a lot more tense feeling with like it was found footage
It was
camera
like
angles
we
is what
were
it was.
Not watching ourselves.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the thing, is we were on the edge of the seats knowing what was already going to happen. We had the spoiler alerts, you know, IMDb Parents Guide synopsis up, and we were still creeped out. So, yeah. Wait, let me read Jordan's comment here. It was basically right after the Spirit Portal box session things ran. Whoa, yeah, that was
That
cool
part,
too.
Yeah, it was really.
That was really, really neat.
Yeah.
I have 3 a.m. permanently tattooed on me. I'm playing with fire. Ooh, crispy.
I love 3 a.m.
Hey, our big boy Siggy. That was the biggest thing that I missed, was our biggest boy Sig. Those of you who have never met our boy, we love our big boy, our stinky boy. He's a good boy. Can we get some Sig spam in the chat from my guy? I caught a few hours of the stream. Had to go to bed during the period of high activity. I had issues sleeping as well because I was so freaked out. I don't blame y'all for not sleeping. I hope y'all are able to get rest and recover quickly. That was the first all-nighter I pulled in such a long time. So, like, yeah, it was... It wreaked havoc on my body. Oh my god, beauty Sig. They think you're beautiful. He's so cute. He's such a good boy.
He's so good.
He's a big, big ham. We love him. We missed him a
Oh,
ton.
look at him looking in the camera.
There he is. You
Look at
see?
the man.
There he
Big
is.
handsome man.
I love you, buddy.
So much.
Taking away the spotlight, right?
Oh, yeah.
I forgot what I was talking. Oh, the dollhouse joke Jordan made 1,000 years ago. Let me at least loop around to this. We were like delirious after the stream, and we went to this really shitty motel in St. Clairsburg, Ohio. It's Clairsville or wherever. Yeah, whatever the hell it's called. Didn't like it. Smelled like a cigarette, but not like fresh smoke, like it had settled into the walls kind of thing. Yeah, we almost had the cops called on us for being at the hotel 4 minutes too long. Yep, that was fun.
So fun.
It was very, St. Clairsville, Bergenton. Felt very, middle white America. While we were there, like, Jordan and Morgan and I were, like, delirious, like, laughing. We were just like, oh my god, I can't believe we did that. And we were making, like, a bunch of jokes about how time... Well, not jokes. I shouldn't say it that way, because you guys definitely were, like, more into it. I don't want to, like, make light of what happened in there, because it was kind of creepy.
Right.
And again, we'll get to that in a moment. You guys will get to hear my perspective of what it was like. It did feel like at certain moments, and I don't know if it was because we were so tired or if it was just being in the dark and a little bit tense, time didn't feel like it was moving by properly. And those of you who have ever seen the horror movie 1408, we were talking about how in 1408, one of the tricks that, like, the spirits play on, what is that, John Cusack in that movie?
Yeah.
Is like, whoa, like, time isn't passing the same way you thought it was. Like, you thought you made it to the morning, but really it was only 5 minutes inside the house, and you're actually still trapped in there. And we were like, what would happen if we go to sleep where we think we're sleeping in this motel, and then when we wake up, we're actually inside the dollhouse? And we're still trapped in that house. And then also, when that happens, I see outside of the window of the dollhouse myself in the doll room. And the reason that I got like the chill up the spine was because I sensed myself in the dollhouse. It was like a time loop reality shift thing. And I was like screaming like, help, help, no, don't be in this house, get out of the house.
I was not
And then I
there
was
for
like,
this
ah.
conversation.
Yeah, Jordan and I were very there for that conversation. Girbeagly dollhouse stream, yeah, it's the Germa dollhouse stream. Thank you, Draven, for the bit.
You wear the German dollhouse.
Yeah, and then I'm wearing the German dollhouse, and I go, how did I get in these clothes? Oh, no. Yeah, we went full into it. We were like, oh, that would be creepy. Brian became the action figure? Yeah. Oh, yeah, you might have been in the shower when we were having that talk. But wouldn't that be creepy? Like, it would be like, oh, my God, we woke up, and we're permanent residents of the house now, and we're trapped in the doll room, and the whole reason I had that little chill up my spine... Again, the only time I like broke character, well, one of the only times I like broke character during that entire 11 hours was because maybe I sensed myself there in some kind of way.
If I'm trapped there, does that mean I can be friends with Edwin?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, if we're still actually trapped there right now and this is a fake stream, that means I can get away with anything. Naked time. No. Then, yeah, we could be like buddies with Edwin. Yeah. Edwin was a cool ghost.
Then I don't have to,
the ghostest with the mostest.
Go home with me because
yeah.
I'm there in his home.
That would be pretty dope. I just got your text, by the way, Jordan. Thank you. By the way, okay, chat, before we get too deep into talking about Bellaire, though, because I have things to say. We might look at some of the clips. We're going to answer questions, things like that. It's very, oh gosh, Maggie, you know that. Yeah, you know. Yeah, it's the type of town you drive into and you're like, ooh, I am not 100% secure here, am I? Because You Should Go Home With You was one of the scariest moments. We didn't realize how clear that was because there was a lot of radio noise, like the whoosh, like static noise while we were doing that. Yes. How clear it was going to show up on camera, but that like,
had no idea till I heard
you should go home with her was like, oh, you know, like hearing that was pretty creepy. It was pretty wild. So yeah. That reminds me of the horror movie Oculus. Oh yeah, we've seen that. I recently watched. At one point, the woman thought she was outside and called the police, only realized later she was still inside. Yeah, same sort of like reality shift thing for sure, Danable. It was so clear. It was so clear. Did Edwin stay where he was? Yeah, nothing followed us home. We're very chill.
Like,
we're good.
She was like saying that to you.
Yeah, so our thought was like, oh, that was creepy, but maybe it was actually about like the ghosts were like, they're a nice couple. Maybe she should go home with me.
Or any of you.
And we were like, oh yeah, that's funny. Yeah, or like anyone.
Just to make sure I was safe.
I hope you guys did some sort of cleansing before you left. Listen, I live with a trained spiritualist / witch / medium. I might not believe in the things she believes in, but I believe in her knowing enough to keep us safe, and understanding. Like, the whole thing was like, there were a couple moments I was making jokes, and Jordan was like, dude, chill. No. And I was like, no. I know that is a boundary that I didn't cross yet. I didn't step over any lines. I'm making light of stuff as a skeptic does, but I'm still being respectful about like people's beliefs, and I'm being respectful about, you know, if there truly is, because I'm not going to take that chance. I'm not going to, like, screw around with that kind of shit. Like, I'm going to, you know, just because I'm a skeptic.
As soon as... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'm not going to cross any lines. So I didn't. I kept it all within boundaries and everything like that. And then on top of it, I think that people misinterpret what being a skeptic is. A skeptic isn't just, I don't believe in anything. It is, I don't believe in anything because nothing's been proven to me yet. So I'd love definitive proof. I would love those opportunities where definitive proof happens and I can be like, okay, my worldview has been challenged. I'm willing to make the exception for this thing. You guys know, I have a ghost story. I believe in ghosts. I have a very clear ghost story. I cannot explain in any kind of way, shape, or form. Yeah, not going full Shaniac, exactly. Like, I love Shane, but we were watching like a bunch of BuzzFeed Unsolved, including the Bellaire episode after our trip there. And I was like, oh, that's a joke I wouldn't even make, Shane. You're hilarious, but I wouldn't be. Yeah, skepticism doesn't mean you have to be unsafe. Exactly, Crispy.
Yeah, so as soon as I woke up this morning, I did a full salt cleanse on myself. I cleansed the whole house just to make sure with some juniper,
yeah, we did a salt
everything.
cleanse when we were in the hotel, even right after the house. So that was all very, very much handled on Morgan's side of things. So to me it was I dip my feet in some salt water, whatever. But on Morgan's side of things, and if you're someone more like Morgan, then that was a cleansing thing. Why would I turn that down? Why would it would be like if someone was handing out hey, we're in the middle of this New Mexico desert. I'm handing out free sunscreen. And I already have a sunburn, so what's the point? No, I'm gonna be no, yeah, I'm gonna put some on so I don't burn more. It's that kind of thing. Sheer fact that Shane is still alive after what he said to Ghost fuels my skepticism. Yeah, exactly. I'm a Shaniac for sure. My cat has bad allergies, and we had to stop using incense, which I used to cleanse, and now I need to find a better alternative. That's a bummer.
Well,
yeah, it's one of those things. There's lots of options. Again, here's some promo. Go check out Treasure X Trove on twitch.tv for a lot of different cool alternatives and stuff. Do you have any quick ones you could probably use?
For alternatives to incense? I'm sorry.
Yeah, because the cat, their cat is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You can use sound cleansing, find a bell. You can go thrifting for a pretty vintage bell that you like and ring a bell. Sound cleansing is great, or you can blast your favorite music and dance around. Sound vibrations are very cleansing, they sound just shifts energy in a room. Or you can make your own spray. Sorry, I was looking at what
yeah,
you're doing.
I know. I was just I hope people can hear
right
you.
Right next to me. Sorry. The cat. Or you can make your own protective spray where you mix some water with a protective essential oil that you like. You can just Google protective plants juniper, rosemary, those kinds of things.
Yeah.
Make your own spray. But a bell, honestly, is the safest way for pets because essential oils still aren't safe for pets.
Also, Jordan, I think you're 100% right. I think demons don't screw with Shane because they know they'd lose.
Also, here's the thing about that.
This is so confident.
This is a hot take on just what I believe, but I don't believe that ghosts can hurt you.
Yeah,
period.
well, some of you might have heard me even say that when we were in the house. We'll get to some of that in a second here before we get going too much. I don't want to skip good news. We always do good news at the beginning of our streams. For those of you who are new, it's when you have the opportunity to share something that you are excited to share here in the community, as long as it's something we can all enjoy comfortably. Doesn't have to be anything big. It can be something small, hey, I cooked myself dinner for the first time in 3 months and it came out great. Something that makes you happy. That's good news. Feel free to share it. Keep in mind, there's only one of me, so I'm gonna miss a ton of it here in chat. So please make sure that you're hyping each other up. You see someone else's good news, you encourage them, you congratulate them, etc. Because whenever it's your turn to share, even if you don't have any right now, whenever it is in a future stream, people are going to be there for you in a big way, My butt got bumped by the fridge and that hurted. That is true.
Not the fridge,
and we'll talk about that.
Not the fridge.
I don't know about ghosts, and I wouldn't consider myself a big skeptic, but to me it seems like paranormal events steer clear of certain people. Some people have lots of experience while others have zero. Yeah. And part of that, is perception of situations. My skepticism comes from the fact that I literally took quantum physics in college, and I like to science things out logically before I'm okay, I literally don't have an explanation for that shit. So that's where it is for me. But we'll talk about that in a little bit here. But I totally get that. I totally understand that. Because it's not definitive, repeatable, irrefutable stuff a lot of the times when you hear these stories about haunted locations or encounters or whatever. So yeah. Good news, it won't be official until tomorrow, but I got ordained. Yo, Hellcat, that's awesome.
Hell
Congrats to you. I've been at my new job for 2 months now. I'm finally comfortable with pretty much everything there. I finally don't feel totally useless. Now, Mira, you've never been totally useless, and the fact that you've added another skill set to your entire portfolio and your personality and stuff is awesome. Last day of school is tomorrow. Let's go, Roxy in a jar. That is good news right there. That is good stuff. I hope you enjoy some time off or something. I quit Target today. I got the new full-time job at the place I worked at in high school. My resignation is in, and my last day is officially May 28th. Let's go! That's amazing, Mads. Congrats.
Mads.
Congrats. Good news can be scared at any point. Oh, shared at any point, I'm assuming. Yeah, shared at any point. If you miss good news, you can't think of yours right now, you're like too tired to share it, whatever, feel free to share it anytime during the course of the stream. Solid 8 to 10 things I have no actual logical answer for. I have like 2 maybe, but we'll go over them because, again, I'm sure there's a bunch of you there who are like, Brian, are you less of a skeptic now? And if anything, I'll tease you with this. I might be more of one now. But
what?
I'll talk, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. I told you I was going to have a really different stream than you are.
Yeah, well, my
You're
stream
going to be full on woo-woo at
I'm
times.
not woo-woo. Listen.
Saw Ethan's show. Shira took me backstage. Matt, Kat, and Ethan and other cool people, and they were very nice to me.
Aw,
Clark, that's
Clark,
awesome.
that's
I'm so glad you got to do
amazing.
that clickbait. I'm intrigued.
Hey, Saturday we'll talk about
All right.
the woo-woo stuff.
We'll talk
guys.
about stuff. I got a new swimsuit that actually fits and is comfy for a trip to see my family in Halifax this summer. I'm going to need a lot of support to actually manage the beach since I don't think my walker would handle well on sand, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I'm very, very happy for you
that's
that you get to
awesome.
do that, though. That's really
Yeah.
wonderful to hear. I hope that the walker situation works out, if there's like some sort of accessible way that you can access it and stuff. That would be wonderful. Fingers crossed for you. I'm skeptical about your skepticism. Okay, well, this is why we're doing this stream. We're getting the conversation going. And again, I'm not going to be disrespectful to other people's beliefs. You're allowed to believe whatever you want, but
Yeah,
I hope
I
that
mean,
that road
you're
is
with
two-way. Yeah, exactly. Like, we are Shane and Ryan. Like, if Shane and Ryan... Like, if parasocial people on the internet's, like, you know, headcanons about Shane and Ryan dating for real, it's just us. It just is us. Like, Morgan is,
Except
like,
I'm not
full...
as scared as
Yeah, you don't get as scared as Ryan does, but you are very much, it's part of who you are and what you do, and my skepticism is part of who I am and what I do, so yeah. I've been using a drawing tablet for the first time after only ever doing art with a mouse. It's really fun. That's awesome. I'm so glad. I've thought about getting a tablet just to mess around with, but
That's
they're so
awesome.
expensive.
Yeah, I would love that.
I love your glasses, by the way. People love those glasses. I got a pair
thank
too.
you.
Okay,
Both of
chat.
these.
This is my
Yes.
stream. Do you see Morgan's name on the link? Huh? Because Morgan actually knows how to defend herself. I know how to defend. I would punch a ghost right in the mouth. All right? I got hands.
I put up protection
I could do it.
before I even walked in.
Yeah. Morgan was doing, I think a lot of why things went as well as they did is because Morgan was there.
Oh, no.
So,
absolutely not.
yeah.
No.
So, yeah, I'm Gremlin posing happy stimming. Wait, what? I'm gonna need y'all to know how much BuzzFeed Unsolved kept me afloat during exam season. Oh, it's great. BuzzFeed Unsolved Supernatural is like one of my favorite things.
I
Super
had
cool.
never seen it.
Yeah,
till
Morgan
this
had
trip.
never seen it till this trip, and then we showed her a bunch. I don't see your name either. Well, that's because you are bad at reading. And I hate to expose you this way, but I did just spend about a week with you, and it was rough. There were times you were like, what's this word? And I'd be like, Jordan, that's detune. That's your username. What do you mean, what's this word? And you go, oh, I've never seen that before. It didn't look the same. And I was like, oh, this poor sweet summer child needs to know what their own name looks like. So sad. Good news, I found out the source behind my extensive stomach bug. Hey, that's good. I need to reach out to the culprit and see what we're going to do about it. Also, thank you for the med check. Oh, yeah, Silver, thank you for the med check. I got my summer job and the school year's done. Congrats, you, Silver. That's wonderful. Got some BuzzFeed Unsolved hoodies to wear to work a while back. Heck yeah. Brian, maybe you're bad at writing. Well, I didn't write Jordan. Why would I ever write Jordan's name? Why would I give someone else free clout? I need the clout. Jordan's the one with the cool show. I need to find a way to siphon that attention from him to me, okay? Everyone wish my mom a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Marble Mom! It's your birthday?
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday! That's wonderful. Everyone better be saying happy birthday to Marble Mom. Our sweet summer thembo, indeed. Brian is a clout sponge. It's true. If I don't get enough clout every day, I will die. I'll dry out.
I need
yeah.
it.
I need it. Yeah. There's one moment during the stream where Brian gets a bit startled and he does the fear laugh Shane does sometimes. Wait, which part?
Oh my god, that's so funny.
That wasn't the doll room, because the doll
Please
room was
share
me.
that.
I lost all emotion, is what happened,
Yeah.
except for fear. That was not my favorite moment. Out of
Also-
any moment in the house, that was the one that freaked me out the most, was the doll room.
If you get sick of Brian's skepticism, like I said, I will be talking about it on my
Yeah,
stream.
Morgan will be talking about it on her stream if you
my-
want more of the
my perspective
there
of it.
are ghosts for sure type of thing. Like if you want that side of things, that's fine. If you want to be
I'll
here
be doing it on Saturday.
to talk about what I thought happened or what I saw or what I experienced, then you know
Ryan's POV,
Twitch.
Shane's
Yeah,
POV.
Ryan's and Shane's POVs. Like, it's interesting because would you have felt comfortable if we had made you do an isolation? Because Jordan did the isolation in the attic bedroom that leads up to the attic, and I did an isolation in the doll room. And Jordan was in there for like maybe a minute, and I was in mine for like 30 seconds, but it felt like freaking forever, honestly.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I didn't do it. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, you didn't do it, so I guess, Jordan, you're going to have to schedule another one. This is like getting a tattoo. You know how when you get a tattoo, you're like, oh, I want to do like 5 more tattoos right away now. This was like, okay, I spent my first night in a haunted house. I want to do more. I want to do so many more of those. Those are so fun. They're so interesting, so cool. And it felt like I was like learning stuff, and I got to like experience stuff. That was like, again, a challenge to my own sort of worldview, a challenge to my own perspective. I loved it. It's the clip where the light turns on for the first time in the doll room when I count down 3, 2, 1, and you instantly go whoa and get startled. Then you do the fear chuckle. I don't know if I was that after you guys had come in after I'd had my experience? Because if that's the case, then yeah. Can I post a link to the clip for you later? Yeah. Here, let me. Does the permit command ever even work? 60 seconds. Oh, what the? Okay. Oh, it did work, finally. We can do that now if you want. Chat, do you want to look at some clips quick?
Yeah.
We can do a couple clip Andy moments. We can react Andy. I haven't react Andy'd in a while. So here, I want to see this one myself, if I'm going to be honest.
I can't hear it, but
You can't hear it, but yeah, you were there for it, so you can fill in the blanks. Holy cow, this face cam is huge. What were we watching? Why would we need this so big? This is like a quarter of the screen. Why? All right, give me a second. Give me one moment. Mega cam. All right. Chat, thank you again for being here. It's been such a long time since I've gotten to stream. I missed you all a ton. I really, really did.
Oh no, they're shrinking.
We're shrinking. Oh no, we're in the dollhouse. Ah! All right, let me actually get the right screen up because I definitely know how to stream. There we are. Okay. Wait, let me. This is like on it now.
Yeah.
Let me flip us.
Okay.
Let me flip you off, chat.
A
A little bit of streamer humor there. Isn't that funny? Why does that look so ugly? This is gonna make me. I'm gonna throw up.
What? You're fine.
I'm flipping out. I'm freaking out.
This was like hour 8 for us, or what?
I almost just hit stretch the screen. That would have been so funny.
Legit
There we go.
almost did.
All right, we're correct now. Things look okay. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't know why I did that because I'm just gonna full screen it. But also, wait, let's get rid of the Tiltify thing quick. Oh wait, chat is on that side, so no, it is good that we did. Shut up, me. All right. Anyway, you ready for this? Stairs.
3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Okay.
Holy
okay,
crap!
Okay.
It went on.
Okay. Okay.
That noise I heard was him getting up.
That is very
That's what I was. Stairs.
3,
Okay.
2.
Yeah, I mean, I think
One.
I was just hamming. If I'm gonna be honest, I don't think. I mean, I thought it was cool.
Okay.
Holy
okay,
crap!
Okay.
It went
okay.
on. We had a lot of talks about the
Okay.
light. Morgan was getting mad at me last night because I was
That
like,
is-
I think that there are some scientific explanations for the light. One of them was I don't know if you guys have ever like had a flashlight in your life before that with the like screw on like back where you put the batteries in there and there's like that little bit of buffer room. Or like if you were to, I almost did a TOS motion again
I
on
can.
stream.
Why
I
do you do
literally
that every
almost did the,
time?
okay. We didn't this time. This is the first stream in like a month that I haven't done a TOS. We had the 0 days since a TOS motion was made on stream, and now we're to 1, which is good. Have you ever, you know, like have you gone camping, right? Kels, what's up? Good to see you here. And you like shake the light and it makes that like noise because the batteries are knocking against each other because there's like that tiny bit of buffer room. I feel like that was like maybe happening a little bit, like the batteries were sort of settling in the flashlight a tiny bit. Not all the time. I don't think that could be an all the time thing. Scientifically, I rigged the flashlight to hit every time I counted down. Yeah, but that's the thing is you remember the times it did work. You don't remember the times that you asked it and nothing happened.
Because it wasn't the right
So,
person.
But the timing was interesting. It was very cool. It was very, very cool. Became aware of you because of a haunted house. Oh, I'm high. Hi! I'm also semi-aware myself from a haunted house.
Good, hi.
Good, hey, what's up? I know you from Morgan Streams. Hello, hi, welcome. She also had something turn on a light. I mean, yeah, there were definitely moments where I think that the light maybe was the battery bad. I don't know. When was the last time you changed the batteries,
two
Jordan?
different flashlights, though.
Yeah, but I don't know. Jordan also has 2 microwaves because Jordan is a double microwave person. So like what, you know, you had 2 flashlights with bad batteries in them at the same time. That could happen.
Listen, Jordan, this is what I've been dealing with for the past 24 hours. Like, please save me from the flashlight talk.
I think sometimes if it's random, that could be an explanation, but if it's consistently happening on a specific timing, but it wasn't.
Yes,
it wasn't.
was.
Oh, there were times we were just hanging out and talking, and it would go, and we'd go, oh, okay, Edwin. And like, that's the thing. Edwin was my buddy for sure. Edwin was hanging out for sure. I didn't want to ever sit in Edwin's chair. Once I knew Edwin was like walking between his seat and the back corner where Lade died or whoever, I didn't want to mess with that. I didn't want to accidentally step on hallowed ground or anything like that. You know?
Help me.
Help! That was one of the noises. That was right before he should go home with her.
Ah!
It was like a clip of James Brown going, ah! Amazing. I was laughing my ass off listening to that. What was it, last night we were doing that? We just kept playing that over and over. It was so good. From the spirit box.
Mads, thank you.
Or the portal, I mean.
Thank you.
Mads, no thank you. I don't even know what you're writing. Literally, I changed them in front of you. I wasn't paying attention to anything you were doing, so you might have just gaslit me.
You're not gonna make him believe you.
But I don't know if those were new batteries.
I tried. He's like,
You even left one of them there.
There's a scientific explanation for the flashlight.
Here's the other thing too, is who knows what electromagnetic pulses were coming through the house that could have interfered with the simple wiring of a flashlight. Who knows? You know? I don't know. There was lead paint in the house. There could be like signals bouncing off of that. That's a heavy metal. You know? You don't want to eat lead paint.
We had lead paint
for a reason. It sticks around forever.
And no flashlight ever came on by itself.
Yeah, but no flashlight ever had to be on in that apartment. I opened the pack in front of you? No, you didn't. I wasn't paying attention to anything you did. I just wanted to... Listen, I wasn't there for you. I was there for the clout. Skepticism or excuses? Listen, all I'm going to say is chat, okay, here's the question. What would make you happy? I still clearly had a reaction to this. You know? Why was the electric whatever messing with only the flashlight? But it wasn't. You guys saw Scuss stream. You saw the batteries drain a ton. There were moments that like things were sort of like going off. You know? Here's something I can't explain. Why the hell did the EMF go off when it did? And why was it from 2 different brands that went off at the same time? It doesn't necessarily mean that there was a spirit there. But, like, maybe it was picking up on, like, the electromagnetic signal from all the security cams that were around the house. Something like that. And they happened to pulse through both of them at the same time. But I just found it very curious because, like, anytime I've seen an EMF in, like, media, is, like, there's an EMF, and I'm like, I bet some dude, like, put this together. So most of the time it works fine. You know, you put it up to like a cell phone and it's going to go, ghost, you know, which it's supposed to because it's supposed to detect electromagnetic signals. But also, I was like, maybe they like screw with the wiring, so every now and then it's a little bit finicky and just goes boop, like for no reason when it's by nothing, and this like tricks people. But having two different brands of them and us like being like having two different people hold them while we were like walking through the house, and they both would go boop at the same time.
Yeah.
There were definitely moments where I was like, yeah, like, yeah, it's just not. It was one of those things where I was just like, it's really interesting that it was doing that.
The EMF definitely shows me that something
Yeah.
was happening.
Yeah, something, and even Morgan agreed with me. She was like, I can't guarantee that it was spirits setting them off, but something was setting both of them off at the same time, which is really cool.
Because we can only see 0.1%
right,
of the electromagnetic
spectrum.
Field, so
yeah,
who knows
things like
what
that.
The hell
it was
it
pretty
is.
wild.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rain the Wildflower, for the Prime. I appreciate that. Sarah, if you ever call me a white boy again, if you call a POC person a white boy again, I'll destroy you. Thank you so much, Patrick, for 196 viewers in a raid. What the heck? There's so many people. Welcome. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that a ton. Thank you so much. Appreciate that a lot. What do you mean you didn't say that? You said white boy. You said white boy in a frat. That's what you said. I'm not a white boy in a frat. I was an Asian boy in a frat. Come on,
you were
get it
in
right.
A frat.
Thank you, Raiders. Welcome. Hi. Hello. Welcome. My name is D2, and I play Overwatch and horror games. And let me give you a welcome. We've got to get that. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Anyway, that's a joke for only Jordan's fans, by the way. Hello. Hi. Welcome to the stream. My name is Brian. I'm a full-time Twitch partner, YouTuber, voice actor, etc. I've been on the internet being a content demon for a very long time now. You might know me from Patrick before. I hope that you had a good stream. Patrick, what were you up to? Can I, mods, can we get a shout out for Patrick? Would be nice. Because he's a good boy. If you don't know Patrick does a lot of like indie horror, does actually like a lot of pretty much everything. You, as far as variety streamers go, variety the hell out. And I'm always impressed by what you do. If you're just joining us for the first time, please read the rules so you don't get timed out by me, a mod, or Nightbutt. That would suck. We would hate to have that happen. But thank you very, very much for joining us. And I hope that you're having fun. We're talking about, Morgan and I just got back from Columbus, Ohio last night, or actually like 3 a.m. Today. So we are exhausted. You're planning your own ghost adventure. Okay, Patrick, let's go. I will be there to check it out.
I started working mornings again.
Rye Cool Beans, thank you for the
Guys.
45 months. What the heck? Thank you so much for sticking around that long. That's a long time to deal with this. Thank you very, very much. That's really nice of you. If you are brand new here, we do a little bit of everything. AAA games, indie games, cosplay, Pokemon card openings, etc. My hair is incredibly greasy because it's like 5,000 degrees in here all of a sudden. What's going on?
Open a bedroom window.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope that you're here to just vibe and everything. Scariest thing is people who donate to the St. Jude charity vote on where in the U.S. I go. Oh, that's a cool incentive. Like that a lot. Thank you for all the follows tonight, everybody. All of you are very sweet. Thank you for being here. We were watching some clips from our stay in the Bellaire house. We went with my good friend Jordan, aka D-Tune, here on Twitch. Jordan is someone that I've known for a while, and we have never met in person until last week. And I was so happy to be able to do that because Jordan is just like someone who so many of our interests intersect. We had a ton of like really deep conversations, which I appreciated, like during drives or just hanging out, in his living room and stuff like that. So that was very, very cool. Yeah, exactly, Jordan. Stoked to watch one from the comfort of my own home. Although we reviewed our own footage and it was still scary, even though we were there.
It was like not watching me.
Yeah, it was like watching other people because it's those like found footage camera angles. And it's kind of terrifying. Let me put it up on the screen for those of you who weren't there. This was a clip Jordan sent where we were in what was called the doll room, which was just this children's bedroom that was like it was just full of cursed toys, allegedly, or like toys that previous owners had abandoned because they had to leave so quickly because they didn't like it in there. And this was the only room in the house besides the crawl space in the attic and then the basement that we barely went into because that was just rancid vibes that I was like, I do not like it in here at all. One of my friends who hasn't seen the Bellaire house stream asked me if I messed with ghosts. I told them I see them from time to time, whether I want to or not, or I'm just hallucinating drug-free. Yeah, I mean, Morgan, again, my partner here, we've been together for 14 years, and she is a full-on medium, witch, tarot reader, etc. And just because I don't believe in most of what she practices does not mean that I am disrespectful of it. Some people claim that they see spirits. I go, cool, I believe that you think you see spirits. I wish I could see them too, because I would love to be challenged in some way. I wish I could see them in a controlled setting, is what it is. Like, I wish I could have, again, that irrefutable proof that things are going on. And I do have that one ghost story
like I tell
where
you,
I did get to see it.
The only reason I believe what I believe is because I have experienced it and you haven't. And
Yeah.
if you ever experienced what I have, you're probably like, oh shit.
Yeah. And I just haven't, so it is what it is. So
And
I
I
hope I
respect
get to
that.
go to more haunted houses and see. Thank you. Rain, thank you for the 50 bits. That's really nice. Ballroom, oh no, not me. Yeah, it was heavy. The basement, dude, oh god, that sucked. The basement was another. I'll move the ticker up to like 3 or 4 things that I can't explain. Jordan's light dying while we were in the basement, me watching, literally holding on to the back of their backpack while he walked down the stairs to investigate just the first sort of landing of the basement, and then watching the light go. There is no explanation for why the hell that happened.
I started getting creeped out by the seance
Right.
room, which was down the hall at the
It was
same
instantaneous.
time that the light went off.
Morgan went, "Hey guys, there's noise coming from the other room. Please don't go all the way down without me." And then I turned up and I was like, "Oh, I'm not going down. I'm just standing on the middle of the stairs." And then all of a sudden it went click, and the light just went off, and it was pure dark down there.
Patrick.
The Winchester Mystery House was a trip.
got to go there.
We were
That's
just
like my
watching
dream.
the BuzzFeed Unsolved, and we were like, "That's our dream place to go, is the
Since
Winchester
I was like
House."
15, I wanted to go there.
I really wanna. You've not heard Brian's ghost story? I can tell it again this stream really fast if you want. After going through most of the clips, I'm at a solid 6 to 8 unexplained things. I feel you on that one. Here's the other thing too that I think a lot of people mistake when it comes to skeptics, because you do see people like Shane on BuzzFeed Unsolved. This is the thing. Just because I am a skeptic, at least in my own form of skepticism, it does not mean that I don't believe. It means that I'm hoping to be proven that my current worldview is challenged, and then I can reevaluate based on irrefutable proof, but it has to be pretty like irrefutable. And then the other side of it is that people are like, skeptics, they don't believe in ghosts, so they're not scared. That is not true. There's still that primal instinct of like, I am in a dark, unknown, unfamiliar house with a creepy backstory. I am creeped out as hell. Most of the stream, I was creeped out as hell just because I was in the dark. And like, I'm not afraid of the dark, but when you're in it for a long amount of time and you're hearing like a bunch of bumps and boops in the house, like, I would have been scared if I had opened a door and it had been a demon, or I would have been scared if I opened the door and there was a squatter in there with a knife. Like, either way, it was like that fear of the unknown. What's behind the next door? What's around the next bend? You know, all of those things added up, plus the tension of the people I was with, did not make me feel super great.
Who is that?
How many pants did I shit? I 0, which was great. Who's what?
Who is the people you're with?
Oh, yeah.
I was trying to make a joke. Sorry. You were distracted.
No, but that's the whole thing. Is
I'm not funny.
Morgan and Jordan were very high energy people. It was very fun to have them there because I got to observe how they reacted and how their observations of events I saw seemed, at least in my perspective, different than what I perceived. You know how that works. We each have our own individual interpretations of events. And it's not just like the, oh, I'm explaining this away thing. It was more of the like, they'd be like, did you see that thing move? And I'd be like, I literally did not.
Yeah.
see that thing move.
See, I get where you're coming from with that.
So, yeah.
But the things that we all experience together
Yeah.
that you try to
I mean,
explain away,
okay,
that's different.
here's one thing that happened that was not on the stream. Here, let me put on some tunes because this is just static screen. I'm a bad React Andy because I don't like to do this very much. But one of the things that I cannot explain at all was it was like 5:30. We had, I think it was like around 5. We had gone up to the attic. We had spent a little bit of time. We let Jordan do a quick isolation in the attic room, like the bedroom that leads up to Reaction Andrew. That's me. But like we had decided to we had to go grab something downstairs real fast, and Jordan was alone in this room that in the corner was the staircase up to the attic, which was honestly horrible architectural design. It was why would you set it up like that? You're asking for creepy vibes no matter what with that. And it was one of those things where like we had decided to save the attic for one of the last things because we had been told about the dark history of this crawl space that was up there that had been a part of the Underground Railroad, and allegedly some of the people that were in it had passed at some point, which was super scary because when we opened the door for that, there was literally like handprints in the dust, and granted they were definitely like new, like it was a different like paranormal investigation team had gone in there and like crawled around in there, which I don't have the balls for that, so like holy crap.
No way.
But it was, hey, what's up, Ecto? Welcome to the stream. But it was just one of those things where like it was still a creepy image, and the handprints went all the way back, and this crawl space was all the way behind like the length of the wall in the attic. It was really, really terrible.
I didn't even go near it. I didn't want to be near it.
Yeah, opening to see it was wild. That was one of those noises I couldn't explain. Like maybe it was because it was becoming daylight and the floorboards were creaking and expanding.
Yeah.
The barometric pressure was changing in the house, whatever. But Jordan and I pulled back this really heavy door in front, for those of you who weren't awake during that part. And we moved it over out of the way of the opening because it didn't have a proper door. And we set it against the wall. We knew it was like solid. It wasn't moving. It hadn't shifted. There was no way it could have shifted. And as soon as we set it down and we're like, okay, do we like put the camera in there? What are we doing? We just heard this boom. And it wasn't on our side of the wall. It was from deep in the crawl space, like past where we could see with a light. It was.
It was Fat Boy Slim.
Yeah, that's right. Kristen did tell us there was a raccoon. When we got there, Jordan was like, looking at the premises, and there were trash cans that were upright. And then when Kristen, the homeowner, showed up to like talk to us and do like the spirit box and stuff like that, we had looked out back and we were like, oh my god, something knocked over the trash cans back there.
And, it, like,
and we were like, was that like a spiritual thing? Is it like, does it go beyond the bonds of the house? And she was like, no, it was Fat Boy Slim. He's this really fat raccoon that like comes around and like eats all the trash all the time. She was like, he definitely did that. And then later when I went to go get the food, because I left the house to go pick up food since we couldn't order pizza, there was a huge possum, like the biggest possum I think I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
He was giant. He was like larger than Sig.
Yeah.
Standing at the top of the stairs that like lead to the back of entranceway of the house, just staring at me, like, because he had just come up like with like little like pieces of trash that he was like eating. And I was just like, like, why are you there?
Stood in the driveway and was like,
yeah, and he just like was like, every time I walk towards him, and he'd run away, but then look back at me. I was like, go away! I'm trying to get my food, dude. Get out of the way! I don't want rabies right now. That's the scariest thing right now. I love that raccoon. Yeah, Fat Boy Slim, the raccoon. I loved it. I didn't hear about him. Yeah, you were in the other room or using the bathroom or something like that when that happened. Jessica, what's up? Good to see you.
hey.
Anyway, so the one thing that we didn't capture on camera, I wish the other cameras had been working so that you guys could have gotten the multi-cam setup that Jordan worked really hard to set up. I think it still ended up really great because, again, we had a lot of these found footage angles that you see here on the screen. But we originally had multicam, we had, night vision, infrared, PIP. We had like the picture-in-picture type stuff where it was like a little face cam in the corner and stuff so you guys could see our faces and then our first-person perspective. But while we were sitting in the dark in the attic, there was this little, like, rubber ball there's this little rubber ball there. Wait, possums are immune to rabies. That's right. You're right about that. They have that internal, like, body
That's
temperature
wild.
that, like, viruses and stuff can't thrive in. They're actually, like, right now, scientists are, like, studying them to see, like, how to create, like, immunities for other species out of them.
I love possums.
Possums are cool.
There's no possum
Yeah.
here.
But yeah, there was this little kickball, little red rubber ball that was up there since when we first went up to tour the house. And what ended up happening was I'm imagining a raccoon singing "Weapon of Choice." I love that. Doing the Christopher Walken dance. You can go with this. You can go with that. But Jordan was sitting down. To sit in front of, there was like this little altar on one of the like bedside tables that had just been shoved up there. Nat, thank you for 59 months, so close to 5 years. Holy cow! Thank you so much. Possums are cool. They get a lot of unnecessary hate. Absolutely, Jessiful. They're cool. Our mod Lav had a possum, which was a really cool, awesome possum named Simba, who sadly passed recently. But those of you who remember Simba was super cool. Anyway, little red ball, middle of the room, literally nowhere near Jordan. It would have taken much more than like him sitting down and shifting his weight for this thing to move. He would have had to full on bump into it. Like, Jordan, we were talking about the logistics of what you would have had to do, and you would have felt it, and we would have heard it if you had run into it in any way, shape, or form. And unfortunately, since we were down at the one cam setup, Jordan had the camera facing this little bedside table altar with the flashlight on it. He was trying to communicate with spirits through the light. This red ball was across the room. Morgan and I were sitting on this old decrepit couch that was sort of like against the wall because we were exhausted. I was reading chat on my phone, so I was very distracted. But I saw Jordan out of the corner of my eye, a very good peripheral vision, sit down, nowhere near this ball. Morgan was sort of like watching the room. And then all of a sudden, I felt this weight on my foot. And at first I thought I was like, this is it. This is the proof I wanted. I have been taunting the ghosts all night, and now a demon is crawling up my foot, and I'm about to die. I thought it was like a creature of some sort. I had no idea. 2 feet away from it. Yeah, even if your heel had hit it, it would have gone towards the wardrobe. It wouldn't have come towards me. This ball had somehow rolled all the way across the floor, and we tested the floorboard too. We were like, there was a little bit of give to it that like if you put it in near where I was, it would have rolled like slowly towards me. This had some heft behind it. Something like feet, yeah.
Oh my god.
This thing had speed. It rolled all the way up my shoe.
Yeah, I saw it.
Hit my ankle and rolled back off my shoe. And I went, what the hell? And I flashed my flashlight on it. And I was like, what the hell, dude?
Yeah.
And everyone was like, Morgan and Jordan were like, what? And I was like, this ball just rolled onto my foot. Like it like someone kicked it or rolled it at me. And then when we were watching the BuzzFeed Unsolved, they were like, there's a ghost that like tries to play with like the residents there that disguises itself as like a kid or like is a kid.
I knew there was a kid in there.
And we hadn't been told that by Kristen.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't have an explanation for that. I don't know what. It could have been, again, shifting barometric pressure that caused like the floorboard to expand in that moment, but it would have been a real weird coincidence. And it generated enough speed for it to roll up my foot. I do not have a scientific explanation for that.
And I almost like pooped myself because it reminded me so much of American Horror Story, the Hell House, the first season with the ball.
Oh yeah, sure.
I was like,
the
no,
ball.
I don't want to.
I haven't actually went back to find that because there's like you were facing the other way, so we didn't get to capture it on camera, which really stinks. But like it was kind of horrifying in the moment. So yeah. It was at Apple Tater's house. Yeah, we went back and we watched the episode, Georgie, and it was like Apple Tater, and we were like, that's funny. And Jordan and Morgan, I was sitting across the table, so I couldn't hear the spirit box. It was the last thing we did right after the basement. They were messing with it, and they asked for Choo Choo Pickle Pie. And there was a very clear moment that it went Choo Choo back at them.
Yep.
And then Jordan was like, can we get a pickle pie? Can we get a pickle pie? And then you heard like real low, like pickle pie in it. And it was like really, it was very, very bizarre to hear that back in the VOD. Because again, I couldn't hear it from across the table. I just thought they were like delirious from sleep deprivation and looking at chat. Because here's the thing, chat. We loved having you there, but some of you were kind of stretching some stuff. There'd be like a noise that was like, and it would be like, oh, it said, get over here or I'll rip out your throat. And it was like, it was like someone throwing up. Like, what are you talking about?
Some of it was actually gibberish. Some of it was
just straight up gibberish.
Definitely words, but some of it was just
But like, yeah, there were some things that were like very clear that I don't have an explanation. Maybe the spirit box was built to cycle back through some of the speech it heard other people say, where it's like, say my name, Jordan, and then it was like, Jordan, like, who knows? That's the stretch, maybe, but I don't have a real explanation, so that's one I can't really challenge. Maybe I don't actually believe in spirit boxes, but I can't challenge it, so it just is what it is.
That just freaked me out.
Yeah, I mean, it was creepy to hear that regardless, that you should go home with her. Yeah.
In that voice.
Right after you gave the tarot reading for Edwin. So, some people, which by the way, for those of you who don't know, that was the first time anyone's given a tarot reading for one of the
like
ghosts.
A medium.
In that house. So Morgan
For
got
Edwin.
that is a historical moment.
He used to have seances and have it for other people, never for himself. So I was the first person to give him a reading. And I am blown away by that.
Yep. Yeah, Mads, it was wild to hear it because even me listening back to the VOD clips clearly heard the choo-choo. Like, it was very clear. It was really wild. That specific spirit box was interesting because I'm so used to the churning one. Yeah. There was like a couple modern tools we use that, again, like, as a skeptic, I don't really know the science behind it. By the way, chat, check this out. I have no eyebrows. Can you imagine if God had gifted me eyebrows? How powerful I would be. Anyway.
You look great, even with no
thank
eyebrows.
you. The thing is we did not get to. By the way, please check out this channel. This is a really good YouTube channel or Twitch channel that I watch. But this creator actually has.
Yo, new friend. Hey, welcome.
Oh, here we go. This is my raid intro. Has a YouTube channel that you should check out all these links. This is one of my favorite streamers on the website. Some of you may have seen some of this stuff online. He recently started creating a paranormal investigation series here on Twitch, which I think is really cool. So you definitely check out this streamer. Very cool stuff. Anyway,
cool stuff.
There was a couple things that I was like, I don't really understand, like the science that goes into the technology of like a spirit box. Like, I have had it explained to me, but not fully in a scientific way. It's just like, this is the product description of what it does. Of it's scanning radio frequencies, and then there's a space in between them that allows a spirit to speak, allegedly. But it's like, but why? I want to know the why as a skeptic. And then once you explain that part to me, then I'm like, okay, cool, I'm on board. Let's see it in action, type of thing.
Yeah.
So I'm sort of like the reverse of most people who are like, I experienced it. Whoa, my mind's blown. Where it's like, I'm like, I experienced it, but like, I don't know why it did that. So it doesn't really impress me quite yet. Like, I like the scientific explanation. My cat just jumped on my desk. Well, hello, kitty. Hi. Streamer is so toxic he has no eyebrow. Yeah, they got burned off in the Great Swamp Wars of 2022. Who is that? You're just a streamer. Jordan, I mean, I know you're kind of closed-minded as an individual, a little bit toxic, but maybe give a shot to this creator here.
This wonderful creator.
This pretty decent creator here.
Pretty dope creator.
So, yeah. This is very long here, unnatural introvert. So let me just read this in my head because my brain isn't fully functioning. So, I mean, that's cool. I mean, that's an interesting story. That's not me being demeaning to you, by the way. A lot of people who are regulars here know that's just sort of the way I respond to stories, because here's the thing about being a skeptic. I fully believe that you believe you experienced all of that, and that is really interesting and really cool to me. that you have that experience, that you have that story to share. I personally, because I wasn't there and I didn't get to firsthand experience it, I don't really know what to think of it. I just think it's like a cool story. It's a very, very cool thing. Like I told Morgan on the drive to go pick up Sig from her parents last night about my friend from high school's story. And you were like, that was so creepy. And I was like, I was creeped out when she told me, but...
We drove by my best friend in high school's house on the way to pick up my our cat Sig.
Yeah.
And I was telling you about how her house was definitely haunted.
Yeah.
And it freaked me out, and it was a smooth.
Nymeria, get some good rest. Thank you for being here. Anyone who's got to like dip out or anything like that, totally understandable. Thank you for being here. But yeah, were you done? I'm so sorry. I just wanted to say goodnight.
No,
okay, you like sort of did that with your hand.
Did
so.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought you were trying to get my attention, or like I had like accidentally cut you off
because
my brain's not working.
Sorry.
So yeah, as far as a lot of stories go, I can see their plausibility, but I am the person. This is why I'm like, I want to go to as many haunted houses as I can, because I want that definitive experience where I get to be like, here's the story. Ball story, rolling up on my foot, absolutely wild. Let's find the I'm gonna try to find the clip of me getting freaked the hell out. I want to try to find the clip of like me getting freaked the hell out in the doll room, because that one was very, very creepy to me. You can probably find it in here quick.
I look awful.
Greetings, Brian. Yo, what's up, Omega? How we doing? Hope you enjoyed your time. Yeah, it was fun. It was really cool. It was such an interesting experience. So glad you got to experience this. I've not done an overnight thing at a haunted house. Yeah, I mean, it was really cool. We first thought we were going to sleep there, and it was originally just going to be Jordan and I.
I wasn't supposed to stay.
And then Morgan got so creeped out that we were like, yeah, just stay. And
He only likes her because she's
yeah, and I'm really happy that you were there, because
Hello.
it was sort of like, I think I saw someone write this earlier in the chat, but like, we had a skeptic, a believer, and a skeptic who was leaning more towards believer, sort of, in our group dynamic. Lucky Lavender, 25 months. God dang. Thank you very, very much. How we doing after the spooky times? I'm drained. I'm really tired. Very, very tired right now. So, thank you so much for joining, though. Y'all keep talking about how bad you look on camera, and I'm like, excuse me, all three of you are incredibly gorgeous. Thank you for thinking so. I think I look like shit the whole stream.
Yeah.
I think I look like I'm just like this greasy, sweaty, disheveled mess. And that was part of why I kept turning the camera to be in my face. Well, first of all, I was so incompetent. I literally didn't realize, because I thought we had the 2-cam thing going still for some reason, because I was just like tense and distracted the whole night, that when we were first in the doll room, it was just a close-up of my face the whole time, and I was like, and just like making faces in the camera, totally not remembering that the chat could not see what was going on in the room, which is the important part. But like, that was part of the bit, was like me like putting my face up to the camera and being like, did I jump scare you, chat? Because I'm gross looking right now. So some of you were saying really nice stuff, and it meant a lot. Thank you for being sweet. We all wanted Brian Cam, don't worry. I mean, did you? I don't know. Seeing your face for the freak out moment made it all the better. Yeah, so there was this time we were in the doll room, and it was
Oh yeah, the pee goes.
Not great. I think it's this clip. Let me see here. This might be a little bit after it. I don't know though, because I don't know what's going on. Holy cow, Silver! Thank you for $60 to St. Jude.
That's so nice.
Thank you so much for working towards making sure that the families and the kids at St. Jude never have to pay a single bill for shelter, for food, for travel, for medical procedures, for evaluations. Working towards a future where no kid ever has to die of cancer again. Thank you so much for doing that. That's so sweet of you. Hands Brian a 5-hour energy. Not sure if it would work the way it's supposed to, or if it wakes Brian up because of the horrible taste. Here's the thing. I'm running on 2 energy drinks today. I normally only do like 1 in the morning. Like, I'll drink like a sugar-free Red Bull. But like, I'm beat. 6 hours in the car. I'm not a spring chicken anymore, as people used to say. God, that's a boomer phrase. I'm just actually proving my point more. I'm very tired. I'm still recovering, I feel like. I'm doing my best to be as present here. It's probably not going to be as long of a stream as we're used to here. But that's just because I want to go to bed pretty early, get up, and then have like tons of energy to hopefully do like a really, get back to the St. Jude stuff, do some getting over it with Benefati and stuff. But I wanted to do some like clip review tonight and stuff like that. BRB, I have to write some emails. All good, Jordan. Enjoy the emails and whatnot. Thank you again, Silver, for the $60 to St. Jude. It's really nice of you. So that is a good point, Bree, that you made about Jordan. It was so interesting because, again, I'm just me. I'm just a chaotic, neutral human being. I live to add chaos to situations, whether the outcome is good or bad. I am always just being a little bit weird because I can be. I have fun doing so. Hey, what's up, Charlie? How goes it? I just got done with a quiz. I hope it went well. It's going well. We're showing off some of the clips of the haunted house stream that I went to Ohio for to be with my good friend Jordan, aka The Toon, here on Twitch. No, this is after. I think this is after you were in the room. Let me try to find. I really want to find this this clip of what Jordan describes as me dropping character. And it was when we were in the doll room we were talking about that's full of all the creepy stuff. I do have the doll room clip from Bree. Oh yeah. Send that my way, Mads, if you want to put it in chat. And then people can either watch along on stream or watch on their own monitors if they want while I describe what's going on. It looked awesome. Yeah, it was really, really cool, Charlie. It was very, very creepy, but super awesome. Thank you so much, Bree, and thank you to our mods for being here and helping out. Longer clip, but has the moment. Yeah. That's good. That's fine. Because there needs to be a little bit of the build-up. So we did find the clip, by the way.
Okay, good. Sorry.
Just for some context, so we were in the doll room. I was doing the sort of hamming it up for the camera. Why did it do that? I was not being fully serious. I was like actually excited. I was the first, what's called an isolation, where someone is left alone in a part of the house, and they just see if they can get some sort of interaction from the spirits. And so we had gone in planning on doing isolations and doing a lot of them because like very BuzzFeed unsolved type of idea. The thing is when we got there, Kristen said we were not allowed to do isolations more than like a room apart, essentially.
Yeah.
Like she said you could, but she was like, I don't recommend it. She's like, if you go in the attic crawl space or the basement, someone has to like be there to like potentially like grab onto the other person. Type of thing was how she was explaining it to Morgan and I. Mm-hmm. It was, we wanted to take that stuff seriously. So what we did was I volunteered for the first isolation because I'm a chaos beast, and we picked the doll room. Yeah, don't Scooby-Doo. Don't split up the party. Exactly. Don't Scooby-Doo. So it's a liability thing. Yeah, that too. That actually makes more sense in like the grounded sense of like if someone's like isolating in the attic and the other people are like downstairs in the kitchen making sandwiches and like listening to music and they like fall down the stairs and break their ankle, like not the best thing for the house for sure. We did have to sign waivers, by the way, which we didn't do till after, which was a little.
Well, she was like,
I forgot to bring them.
Everything.
Yeah, but it was one of those things where like I was like, yeah, I'm going to do the doll room. This will be cool. And I was like, those of you watching, I'll be making like jokes of like, oh, it's interesting. There's like there's a My Little Pony toy mixed in with these like old cursed clown dolls and shit. Like, what's that about? What ended up happening was I was in like the pure dark. You turn off all the lights except for the camera lights. And I was supposed to have the camera face the other way so you guys could see the room, but I was just hamming it up for the screen. And I had like full streamer character on. I was hamming it up for the camera, being a goofball, trying to be sort of the levity to a tense situation because I could tell Jordan and Morgan were really stressed out. And I wanted to be that like, hey, like, I hope this is still fun. I'm the Shane of the group, blah, blah, blah. There's creepy clown dolls in here and a cool toy set and stuff like that. And then something happened in this room this was the big one. The ball was creepy, very, very creepy. This was less apparent. This was Shira. Shira, I heard about your unfortunate targeted harassment by Twitter.com again.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry you lost another account. Good Lord, I thought this one was going to last forever. You don't know Shira, one of our incredible mods here, longtime community member. We love Shira here. I'm so sorry that happened to you again. That's awful. Twitter hates me. Yeah, what the hell's wrong with Twitter? But let me play it, and then we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
I've been talking way too long. Listen. By the way, was the audio on the last one okay? Could you guys hear everything going on? I hope it's okay because I want people to be able to hear what's happening in these clips. Twitter is Shira-phobic. It kind of is. Twitter keeps getting Shira. It's so sad, right? I don't know how they did it to you this time because you had an unrelated to anything you used to do account with this new one. So strange. Yeah, leave Shira alone to be chaotic. Right. We need Shira's energy on Twitter. And you know what's funny? The only reason I knew that happened to you was I was like, wait, I follow 875 people, and then today it said I follow 874. What happened? Did someone soft block me? And then I went to go see, and I was like, why? Shira doesn't follow me anymore. What's going on? And then I tried to go to your account, and it was gone, which isn't very good. All right, we're going to play this here. So those of you who do poorly with toys, this is not my favorite place to be either. I just don't like... That's very closed, by the way, this was still just inherently creepy. Oh, are you? Okay. Yeah, so I love you. Thank you. So Jordan, the reason you could hear Jordan so well is Jordan and Morgan, to respect the isolation rule, were literally standing on the other side of the door of me. Yeah. Jordan was in the door frame. Morgan was crammed in the hallway with him. Which they were experiencing allegedly other creepy things happening at the same time.
It just felt bad. But
yeah, simply hilarious, and Twitter can't accept it. Yeah, maybe you're too powerful for Elon Musk's Twitter. You've been talking way too long. I think it would be odd not to talk when streaming. I mean, I do a pretty good esports gamer boy impression every now and then here on stream to punish chat. When chat's misbehaving, I do make fun of chat a lot by being would you rather me not talk to any of you? And I make just the occasional hey, thanks so much, chat, for the $200. Oh man, just hit the headshot. That was hype. Yeah. I'll do that to you if you stick around. Anyway, this was awful because it was just a purely dark room. It was a fully dark room. You might not in this clip see what the room looks like because, again, I was just not fully mentally there, so the camera was just facing me. But yeah, Jordan and Morgan were on the other side of the door. We closed the door only part way, and it was open a crack, so it was mainly closed, but Jordan was holding the handle in case some force shut it or something like that. And you guys are gonna see, again, it's gonna be subtle. You're gonna go, what happened? I didn't see anything happen. And I'll explain. We communicated with Edwin through a flashlight, which was really neat. So I'm assuming this is very much just oh god, that's a fucking clown doll, dude. Oh yeah, the fridge, the bag, shirt thing. The bag thing, I think a lot of those from downstairs were kind of Edwin just playing silly pranks. So you guys will see here. It's not a very big room. It's big enough to hold 2 kids' beds, though. Ooh. Hey, guys, you still there? Yeah, I'm right. Okay. That was a weird feeling. You good? So I went from making some jokes, talking about, just doing the dour guide thing. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's creepy dolls here. There's weird toys. It doesn't feel like a nice room to be in, but whatever. It's just a room. And I'm in the dark. I was sort of hamming it up for camera, as I do. And then you will see my eyes go wide as saucers. Thing, I think a lot of those from downstairs were kind of Edwin just playing silly pranks.
So you guys will see here. It's not a very big room. Ooh. Hey guys, you still there?
Yeah, I'm right.
Okay.
Yeah. So the way you look around the room for something else in that room was the worst.
Yeah.
I was ready to throw hands with whatever was creeping on you. As soon as you say playing silly pranks, your tone and demeanor shifted. Yeah. This is another moment I literally cannot explain. So in this room, we'll see if we can get like a clip of it. But it's called Brian's Panic. Because they came into the room right after this. I was like, "Are you guys there still?" Because it does. I thought you walked like away from the door. Like and Jordan's like, "I'm on the other side of the door right now." And I was like, "Okay, good." And Morgan is like, "There's weird stuff happening out there though. Like, should we come in?" And I was like, "Please come in. Like, please be in here. Please don't like let me be alone." Basically.
You also
And
said it felt like way longer.
yeah. So I knew, like, I even say in this clip later on, I'm like, oh, I was only in there for like 30 seconds. But like in that moment, for whatever reason, it felt like from the beginning of this clip to this, it had been like 5 minutes. It felt like I'd been there way longer. Yeah, it was close to 3 a.m. Yeah, it was the witching hour when I went into this room. And again, you guys have heard me make jokes. I argued with you about the flashlight. We were arguing with people about ghost orbs in chat, whether they're bugs or not, things like that. The noise was either me on a floorboard in the hallway, or in the room, or Morgan and Jordan in the hallway on a floorboard. That was definitely not a thing that was from the house. That was from one of us. Time discrepancy? Yeah, it felt kind of like a time discrepancy. But how do I explain this? I do not have I don't have a real explanation for what I felt in there. There was, like, you walk into the room, there's like 2 kids' beds against one wall. And then the rest of the room is just like decorated in like kids' toys. There's a dollhouse in the middle of the floor. There's a little fireplace with like a shrine of like creepy dolls on top. There's a little altar in front of the fireplace of like candles that I'm assuming was like a protection altar, like a witch or someone set up. And then in the back corner, like the far back corner of the room, there was this dark, decrepit closet, like poorly maintained, had this giant hole that was like the size of my head in the drywall there. And then above it, it was one of those old-timey like sliding shelf doors where it's like you could slide open the door and like reach up and grab like a board game. And that was like slightly ajar, but like we tried to shine lights up there and we couldn't really tell what was up in there. And we were like, we're not going to mess with that. We're not going to open that shit. But like this was like a closet in the back corner and there was no door to it. There was nothing like that. It was just this open, dark hole with another like head-sized hole through the wall where we had no idea what was in that hole, if it led into the room next to it, if it was just, the insulation between like rooms or what the deal was. The closet was big no vibe. Yeah, 100% Lucky Lavender. It was, we each went into the room and looked at it and we're like,
no,
that's a nope corner. That's a bad feel corner. This clip of me rotating around, again, not knowing the camera was faced at my face and being basic. This whole stream was Paranormal Activity, the movies. It was found footage. Like we normally get the bad ending and the party gets killed by demons. We didn't. We managed to get out and it was very good. But
no, go ahead.
Here's the thing. Camera's facing my face. I'm going, oh, you guys can see it's not a very big room. There's all these toys everywhere. I'm rotating with the camera. I got the stream backpack on. I'm thinking I'm facing the camera at the toys to show you guys, oh, here's the door, here's the toys. The moment my back turned to that closet, I do not know how to describe the sensation. I've given a couple explanations to Jordan and Morgan, and none of them fully encompass the feeling. It felt like high phasmophobia. Shira, honestly, the most accurate way I can describe it is, in Phasmophobia, where you're outside, the crickets are making ambient noise. There's like a little bit of white noise, like in the game. You hear the like crunch of your footsteps, whatever, your character's footsteps. The moment you cross the threshold of the map you're about to hunt ghosts in that game, and it's like, and it just like suffocates all the noise. It sucks the soul, the spirit out of the room, like the energy out of that. Like those maps are like the cone of silence has been put down, like a weighted blanket has been thrown over your head. Yeah, like a vacuum. Exactly, Baby Spell. Like the way I first described it to Jordan Morgan was when you're like driving through the hills and you're hearing, your ears plug all of a sudden. And you have that brief moment of like, I can't hear anything. One of my senses was just taken away. There was this extreme feeling of I am all alone. I literally thought they had left the other side of the door. There's no footsteps. There was no real indication of why I would have thought that. It was the moment my back turned to that dark closet that we didn't explore. The moment it was facing that, it felt like someone threw a weighted blanket over my head, put earplugs in my ears, and that all of a sudden everyone who was in the house was no longer there with me. And it was just me alone in that dark room. That is the feeling that washed over me. And I cannot describe why. I wasn't having a panic attack. There was nothing going on that was like high anxiety to the point. Like I was tense. Yeah, I was nervous because it's a creepy, dark, unfamiliar house. And I'm like stomping around in it like an idiot. But there was nothing that would have set me off that way. And it just was this. It was like that type of chill that like if someone walked up behind you and you were like really distracted at your computer and they just like whispered like, hi, in your ear, you'd freak the hell. You get goosebumps all over. What the, that it was kind of that feeling.
So that feeling, if I explain it to you, like that's what I feel every day when I interact with spirit, does it make more sense to you why I do what I do then?
I guess. I mean, but the difference was this felt not necessarily threatening.
Right.
This felt like it was something that just wanted me to feel isolated. Like,
no, I get what you're saying.
It's so again, going back to what Morgan was like bringing up earlier in the stream, spirits can't physically hurt you. They can interact with you in a way that like makes you like feel them grab you or like shove you a little bit, or they can shove an object at you, but they cannot physically like
I just want your attention.
Attack you per se the way that like media like shows people getting like tossed through a wall or something by a demon or something. Like it's more of like a sort of indirect interaction is how she's described it to me, and they can manipulate other things that could potentially hurt you, like trip you and then you fall down the stairs. That's not them breaking all your bones. That's the stairs breaking all your bones, but they happen to trip you.
I also don't believe in that level.
And exactly, Brie. The old saying of if ghosts were real and if they could hurt you, there would be a lot less white people.
Yeah.
Because they'd go after racists first. And it was one of those things where I just didn't feel like I was in danger per se, but the energy felt like something did not want me there. Like the image in my brain, and again, this was like maybe just me, stretching my imagination in the dark, but it felt like something literally had crawled out of the closet behind me and just did not want me there. That's the only way I can describe that feeling. I have zero explanation for that. The moment that happened, I had them come into the room, and they were like, there's some crazy stuff going on in the hallway, too. We got to get in here. And we all piled in the room, and that's when we all heard the sound of what sounded like Jordan and I, like we all first thought it sounded kind of like a
hanging out
coin.
on the bed for a while.
Yeah,
And
and
then-
a coin would make sense because we were hanging out on the bed for a while. We
Yeah.
were watching the EMF and the flashlight sort of go off on
Yeah.
stuff like that. And then we thought it was a coin because there was a legend of Jacob, the house builder, liked to throw pennies at people's heads. We got it wrong while we were in the house. So you
Yeah.
might have heard us saying
It's 'cause
Edwin
he
was
looked
doing it.
like Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah. So he apparently got told he looked like Abraham Lincoln. Abe's on the penny, so he used to throw pennies at people.
And that's
is what Jacob did.
That's a common spirit thing. It's
so
coins in general,
at first we
so.
thought it was coins, and then we went back and we listened to the clip like 20 times. And Jordan and I were like, it sounds more like a marble or like a ball bearing, like a metal ball bearing was dropped onto a wooden floor. And it happened right next to Jordan. And those of you who are watching, I'd figured out how to actually turn the camera around finally. And I flashed it under the bed. You guys saw my perspective under the bed. There was nothing. There wasn't a ball. There wasn't a marble. There wasn't a coin. But it was inches from where Jordan was sitting. And it's a loud, like,
Yeah, you can
noise.
hear it.
It was like instant, just like
We all heard
this very sharp tap noise. And all of us heard it. And there was no way a shoe would have made that. There's no way anything but like something hard hitting wood would have made it. There's no explanation for that. There isn't. And again, I'm not saying it was 1,000,000,000% ghosts, but it definitely wasn't anything we can like attribute to, something scientific right away. There wasn't anything obvious that would have done that. So, Elfie, thank you for the 16 months, by the way. That's a long, long time to stick around here. Thank you so much for your support. We're going to look at the Fridge Club. I mean, we could look at the Fridge Club. Jordan watched it like 50 times on his side. I was messing with the fridge, and it's just kind of a crappy old seal, in my opinion.
I did it, though. I closed it, and I resealed
it,
and I waited,
but
and
again,
it did it again.
It's the whole thing where
and
it's like...
I heard it physically, like, jerk open, not just, like, fall open.
Yeah. No, I get it. And I believe that you heard and saw
because
those things. It's just
I
wasn't in the room when any of this happened.
That the door could be weighted and open because it has too much stuff on it. But I saw it like rip
Crispy,
open.
I'm in the same boat. It's one of those things where I've had our fridge open on me and like hit me in the head while I was like bending down to pick up something. Like it just is what it is. You could hear the seal pop when it opened. Okay, yeah, and because a fridge is cold inside and the house was warm. I mean, there's temperature differentials and things like that could cause that. And it had like a ton of crap in the door.
And
exactly,
I get
Crispy.
I get where you guys are coming from because you weren't there.
I'm not saying this wasn't Ghost. Again, I'm not saying it wasn't Ghost. It's just this particular clip is not conclusive evidence to me, who needed some. And I was outside the room.
He only likes her because
I heard
she's
Jordan
old.
freaking out and Morgan freaking out. And I came in and they were
Time
like,
flies
the
when you're
fridge.
having
Oh
fun.
my God, the fridge.
Thanks
And
for
I just
keeping
like
it
walked
real.
up and I was like, oh, it's an old seal. Let me shut this for you. Like,
And
oh,
then
wow,
it
it's
didn't
not
open
opening
again
now.
for you, yeah.
And it wouldn't open again for me. So I was like, oh, I just fixed it. You guys just like didn't seal it right. So like, to me, I was just like, oh, this is a silly thing that like, we're looking for the fantastical and the ordinary. And my big thing, again, as a skeptic, is not to disrespect other people's experiences. I believe you guys experienced what you experienced.
Well,
I just wasn't there to experience that thing.
Right, and I get that.
On top of it, the other big thing for me is now I forgot what I was saying. Jesus. That wasn't your fault. I just like totally forgot what I was saying there. I lost my train of thought because I was reading chat. Thank you, Crimson Yasha, for the 14 months, by the way. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that you're having fun and everything like that. Oh, so the fantastical and the ordinary thing. My biggest problem with like paranormal investigations and like especially like shows like that really hype up like we did find 1,000,000 demons when we were in the old church in Spain. And like when that happens, I'm always like, you don't need to do that. No. Finding like one demon is fine.
No.
One demon is fine. You don't need 1,000 demons.
Well,
my big thing is there were so many things we experienced that I don't have an explanation for, that nobody has an explanation for, that just happened in a way that I was like, okay, that was super weird. I might not say it was necessarily ghost, but it was weird enough. I have zero explanation for it.
I get it.
I didn't need to search for the weird in the ordinary moments as much.
Mundane versus evident.
Because most of the time, it's
you got to look for the mundane.
The world
first.
is going to be much more mundane than you think it is. Those moments, and that's what makes those
and this is coming from
weird moments way more special. Way more special.
I'm a medium, and I'm saying you gotta look for the mundane first. You can't instantly jump to like the fantastical. Yeah.
So like for me, the things that freaked me out the most were like Jordan put the backpack down on the stove and it was working fine. We had even unzipped it, checked the wires, everything like that. I just come back with food. We were all eating food. We were all across the room.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the stream video cut, you guys saw it. And we were like, what the hell? Like, why is it only like the one camera now or whatever? Like, why did it go to like the weird like cut off display? And Jordan went over to the backpack and zipped it back open. And all the wires had been unplugged. And we were like, what? How? Like, physically, this didn't... There's no way... I saw the inside of the backpack. There's no way it could have shifted. Why did they, like... You would have had to yank, like, physically go up to it and yank it out yourself. All of them. Yeah, all of the video feeds had been cut except the one that we were on for the... Like, it was just... It was weird. It was very, very bizarre. Oh my God!
Oh my gosh,
Holy cow, thank you so much for the $123.45 to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. That is wild. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you very, very much. That means a ton. That's so cool. Really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. I just got home safely. Max, I'm glad that you're home safe. That's wonderful to hear. That and all the stuff dying was just so bizarre. It was bizarre. That was bizarre.
Yeah. Especially
I do have like
recharge.
Right.
Yeah.
The only like sort of pseudoscience that I have behind any of the electronics like freaking out was the way that Jordan has the stream set up is the signal literally bounces from like the Wi-Fi of the place we're on like to the backpack where he has like Wi-Fi like receptors and things like that, and it sends the signal all the way back across Ohio to Jordan's home computer because he has like a program running there that like I don't know the technical wizardry behind all of it, but it sends the signal all the way across to where he was. We were in a house with fairly shoddy internet, it felt like, and granted, again, there was like a lot of like, oh, maybe the ghost is messing with it, and who knows? Like I can't tell you one way or the other, but the whole house was coated in like lead paint. So when you're thinking about like wireless signals and things like that, like having like walls between like rooms and walls between the outside and the inside, and there's other electrical equipment running into the house because she has it super wired with security cameras to catch ghost activity on camera, stuff like that. There's a case where maybe some electrical interference happened, heavy metal interference, that type of thing, from like the lead paint, from whatever. So some of that stuff I was like, maybe there's a little bit of that, but the battery's draining super fast. I don't know if maybe that was just because the router was like constantly searching for a signal or what, but it was very rapid. Sig, you scared me. You bought me.
And then not recharging is the other thing.
Yeah, and then not recharging at all. That was a little bit weird, and I don't know, maybe some of the outlets were janky or whatever. Like, I was trying to charge my phone all night, and my phone wouldn't charge, so also, maybe it was a weak electrical current or something in the house.
When the EMF was going off of the camera.
Yeah. Didn't ask, were the camera batteries able to charge once you guys made it back to his place? Yeah, it was fine, but he also has... a normal, like, up-to-date home, not like this old, decrepit, crappy house with, like, bad wiring. So, we weren't quite sure why that was happening. But, again, like, lead paint, like, there's a reason besides kids accidentally eating it that, like, it has not been used. It interferes with a lot of shit. It's a heavy metal that's, like, in paint. Like, it does mess with stuff a little bit here and there. So, yeah, it's just like one of those things where, like, I can't really explain it. that's like my stretched like scientific theory, but it also like I'm not gonna like 100% put stock into that theory because that's me sort of spitballing and hoping that some of that sticks, and someone who knows science better than me is like, yeah, no, that's logical. But I don't have like a real theory. I don't have like a real reason why that happened. I can't explain it away.
Aww.
Those numbers are bad. Oh my God. Az, thank you for $30.33 to St. Jude as well. That's so nice of you. Thank you again for ensuring that we have a future where no child has to pass away from cancer. And while kids are at St. Jude, patients, families, etc., do not have to pay a single dime, a single cent for any of the surgeries, medication, travel expenses, food, anything that goes on at St. Jude is covered completely by the hospital due to kind donators like you. Thank you very, very much for doing so. Thank you for saving some lives. I actually don't know what we're at on the total, so let me pull it up. It is, oh my God, thank you so much, Az. We are at $5,409.69 very nice cents on the month. Thank you so much. Tomorrow we will continue with the funny challenges and incentives. I'll be doing Getting Over It with Benefati, all that kind of thing. Yo, good luck with the lurk, 1 billion. Thank you so much for hanging out here. So, yeah, lead paint, what were the residents doing they didn't want Superman to see? Yeah, it was an old house that was, like, built at the founding of Bellaire, Ohio, apparently, by Jacob, and, like, he was a super rich, like, coal baron, basically.
Yeah.
And, then we think they like renovated obviously they renovated a lot of it because they had like an electrical water heater and stuff like that and Wi-Fi. But it still doesn't mean like the old, foundation and the wiring was very good or anything like that. We think that they redid the floor of the kitchen in 1924 because there was a brick that said that in there. It was just like really, it was an interesting house. It felt like a hodgepodge of different things mashed together, like themes
if it hadn't
mashed
had
together.
Absolutely rancid vibes. It would have been a very cool house. Like,
yeah, absolutely. It was kind of a very storied and cool house. Like it had a neat history to it, in my opinion. Good news, my top surgery is scheduled for this December. Let's go, Max. That's so wonderful. That is really, really cool. Can we get a little bit of trans pride spam in the chat? That would be awesome. Can't wait to watch you scream at Bennett Foddy. Oh, yeah. That's going to cause a lot of... You guys wanted to see me scream during the haunted house. This haunted house didn't make me scream. Bennett Foddy will.
I don't know if this is any evidence to you, but my mom said we have lead paint in their entire house, and nothing ever happens to their electronics and their batteries.
I mean, their internet's not great.
But their batteries don't drain like that.
Yeah. No, I get
aside,
it.
Maybe the internet I could see being affected by the lead paint, but not the battery.
Right, yeah. So like the moments like the stream would scuff and stuff like that, I think that the lead paint might mess with a little bit of that. But like, yeah, again, I don't have a true explanation. I'm not like sitting here fighting, like I'm not dying on this hill.
No, I know you're not.
This is more of like, I like to theorize because the batteries draining was kind of weak, like superstitious evidence to me, mainly just due to the fact that like even if ghosts exist and I'm 100% believing in ghosts, ghost draining batteries is not like a ooh wow super scientific reasoning for ghosts existing. It's more of like that's annoying that they did. Stop it, you're annoying, you're just annoying at this point. Like it's not fun. Yeah.
Also, woo Max,
Ace of Aesthetics, hello, hi. Yeah, woo Max, heck yeah. We tried nibbling it off the walls and seeing if it improves the signal. We eat a hole in the wall and then only send the Wi-Fi through the... Oh, my God. Debates are fun sometimes. Yeah, and you guys know that's just like my whole... I mean, you guys... I am used to doing, like, tier lists on the stream where you guys just shit on me for, like, 3 hours straight and go, your food takes are awful. So this is not new type of content of me being, like skeptic Andy on the stream. It's just the way that it goes. How many licks will it take to get through the lead paint? The Tootsie center of the Tootsie Puff. Jen, it's so nice to see you here. Thank you for being here. All right, so this is the fridge. Those of you who don't know, this is the one that Morgan and Jordan were like, this is 1,000,000,000% evidence. And
only because I
for me,
experienced it, though.
Yeah, and again...
If it hadn't happened to me, I would still be like, I don't know about
I know, and I know you guys experienced this in a way that was scary and creepy to you.
That's not what I mean, even.
Yeah. But to me, And you can talk about that perspective.
I get why
on
from
the non-skeptic.
But what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
I get why from the outside it would be weak evidence.
Why is this
to
all
people.
highlighted, by the way? Yeah. From the outside, you do understand that.
I only
Oh.
understand why it was evidenced to him and I, because we both saw it happen.
Right.
If
saw it
if you
in...
didn't see it happen up close,
Like,
Yeah,
you
I mean, and
can't really...
even then, though, like, why is this, like, super
Sure.
scuff playback?
Even that,
Why was it
I'm
360?
respecting
Go back to
that
this
you
camera's
can't
microphone.
understand it.
Yeah.
So just...
we haven't
Yeah, and
fully
I've already
stressed
said that a
every-
number of times this stream, is
Yeah.
I get you believe what you saw, and I respect that you believe what you saw.
Right.
I personally don't believe it, like you said, because I wasn't there. And that's the that of that. The first opening, I didn't think anything of it. The second is the one that made me think it could be something.
Right, and when I saw it, just like...
The
open.
longer one where
Yeah.
you see it open? Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Someone name that bad
Yo, new
fridge,
friends.
by the
Hey,
way.
welcome-
Stop.
Bad
Jordan, be quiet. I went bad fridge instead of bad fridge part 2 because I was like, oh, well, this might have all of it, and it has way more views. This is only 77 views. You guys got to get these views up
Yeah.
on these clips. What the
Watch
heck?
him more.
Watch more of Jordan. The one titled Both Fridge. Oh, both fridge. Like that. Brian's shirt falling out of the back. Yeah, that was another one where I was like, it is what it is. But here we go.
The P-Ghost.
Yeah, P-Ghost was
Love the
just kind of
P-Ghost.
gross. Whether that was supernatural or not, why was that? That's
It
the
was just-
grossest thing in the world. There was poop in the toilet
Right.
at one point, and we just thought that Kristen's son, being a teenage boy, was just being like gross and like forgot to flush the toilet and just left like poop and pee in the toilet.
But then I
But
went in
like,
there.
and then we went back later.
I went in there and I was like, I feel like something's in here. I don't like it. Took the EMF. The EMF started going off. And then I went back in and was like, okay, whatever. I'll go to the bathroom. And I opened the toilet and there was just pee in it.
Yeah. The other part of it too, when I went in and I found poop and pee in the toilet, was there was no toilet paper. So this was before Kristen and her son had left the house. So I wanted to be like talk to Jordan and Morgan about it. Like, hey guys, I think Lane pooped and peed in the toilet and just didn't flush it, and it's kind of yucky. And that's all I wanted to tell them. But Kristen was there, so I couldn't talk to them about it. And then once Kristen left, I wasn't just gonna leave like shit and pee in there. So I'd already flushed the toilet. And thinking back, there was no toilet paper in there.
Yeah, there
So
wasn't
if it
any
had been
yeah.
Lane, super gross because he didn't wipe his ass. But that should have been my first indicator that it was probably not him, because it wasn't like this kid was walking around and we were like, wow, it suddenly smells like a fart in here. Because we got like semi close to this kid. So it definitely wasn't that. You could have gathered it as evidence. It was ectoplasm poop. Yeah, we don't know what the heck that was. I don't think it was like a ghost went in there and shit. Because that would be weird if it's like, I don't have a physical body, but I can make physical poopy. Like, that would be very strange. But, I feel like what happened was the ghost, like, made stuff from the tank come back up into the toilet.
Paper would have come up too.
But yeah, and then that was the other thing. We were like, so
There was no
what's
toilet
your
paper.
explanation that the ghost went, abracadabra, poop will appear, and
Well,
then like poop
I
and
don't
pee
have it-
was
See, I've had experiences where like
why that would be so
hair,
gross.
like clumps of people's hair that don't belong to me or you show up
Yeah.
in our house, and that's like the most physical evidence I've ever had in my personal life, is having like hair that does not belong, like clumps of hair
Yeah.
that does not belong to me or you show up at our house.
Yeah.
A whole ass poop.
Yeah, it
I
wasn't
have no
just
explanation
one
for that.
poop. It was like a lot of poop. And that's the other thing is, yeah, that's a good point. If it was like the tank backing up, there would be like toilet paper in there, right? Because it would still come
It
up
looked
with like
cloudy.
the
It
stuff. Yeah, it probably would have looked cloudy and stuff. This was like clear,
You were
like
right,
fresh
Brian.
poop and
I
pee
passed
in
my
there.
first semester in college.
And,
Glad to be
and
back
okay,
after finals.
so you
How
guys
are you guys
want
doing?
me to not be a skeptic so bad. So here's, oh man, I can't explain why there was shit and piss in the toilet. Man, so ghosts that can like pass through walls or like you can't see their bodies, they don't have a physical body. The evidence I believe is that they leave real human shit and piss everywhere. There we go. Boom. Bam. I'm not a skeptic anymore because of toilet humor that ghosts have.
As Ectoplasm.
I feel like
Straight to poop.
a ghost heard that I was like sitting there being like, "Oh, I'm a prankster too," and then they were like, "Oh, you want to see a prank? Watch this 2009 prank channel, YouTube prank channel prank. We put poop and pee in the toilet."
You're shitting
Like,
on me. I'm
yeah.
gonna shit on you.
Oh my god, that's so funny. You found the toilet was wait, what you found in the toilet was my streaming career. It's what poop and pee
No.
comes back up a toilet. That was clearly interesting because I talked about it for 10 minutes. So
You're on the up
you have a
and
very
up, baby.
interesting. You got some good stuff. You know, go shat in the tank so that when you flush more poop comes. Oh my god, did we get top decked by a ghost? The ultimate prank. It was the top deck ghost. They pooped in the top tank, and then when you flush it, the poop goes back into the bowl. That was the ultimate prank. Yeah, not the upper decker. Lane top decked. What if, maybe it was still Lane and he just top decked us and then
what about the
only
other
flushed
pee?
the toilet paper.
What about the second pee, though?
The second pee was weird because none of us had been in the bathroom for hours.
Yeah.
And we came back into the bathroom.
And after I
and there
felt
was
like there
a
was something
ton of pee in the
there,
toilet.
Because I took the EMF in there and it was going off.
Well, and Morgan was like, wait, did one of you like not flush? And we were like, we haven't used the toilet. And I went in there and I was like, it's just full of piss.
Yep.
What's going on? We got frat house pranked by a ghost. How's that feel? Yeah. What a way to kick off your new series, Jordan. I had a ghost poop prank me.
Not clickbait.
Not clickbait. Very funny. Jordan, you said your Twitter? Your Twitter. Let
Has
me
the whole
swap.
stuff, yeah.
Let me swap this back to the screen. I don't want you guys seeing what I Google. I actually don't know what's on. Posted a clip today. Okay. Yeah, I liked it. Because I'm a good friend.
Sure.
You posted it to Twitter though, so it's auto scuffed. Twitter compresses shit so badly. Why does it do this?
So bad.
Elon Musk fixed this. Perhaps it was the poop of that Fat Boy Slim came and pooped in the toilet.
And peed. Learned how to use.
Just straddled the bowl with his little raccoon legs and just
trained him.
I mean, well, I don't want to describe the poop. I described it like 6 times to Jordan, and he kept going,
me.
"Stop describing it that way to me."
I couldn't take it anymore either.
You can see my thumb turn red from pushing it shut. Again,
I did that too.
I know you experienced what you experienced. That's all I'm gonna say. It's a really cool clip.
I like that
regardless, like the effects, like this is a cool thing to see.
I like that my first reaction to the pee was go in there, take the camera there.
Yeah, you
and
are
I was
take
like,
the camera in there,
no,
and then
you
we're like, we
can't.
cannot put a bathroom.
You can't.
We're not doctor disrespecting this.
We haven't fully stress tested everything, so it could be scuffing.
So that's the first time.
What?
Listen, Jordan, listen,
What?
you didn't even put my name in your stream
wait,
title,
wait,
so
wait.
I owe you nothing. I got
What?
not nearly enough clout for that.
I'm going to try that again. Did you hear/see that? I'm going to try that again.
Doesn't explain the toilet. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, natural magnetic forces. Yeah, right. There's like running water near the house and stuff like that. You know, like it could be stuff, but like,
Why
yeah, the
did it-
toilet thing was super strange.
Nope.
The clout chasing
Morning.
during the stream had me laughing. That's the only bit that I had at the moment.
We haven't fully stress
The weird
tested
part
everything,
was
so
that the fridge didn't do that again. Ever.
Yeah,
The
because
whole
I came
night.
in and I fixed it.
Sure.
Very good at fixing fridges. So yeah, that was cool. I mean, it's just cool. At the end of the day, like I don't regret doing this and go, oh my god, guys, we're wasting my time. It's all a fake. It's all dumb. You know, anything like that. I had a blast. I want to do like 1,000 more of these.
Yeah.
I want to go explore like
would
haunted
love to.
places with friends.
I would love to.
And like I want that like that moment where I become a believer. I don't like being a skeptic. I want to join in on the fun party time too. But I need it to be like ironclad. I need it to be like irrefutable. It sounds like you regret doing that. I regret that it wasn't Paranormal Detour Bellaire House featuring, and then in all caps, Girbeagly, twitch.tv/Girbeagly in the title. Unbelievable. That's what I would have done if you came here to Rochester to go through haunted places, but whatever.
We have a lot of haunted places here.
We do have a lot of haunted places here. I've also heard of people having CO or mold exposure, giving them hallucinations and stuff. Yeah, I think it was probably less of that.
No.
They have a housekeeper that comes through and actually cleans. Just because the house was like old and falling apart, but it wasn't dirty. It was like actually like he regrets missing the order window for the pizza.
Yeah.
I was so pissed off about that because for those who don't know, there was like someone in chat being kind of a dick. And Jordan's community, what a bunch of sweethearts all of you were, because I got a little bit annoyed because I was like, I'm hungry. I'm in this crappy home that I don't want to necessarily be in, but I'm having fun with friends. And this guy's calling me annoying. Pizza season, right? And by the way, hello, Toxic Shackle. Welcome to the stream. But the whole time I was playing up that bit where it's like, chat, wouldn't it be funny if I waited till 11:59 to put the pizza order in? The moment that Kristen started making the order, is and I heard her be like, okay, yeah, we'll order this. Okay, cool. We'll pick that up in 15 minutes. On the phone, I was already trying to pay for the pizza. I'd asked Jordan, what do you want? But I had the stuff in my cart that I wanted because they had this $19.99 deal, 2 medium, 1 topping pizzas, cheesy breadsticks, and a 2-liter bottle of Coke. And we were going to just get that shit. The anxiety, the drama. Yeah, it was literally just to yank you guys around to make it be haha, streamer bit. And then I was going to be like, haha, surprise, we ordered it 15 minutes ago. But I just was sitting there jamming on it. I tried to pay with Apple Pay. I tried to pay with PayPal. I tried to pay with my credit card, with my debit card, with everything. And it just did not let it go through. So that was me thinking the website was just down or something. It was just annoying. Yeah.
I'm the only one who can prank you.
Yeah. So yeah, Brian lied to you. I literally was gaslighting you guys. I was hoping that I could make it into a funny bit of what if we wait till 11:59? I was trying to order the pizza at 11:40. Then we called the other place because we were told by Kristen in chat. It was literally called 24/7 Pizza, by the way. Goes haunted Brian's phone and card. And Brian's joke bit. It was called 24/7 Pizza. And I call, and the guy goes, it's just a voicemail immediately. And it's thank you for calling 24/7 Pizza. Unfortunately, the season is over, so we are not open for the remainder of the season. And I was like, what season are you talking? Is there is it only legal to hunt pizza from late spring through the beginning of summer? What is it deer season? Is pizza season? What do you mean the season is over? What are you talking about? Why was that why was that your voicemail? Just say, sorry, we're closed. Don't tell me the season is over. I'm going to wonder about the rest of my life. I'm going to be tempted to go back to Armpit, Bellaire, Ohio.
And ask them what the fuck.
To go find out if it's actually pizza season yet. And try 24/7 Pizza. It was actually the ghost that picked up the phone and said pizza season. The pizzas are ripe off the pizza trees during pizza season. Yeah, what does that mean? Why?
They're still on the vine. It's too early.
Yeah. Sorry, none of our pizzas are ripe yet. What is that about? Why was that a thing? Anyway, so we didn't get pizza, which sucked. I was in a bad mood because the payment just wasn't good. I was sitting there jamming on the payment buttons. I was if I accidentally order 40 pizzas, whatever. At least we'll have food. And it just wasn't working. And then the guy said the kind of crappy thing that I was being annoying and that he didn't want me on the stream. And then I watched Jordan's chat in real time collapse like a fucking colony of ants on this one guy and just be knock it off. Go watch a different stream. There's no need to be rude. You guys were all really nice about it, but in a firm way. And I was in the seance room because I had to walk away from the camera because I was I'm going to cuss this dude out because I'm not in a good mood. And then I saw all the nice messages in chat, and Morgan came out to like comfort me. That's like how annoyed I was. And Morgan came out to like comfort me, and everyone in chat was just like, I love this community. Like, what a nice bunch of people. And I immediately felt better, which was really, really nice. So thank you if you were there for that, because I didn't see anyone being like, hey, fuck you, buddy. Like, go away. No one likes you. Like, no one was doing like a jerk thing. No one was like stooping to his level. So that was really nice. So I hope he just like learned, like, you don't be a jerk to people's friends type of thing. I saw Jordan watching BuzzFeed's episode. He was so mad they got pizza. Oh my God.
How dare they get the
chat
pizza?
rules for supporting. No, you are. I cannot imagine. I even told Jordan this a couple times. I can't imagine having like a better group of people to like react live to what we were doing. Because it didn't matter if it was me making light of something that I didn't think was real, or Jordan and Morgan having like really intense reactions to things going on, or those moments where I broke character and it's like, I'm not comfortable right now. Things like that. Like, you all like rolled with it. All of it. I saw some people being like, yeah, I agree with you, Brian. Like, that was like something that like I wasn't fully convinced by, but it was cool. It was neat. And then some of you who are like, whoa, that was like super wild. Like, yeah, Jordan, ask it this. Or like, whoa, there's an orb behind you guys. And we would like go back and like review and like see if it was an orb or not. All that was so cool. It was just so cool. Like, truly one of the most unique things that I've ever done in my life. So I really appreciate all of you who were hanging out. And just like, this is cool content. This is what content creation was meant for.
Yeah.
You know, do weird stuff.
It's so
do
cool.
creative things. Like, just have fun. And like, you know, pursue that thing you want to do. I think this kind of thing, Jordan throwing themselves completely into this kind of thing, is super inspiring. If you're an up and coming creator, like, this is awesome. This is like what Twitch is meant for. Like, cool, interesting, off the beaten path. Yeah, out of the box.
It's very inspiring.
Just cool.
To
Yeah,
see.
it's really, really neat. Super cool stuff. So like, thank you for joining us. And thanks again, those of you who came over from like Jordan's community and like wanted to check me out or check Morgan out or whatever, like, thank you. Like, that's so awesome. That's so flattering that you saw me walking around doing like a bad Shane from BuzzFeed Unsolved like impression. And you thought like, oh, it's time to check out what this weirdo does. Like, that's nice. Thank you. Really cool. So grateful Jordan pulled the trigger on this. Me too.
Yeah.
Especially seeing it in person. The
cool.
backpack, the like proprietary blend backpack is unbelievably impressive. Really cool stuff. Honestly, can't see where Jordan goes next. Yeah, I'm so excited to see what happens next. I've never really watched BuzzFeed Unsolved.
Me either.
We were watching a bunch of it after the haunted house, and we were like, we can't think of like a duo in content creation that has like a better dynamic than the two of them. If you liked what you saw watching us, they're so funny. Sure, their videos are like edited down like quick little like 10 to 15 minute things, so you don't get like the full immersive experience like we provided. But they're really, really very, very cool and very funny. I think that a lot of people here would like it. And they're no longer on BuzzFeed. They are doing Ghost Files on their own like network they created, which I'm so excited about. People don't understand how sick that backpack is. Yeah, it's really like next gen, very cool stuff.
It's so cool.
Shane X Ryan OP. Yeah. Yeah, they really are the best. I have a stepkid that loves it, so I've seen all of them. They're so fun. They're really fun. That's so cool that you get to like bond over that kind of thing. Because it does transcend like generations and interest. Like if you're someone who's into video essays, it's like cool. If you're like into doc series, like it's cool. If you're into supernatural stuff only, it's cool. If you're into comedy dynamics, like, you know, buddy comedy stuff, like it's very cool. I have to check it out one of these days. Yeah, I think a lot of people here would really like it. Serious difference in experiencing it as an audience post via live or versus live. Yeah. It was an incredible connection between streamer and audience. Yeah, and I thought we were going to have like a lot more shitters in chat who were like, oh, what's that shadow man behind you guys? Like in chat, and like chat was going to like, you know, spam it, or there'd be like one man spam of like creepy stuff like that. But everyone was being very respectful, and I think a lot of people were just sitting there like edge of their seat, like just as tense as we
I'm out
were.
visiting my aunt
Because
and had
again,
horrible
some of
reception,
us were
but I
like
love watching the
so
live stream.
nervous. I think Jordan, I don't know if you breathed regularly the entire stream. But like there were moments like, again, just that primal fear of being in a dark, unfamiliar place and not knowing what's around the next corner certainly was a high tension thing. So to have such a willingly enthusiastic group of people there was awesome.
Yeah,
like so
totally.
cool. That's like the stuff like I've missed since like COVID started, of doing like, you know, live theatrical big production cool stuff like that. It was really, really neat. It really was watching the VOD back. This is found
Yeah.
footage movie,
I'm gonna go
except
pee
for
due
real.
to
Oh my god, what is going on? Why you guys are all
pee.
Thank you. Thank you
Ace of
so
Aesthetics.
much.
Thank you. That's very nice.
Super nice of you.
to
Thank you
think
for doing that. Good
of-
lord.
About me.
And Nick Scars, thank you also for the 17 months. I'm out visiting my aunt and have horrible reception, but I loved watching the live stream. I'm glad, and
Aw,
I'm so
that's
glad that it all
great.
got documented on Jordan's channel here. Like, we can go through a couple more of these. I mainly just wanted to talk from my side of things and revisit like a couple things. Like I think some of that stuff is so cool. Black Rose, thank you for the 5 gifted, by the way. That's really
That's
nice
so
of you.
much. That's so nice.
This is a lot. I know that I'm gonna get a strike. I don't know if mods are in chat. Mod check. But this is too much. This is a lot. I just got back from my trip. This isn't like a normal stream. This is me just rambling about stuff. Thank you very, very much for being here. Thank you for being awesome and kind. I love all of you so very much. I miss the hell out of you. When I'm gone from streaming, like it's a bummer. I don't get to I'm going on vacation next Saturday, the 28th of this month. I'm going to be gone for a full week again. So I'm going to miss all of you a ton. I might try to do like a mobile stream from like the hotel on my phone if they have good internet there. I have no idea, or if I have time. But no guarantees. So I'm going to be worried again about just, you know, people feeling like I'm not providing enough content and like I'm being neglectful as a creator and stuff.
Yeah.
So this is a lot of support. Thank you so much. All of you are so sweet. All of you are so, so kind. Thank you for being here. Me too, that same week. Now I won't feel bad missing streams. Yeah, you won't miss any because there won't be any. Tasty Zone, Serby, Troy, 1941, Barca, and Solstice824. If any of you are in chat, I hope you have already said thank you to Black Rose for the access to the emotes and the sub badges. Thank you so, so much for being who you are. Thank you for being a part of the community. No way, we all need breaks. You should enjoy yours. I hope that it just builds up like the anticipation. People will be excited that we're through, you know, St. Jude month. We'll have like done another one of those, and people will just be excited for what we do in June. I have a lot of fun things planned. How do we get it through your skull that you're not getting rid of us?
That's so funny.
Some of you have proved that time and time again, and I just what a community. Like
You're all great.
thank you a ton. Like thank you. Let's see if we can. There's got to
Yeah,
be
you
like
pick
some
out.
basement stuff, right? Basement is, I don't like the basement. Like a lot of this stuff is just orb stuff. Morgan and I watched back a couple of the orb clips and we're like, those are moths or like bugs.
Yeah.
There was a couple we were like, I don't know what that was. That could have been an orb, but like a lot of them were just bugs, I think, or things like that. Piss ghost. Okay.
And one of
you know,
them-
I didn't even have to look at the name to know who clipped this. Bree, this is you all over it.
One of them was me going,
Yeah. Oh,
'Cause I
yeah. That was
recognized
the other
my
one.
own
We were
voice,
tuning.
yeah.
Morgan was. We were listening to your stream, Jordan, on the drive home, podcast style, and you guys thought Morgan's voice was a chair leg scraping on the wooden floor. You thought her going was
it
like
definitely was me going,
like that.
because I was about to
Oh
respond
my
to someone
God.
in chat, but then the flashlight came on
Yeah.
by itself, so I never got to finish my
And as soon as we both heard it, we were like, "That's just Morgan saying
I recognized my own voice.
She was just going,
Unfortunately.
I missed the basement stuff because I had to sleep. It was not awesome. Well, let's show the basement quick. You guys want to see the basement shit? Because it was not my favorite. That's another place that was very icky, and we had an incident where I was basically like, I have no explanation for why that just happened. Banned. I got bopped. Yeah, don't get bopped. Nightbot will. I know it's fun to mess with Nightbot, but she will start timing you out for longer times within 24-hour spans. So just please be careful. We knew it was you saying but the video artifacted over your mouth. Oh, okay.
I didn't know that. We
there's
weren't watching.
artifacting.
We
Okay.
couldn't watch the
Yeah,
whole
we
thing on
couldn't
the
watch
ride
because
home
we were
driving.
we were driving still.
Yeah, and my dad, my poor dad.
Yeah. I have non-ghost reasons for not liking basements. I mean, basements are, again, it's the...
Inherently creepy, yeah.
We all have this prime... Wow, look at... I look kind of good in this clip. Or in this thumbnail. I don't know what about... That looks like a...
Yeah.
That goes hard. Why does that image go so hard? Here's the thing. We all, like, I for those who don't know, part of the reason I'm a huge skeptic is not only did I take quantum physics in college, but on top of it, and I'm willing to admit, science is theory. Science is the human understanding within human limitations and boundaries of how to explain the shit that happens in the world. Like, we needed a reason for when you drop a ball, why does it fall? We came up with gravity. But that's still just a human understanding of a universal force.
It doesn't tell you the whole concept.
Science, at the end of the day, yeah, is still a theory. We know it always happens. We don't know why it always happens.
Just like
basically.
I learned the other day, they knew Pepto-Bismol worked, but they didn't know how it worked until recently.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But the thumbnail giving me the boys at 3 a.m. looking for beans vibe. Beans. Here's the thing. I keep forgetting to turn on the music. I'm so sorry. Bad DJ. I think, again, those who don't know, I studied psychology. That was my major in college. I was a psych counselor for a while. I worked with teen boys mainly, from 13 to 18, who suffered from everything from bipolar to full-blown schizophrenia. I've heard, a lot of really intense stories from people, and I have helped them come to logical realizations over time. So I'm not just explaining to sound demeaning or condescending or like I'm the smartest person in the room. Like, that is not the way I think of myself. I'm an idiot. But there are a lot of things that happen that that can be explained away with our limited understanding of the world and the universe. Being in a dark place like a basement, it doesn't matter if you believe in ghosts or not. Basements suck. If they are unfurnished basements, they are just a dark hole in the ground that's essentially like going into like a animal den. Like, we have primally built into us, like, don't go into the place you can't see what's in front of you, that you don't know what's down there. I know I don't have a lion in my basement, but there might be a centipede that crawls across my foot, and then I'm going to throw up. So I'm queasy when I go into my own basement, Kind of like basements. Well, okay, some of you never, I guess, evolved past Ooga Booga cavemen then. But... And that's also primally in our DNA. Listen, I'm allowed to make that joke because apparently I have like 97... I have more Neanderthal DNA, according to like the DNA like sites, than like 97% of the people on them. That's why I have that really strong brow bone. So yeah, it's one of those things where like I have been around the block per se as far as understanding the human mind. Speaking of basements, construction on my accessible basement suite has started just the last few days, and hopefully it will mean I'll be able to be a lot more independent. That's awesome and safe. I love that, Kat. That's really, really wonderful to hear. I don't know that you don't have a lion in your basement, Brian. Guys, come on. Don't try to don't spoil the surprise. I said there's exciting things happening in June. Do you want the lion basement stream, IRL stream, to be a success or not?
He just yelled, he's the lion.
Oh, Siggy's the lion, yeah. I'm seeing the cat.
Oh yeah, the car.
Give me food
alarm
all the
thing.
time. The car alarm thing, I mean, that was scary,
just
but
weird.
it wasn't a supernatural
No,
thing. It was just
bizarre.
awful timing and so abrasive that it was terrible to experience. Yeah, Sig is the line. He is. I think people attribute being a skeptic to something like, I don't get scared, and that's simply not it. Humans are wired genetically to have animalistic instincts, no matter how advanced of a creature we are. Exactly. Again, I don't think that being a skeptic means that you have to make fun of other people's beliefs. I think you can not believe them for yourself and want to seek out your own answers while respecting that other people truly believe that they experienced a different perspective of life. I also think that it means you still have primal fears. You still are creeped out by things. And I think that a true skeptic should always be looking for the answers to the universe. You should always want those experiences. You should always have that drive to get those experiences within your own wheelhouse, essentially, and get to like internalize those. I think that's a very important thing. Not to ever shut a door on what could or could not happen. So, yeah. So again, some of you were wondering like why I said I think this made me more of a skeptic. It made me more of a skeptic because I walked out of the house without enough conclusive evidence for me to be like, those were definitely ghosts that did those things. Unlike the story I have when I saw the ghost at Morgan's parents' house that was like straight up, like there was a person there that disappeared I cannot explain. That then was later referenced by a complete stranger while we were at a spiritual like place. That's a way too many like coincidences and weird events where that's like, that is my ghost story. I 100% believe in ghosts, but I don't believe that they're always the cause of things. So that's my thing. I don't ever want people to think I'm talking down to them. I'm just very objective and matter of fact, to the point type of person. So that's the way that I do things. I've got to head out now. Take care, Brian Morgan, and everyone else here. Hope you all have a good time zone. Jessica, take care. Get some good rest.
Good night.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Seriously. Sometimes it's okay to go ooga booga mode. Yeah. Yeah. Would you say the sample size wouldn't be high enough then? Yeah. Since we spent 12 hours and 11 is distracted by entertaining a live stream. Yeah. I honestly, I genuinely think that, like, as fun and as amazing as it was to be there, like, live on camera like that, I just want to go. That's part of the reason I'm like, seriously, if you ever have future slots that you need filled for this segment, I really want to come back on it because I want more exposure. I want to expand that sample size. I want to have more experiences like the ball rolling onto my foot where I went, what the hell did that? I don't know because I didn't see what did it. But I can't explain why it happened. Owning a house with deaths, mom and a child that happened in it, numerous events happen. Changes your perspective. Yeah, sure. I agree. I believe fully that you believe in and you experience the things that you say you experience, but I am not there experiencing those things, so I have no way of confirming that is all it is. Insufficient sample size. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it, honestly, Jordan. You guys are lucky because I know many people that have spent 24 in spots like these and been bored out of their minds. They were 100% or 1,000% true believers. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's the other thing is...
more exposure, get Brian more clout. Yeah. Yeah, that's the real reason I want to be on there is to make the clout joke a ton. Get, like, a bunch more followers again.
I feel like, even though I'm a believer, each haunted place is still subjective to the person who owns it.
Yeah.
So Kristen was very educated and knew what she was talking about and had a lot of intense experiences in there. So it was very intense. But if someone who had bought a house and was like, I heard a creepy noise once or twice, now I'm gonna make this a paranormal destination and there's no activity in there, then there's no activity in there. Even if you're a true believer, it's just not a place that has activity.
Yep. And so that's like another thing where I want more. I don't have a lot of opportunities to put myself in a situation where I'm like, there is a lot of stuff going on here. There is stuff that goes around our house that same type of deal. Morgan experiences it. I'm not in the room, so I have no idea what happened. So I want more of those. I want to, and I want to do it in places where people claim the most of it happens.
I'll take you to where we have the famous white lady.
Yeah, yeah,
Rochester.
we
We
should
have
do
a-
that. No,
we have one of
we've
the
talked about that
most
for a while.
Famous white ladies, who is a type of
White Karen,
a white
if you will.
lady.
Lady in
Yeah,
white.
Lady in white is a type of ghost. Oh my God. We have the most famous white lady
Oh God.
in the country here.
Yeah. A white woman. Oh God, the most terrifying thing. No. So there's this legend that's in a lot of different parts of the U.S. called "Woman in White,"
A
which
lady in white,
is like
yeah.
like a mourning like
woman.
widow or woman who
Or
like
a
lost her
woman,
life
yeah.
and like haunts a certain like
We have
bridge
one
or
of the most
location.
famous in the country
Yeah.
here in Rochester.
They hitchhike. Yeah, sometimes they hitchhike.
Yeah.
Atomic Candy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. And we have one of the most famous ones allegedly here in Rochester. I've never seen her, but I
I've
would
never
love
seen
to.
her either, but
I
know-
really want to.
I know where she allegedly lives.
A white woman, run! We were full ready to split up into other rooms with walkie-talkies and extra cameras to hide, to play hide and seek and meme, but then ended up too afraid and unsafe. Yeah, especially
other
once
people
Kristen
just-
was like, "Do not do that." We were like, "Okay," like we will not split up. She was like, "Don't split up in this house. Do not do that." Pokemon Go to the polls. The famous white lady. Yeah.
Yeah, she lives here in Rochester.
Yeah. There's just
Outside.
one single white
Yeah.
woman. It's Morgan.
No,
I'm with.
I'm not terrifying, am I?
No, but you are the. You're.
I am the famous white lady.
There's
guys.
only one
There's
famous
only
white
one.
lady. It's
me.
Morgan. And then everyone else, it's wild. It's like paradise for me. It's everyone else here is a POC. Just what? What's up, Haley? Welcome back.
Hey, Haley.
We've got one in Chicago known as Resurrection Mary. That's a
dang, that sounds
terrifying. I
terrifying.
hate that name. That's actually a terrifying name. The name itself carries weight. A white woman. What are the Ghostbusters going to do about it? Nothing. Typical. Yeah. What are a white woman? What are the Ghostbusters doing about it? Nothing. Typical. Is La Llorona or Llorona? How do you say that? Is it La Llorona? La Llorona, right? A lady in white.
Yes.
I think she counts
Yeah,
as
she
the
counts as well.
Mexican version. Yeah.
Yes, she's.
Yeah.
She also.
Which is really cool. I love that legend. We watched that movie. That movie sucks, unfortunately, but like
The legend is very
the
cool.
legend is so cool,
Yeah.
so interesting. And again, that's the thing. I want to go around and legend hunt. I want to do that. That's cool. I love hearing about like this is the place. All this crazy stuff happened, and people come here all the time and see stuff all the time. Let me be one of the people who sees like way more. You encountered a scary enough white woman at the hotel. I mean, you're not wrong. Also, can we talk about how we devolved to singing Country Roads at the top of our lungs at the Spirit Box because we heard music sign? Yeah.
Loved that. That was a bonding moment.
Yarona? Yeah, that's what I thought. Double L's is a Y, and that's why I was trying to say it that way, and then my brain shut off.
I'm white, so I can't say it right. I'm so
Yeah, so it's Yarona. I think it's so cool. As I've said to friends when telling them about the live stream, I was looking to be entertained, and that absolutely happened, so I'm a satisfied viewer. I'm so glad to hear that, Cheeky. And that's the thing, I think that Jordan has such a great angle on this because, again, it doesn't matter if you are a believer or a non-believer, there's going to be something entertaining, whether it's the dynamic between Jordan and the guests in chat, Jordan in chat, you actually see freaky shit happen. There is something it's a grab bag of like what's going to happen because none of it is expected. Like us singing Country Roads was something we did not expect to have happen. Just the same way me having a ball roll on my foot or Jordan getting bopped by a fridge door, none of us expected these things to happen. Or I was finding ghost poop and pee in the toilet. It was interesting.
It
was really cool stuff.
Something I just
Really cool stuff. I liked it a lot.
Pee and poop.
So I'm glad to hear that people were entertained and stuff. That's why I named my segment Paranormal Detours, so I can also tackle legends and
That's
stuff.
so
Heck
cool.
yeah! Love it. Would you try to hunt cryptids? I would love to try to go to places where people are like, we see this cryptid, all the time, like in this house or like on this old dusty road or in this like line of trees or something. I would love to do that. Live to see Mothman.
The pee pee
Richard
poop
Gere? Yeah, the pee pee poo poo
New
man.
cryptid.
Don't say his name.
New cryptid, pee pee poo poo man.
Oh, that's that awful movie that
I know.
every time I see it on like Netflix, I'm like, we should watch, and then I'm like, no.
I know.
Don't say his name, the pee pee poo poo man. You won't be laughing. You summoned him. Oh no. Yeah, I thought there was gonna be a lot more of that during the stream of chat, just being like, he's behind you, he's behind you. No, you guys were awesome. You were very respectful. You know, I did my best to always thank the spirits we were allegedly talking to and ask permission for things. Again, that is stuff I've learned from Morgan over the years, just as someone who does, again, some people were probably like, man, you pushed it with some of the jokes. I didn't. I know my boundaries. If I had, you would have said something.
I call Stinky, our resident spirit,
Yeah.
stupid all the time.
Yeah.
So it's okay.
Yeah, Morgan's more disrespectful to our home ghost that we allegedly have here. So, it is one of those things where, like, I want people to know I fully respect what they believe in. Just because I don't believe in it doesn't mean I can't show basic human decency. And I can't, you know, enjoy trying to find the answers that bring us closer in our belief systems. Because that's what I really want. I think at the end of the day, it's that I want to understand. I want to know what it's like on the other side of the fence. I want to have my beliefs intersect with other people's beliefs a little bit more. I think that's a fascinating thing to pursue in life. The baloney man. Respect for the unknown is based as hell. Yeah, I mean, also, why would you fuck with that stuff? You know, why would you ever be like if I was someone who is like, well, the chances of getting struck by lightning are like 1 in a million. I'm gonna walk through this like open field with like a metal rod in my hand because probability is on my side. No, that's why. Don't do that.
Good night, Jordan.
Jordan, get some sleep.
Thank you
Good luck tomorrow.
for
Thank
being
you.
Such a great
Thank you.
friend.
Seriously
Thank you for everything.
This was the coolest thing in the world. I really hope there's like a season 2 where we can like come back and do more. Like I'll pay you. I'll pay you money to do it.
We'll pay you money.
You know, because you didn't pay me, but I'll pay you money. So gotta stop doing it. In my mom's town, a Delaha / Headless Horseman. Oh, Doulahan. Yeah, I know what those are. Headless Horseman has been spotted during rainy days. Are you from Ireland? Because as far as I knew, they're only in Ireland.
No, there's one in Sleepy Hollow, remember?
There's one in Sleepy Hollow? Oh, yeah, I guess it's the Sleepy Hollow ghost. I guess that's right.
It's
I thought that was German, though. Isn't that like an Austrian, like,
No.
bounty hunter was like the legend or some weird shit?
No, it's
In Mexico? I thought Doulahan originated in Ireland, though. Because that's an Irish word.
I don't know. I don't know legend lore like that.
Yeah, see,
not
and
my
that's
specialty.
where my fascination with this
Yeah.
stuff comes from, is I like to learn about the histories of different cultures and locations, towns, whatever, houses. That's my side of it, is like I like to read Wikipedia. I spend all day on Wikipedia. When I'm not doing work, I am most likely on my phone on Wikipedia, going on a deep dive about like something like this. Morgan is more into the actual practice side of things, so we sort of supplement each other's knowledge with some of the stuff.
Like urban legends.
Oh, you know way fucking more than I do. Yeah, for sure.
About urban legends?
No, I meant just about
right.
all of this stuff
Yeah,
in general. Yeah.
You know more about urban legends.
Yeah, and I know more about urban legends and stuff like that.
Also, Megan, to answer your question, I did, and I will be talking more about that on my stream. I just don't want to talk about like all the stuff I did to prepare like spiritually on Brian's like skeptic stream.
Yeah, this is the
Yeah.
Shaniacs. If you want the Bugara crew, you got to go over to Morgan's channel. Again, this is my clever marketing for my wonderful partner. Please use the Morgan command. She is on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. Go follow her on everything but specifically Twitch, and you can get all the answers you're looking for over there. from her.
On Saturday, I think. Yeah.
Because she wants to. You want this to be content for you too. You know, like to be able to talk to your chat about this stuff.
Talk about the tarot reading specifically.
Yeah.
Break it down and talk about that because
it's very in depth.
And not
stuff.
everyone's interested in that, so I don't want to take over your stream to do it.
Yeah, no, I get that. Amanda Debbie, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. So, yeah, that's my big thing is, oh, that's so cool, Crispy. Nye and Daydreamer Dan did a podcast on the Doulahan. Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, it's like a Irish Headless Horseman style ghost. And they typically kind of stay in one spot. So that's why it surprises me a little bit that there's like stories of them elsewhere, but who knows? Like Morgan has been talking to me about the fact that spirits, once you're a spirit, there isn't things that bind you. That is like she doesn't believe in that kind of thing.
Spirits or trap spirits.
Yeah, they can, because spirits are kind of just energy that are on like a different plane of existence that we can't see allegedly.
I don't
that's a lot of the like real world explanation of what they are. Because when you think about it, physics people, when you think about it, you cannot break down energy. We are full of energy. When we pass on, that energy has to go somewhere. Whether it stays as a single consciousness or spreads out and we disperse into the universe again, who knows? But in the theory of ghosts specifically, and spirits specifically, you wouldn't really be able. What do? You get the Ghostbusters little like foot stompy thing. That's the only thing that would like keep energy in the same place. You'd have to like put I'd die and then you'd hold a microwave over me and shut the door and then my energy's bouncing around in the microwave heating up hot dogs.
Like, I believe Edwin is choosing to stay in that house because he loved having seances at his place at the table.
Yeah.
And he is choosing to stay there.
Yeah.
I don't believe he's trapped there.
Yeah, I think that Edwin has fond memories and enjoys meeting new people and interacting with them.
Even though he was depressed trying to do the seances, it's something he loved doing. So why would he leave it?
Yep, exactly. So again, as a skeptic, I'm someone who, if I have to believe in spirits, that scientific explanation makes a lot more sense to me than, oh, the spirit is trapped here forever because of their misery or something. Maybe they're just sad, but I don't think they're trapped there. I think that they have sort of like you emotionally trap yourself in bed if you have depression. I've done that many times where I just lay in bed and I go, I can't do work. That's me being trapped there. I physically could get up and just walk downstairs and make a burrito, but I'm going to lay in bed and be sad in that spot. And I think maybe that happens to some spirits as well. Who knows? But I don't think that they're trapped by some unseen force that is keeping them hostage.
I also don't believe that they don't know that they're dead.
Yeah.
They definitely know.
Yeah. Because that's a pretty intense thing that I think is, yeah. But anyway, I had something I read that I wanted to say. Fall and Winter, good luck with the homework. Hot Dog Ghost is a great idea. Quantum Entanglement. Yeah, Quantum Entanglement. Yeah. After stream is done, definitely going to work on history homework. Good luck. Good luck to ya. What was the thing I read? I read a little thing. Huh?
I said just go back up.
I'm going back up. If you want a fun little culture trip, look up Little People Alaska for Alaska Native folklore. Yeah, I know there's a ton of really cool belief systems in the indigenous peoples of like Alaska and like the Canadian territories and stuff like that have always fascinated me, and I've always really respected a lot of the way that they do things. Y'all were so brave. Oh my goodness, Amanda, I was just explaining that we were only brave to a point. There was still that very much that natural nervousness and tension that was going on that anyone would get like walking into a dark, unknown place. I'm a skeptic, so my fear of like ghosts specifically wasn't very high, but there were definitely moments I felt very creeped out, and we even went over the one where I was like, I cannot explain why I felt that way. That might have been like, I can admit that might have been like a ghost moment where like the doll room and I switched gears and it was me like, guys, are you there? Like I was like ghost freaked. Because there is no other explanation for me feeling like I was like suffocating suddenly. You just reminded me of a comedy horror movie where the protagonist traps his demon-possessed hand in a microwave and a zombie Seth Green lets it out to make popcorn. Are you talking about Idle Hands? The classic from, like, what, the late 90s, early 2000s? Are you okay? What did you... Oh, I thought you, like, fell asleep, like, fainted in the chair. You just did, like, this. You turned into the Grudge. You turned into the broken neck lady from Fatal Frame. God, oh, that's the worst ghost in that game. See, this is the thing, guys. I'm fascinated by Ghost Media. When Morgan and I first started dating, I played the first Fatal Frame game on PS2, and it freaked me the hell out. And that's what I'm talking about, is I want to go to more haunted houses because if I have that moment, I will be scared into being a believer forever. I don't want to see something that horrific, but, like, you know. Yeah. I want to find the basement.
Okay.
Because the basement was genuinely awful. Just terrible. The broken neck lady. Yeah, broken neck lady in the first Fatal Frame game is one of the best, scariest enemy designs. That and, like, the long arm dude.
I hate the long-armed man.
Yeah. It was a spooky experience for sure. I wanted to jump through the stream and throw hands with whatever was messing with you. I was so... I was overwhelmed with fear. Like, it was just primal. Like, I literally thought I was alone for a moment. It was like darkness beyond darkness. Like, all my senses were, like, deadened. Hey, what's up, Shark Boy?
Hey,
hello,
Shark
hi.
Boy,
I hope you're doing well. It's
hi.
good to see you here. So, yeah.
Do you think if y'all weren't streaming, it would have been scarier? Yeah.
Yeah, if we
Absolutely.
weren't streaming and had, like, the excuse of stalling and answering questions and feeling like... It felt like there was an audience there,
Yeah.
you know? It felt like there were other people...
I felt like I wasn't alone.
who were you guys were very again, I said this earlier, chat was such a comforting energy because all of you were so respectful, so fun, very funny. There was a lot of, like, moments where, like, things felt heavy and tense, and chat brought a levity that was so natural and so, like, warm that it really sort of, like, I think that we all would have been a lot more stressed out without you all there. If I'm going to be honest. So, yeah. Instant dread. Yeah, that's a great way to describe it, Lucky Lavender. It's been hard to put it into words, but it was instant dread combined with, like, this intense feeling of isolation. Like, no one was within 50 miles of me kind of feeling. Moon Sugar, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. And then, like, I couldn't, like, hear or see right. Like, it felt like all my senses had, like, stopped working partially. It was really horrible. I would not wish that sensation on literally anybody. So, yeah. Fell asleep when you guys were in the rocking chair room. I needed to finish the last bit. That was actually an uneventful room. I'm new here. How's your night? Hey, what's up? Woo Raid? Hey, what's up? Anyone joining? Hello, hi. Hazel, like the color. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. We're talking about our time in Ohio at the Bellaire House. Just vibing out. If you're brand new here, please read the rules so you don't get timed out by me, a modern Nightbot. My name is Brian. I do everything from AAA games to indie horror to just chatting streams to opening Pokemon cards, cosplay, whatever. We do a little bit of everything here, and we appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Welcome. When I was in the Army, I worked night shift at the hospital. I just realized my alert window is, like, over everything. I'm gonna put that over that side. At a hospital in Colorado. Occasionally, TVs in empty patient rooms would randomly turn on. Creepiest thing was I saw a woman sitting in the chair next to a patient's bed. When I got the RN, we went back to the room and she was gone. The only way for her to leave the ward was to walk past the front desk. Yeah, that's very creepy. It's very, very creepy.
I'd be alarmed.
Your stream was on Markiplier's, but yeah, Mark is a close friend of mine, and well, I don't want to say close friend because I don't know how. I don't know if that's the right way to put it. Mark is a long-term friend of mine.
Yeah.
We've known each other for years, and we are personal friends. Yeah, he hosts me sometimes, which is really cool. So, what was it I was saying? My brain.
Basement clip.
Oh yeah, I want to find basement clip. But then also... Actually, does anyone in chat have a basement clip they could maybe send to one of the mods? And then the mods can post it in chat. My aunt is a nurse, and she's done creepy stories about some hospitals. Hospitals have some pretty rancid vibes, if I'm going to be honest. So I don't doubt that at all.
Not that either.
Here's the thing is, oh gosh, my brain just went to hell. Oh, yeah, I didn't, okay, so those of you who are new here, some of you have been here for a long time. You guys real quick, before we find the basement clip, because that is real creepy. And again, another thing, I cannot explain what happened while we were down there.
Yeah,
it was just, it was nasty, yucky, horrible vibes.
And I didn't even go down.
I have a ghost story. You guys are sitting here, Brian, we're never going to convince him. Oh, he's so obtuse, so dismissive of things. No, I'm not dismissive of crap. I'm just here to talk things out with you. I don't die on hills. Thank you for the basement clip. I appreciate that. Danable Lecter, thank you so much. Appreciate you a lot. I've only gotten to know you a couple days here, but we appreciate you being around. And thank you, Sheriff, for passing it on. Yeah, that's fine. I'll tell the story. Let me put on appropriate music so it's like... Let me also get this clip loaded up. We'll watch this after I'm done with the story, because oofers. That's going to be an oofers in the chat moment for sure. All right. Let me get not this music on. Let me find royalty-free spooky music or something. Royalty-free scary music. 1 hour of royalty. Okay, I hope this is good. All right, chat. Oh, this is gonna get like super loud. If I get jump scared by this YouTube video, I'm gonna poop my pants on stream, which I think is TOS. All right. Some of you might have heard this because, again, Jordan made me tell this on stream, on his stream, and I've told this a number of times here on my channel. I think some level of skepticism is healthy, to be honest. Even though you experience something doesn't mean every weird thing that happens is paranormal. Exactly. Right. That's sort of the way I approach life. And then when I have no answers that make sense from a scientific side and make way more sense from a fantastical side, of course I'm going to start thinking of that thing as less fantastical and more likely that it happened and that it was real in some kind of way. So, here's the thing. I do have a ghost story. I believe in ghosts. I do. Hopefully the music's okay as well. This was back closer to when Morgan and I first started dating. We've been dating for 14 years, so a very long time ago. I was in college. And my college was the city over from where we live now in Rochester, New York. And I would travel from the city I went to college in to Rochester all the time. And I would, I'd sometimes go really late at night because I was doing homework, studying for a test, what have you, I had to make sure that I was attending to my studies and my grades and whatnot. So sometimes I wouldn't end up leaving the city, which was a couple hours away, until, like 9, 10, 11 at night. And I wouldn't end up getting to Morgan's until like midnight-ish, 1 in the morning, sometimes later. Roxy Rondell, take care. Thank you so much for hanging with us tonight. One night, left kind of late. It's probably not until around midnight that I got to Morgan's parents' house. And I was just, like, I was pretty tired. But, I wasn't, like, so tired, like, where I doubted my senses or anything like that. Morgan's parents' house used to have this old swing set from when she was a really, really young kid. Like, super, super old swing set out front that no one had used for a long time. When you pulled up into her parents' driveway in front of their house, normally my headlights would illuminate it, and it was fine. There was never anything wrong with it. It was just an old swing set. That night, I drove up, my headlights illuminated the swing set, and I saw movement. And it was one of the swings swinging back and forth. Someone was sitting in it. It was a little girl in like a white dress. She was probably like 8 years old, like really, really young. And it was pitch black out. She had been swinging in like the dark. And I was like, what the hell is this little girl doing here? Like this is I wasn't creeped out. I was confused. I was like, why is there a little girl here? This isn't good. Her parents probably wonder where she is. She probably shouldn't be here. This music is getting intense. Put on the Doom music in the background. I didn't want her to be out there alone. And being a dumb college kid, I made the probably wrong decision of jumping out of my car, like opening the door real fast, popping my head up and being like, hey, little girl, what are you doing? She immediately like put her heels down, stopped the swing, like hopped off of it, gave me this like startled look, and then started booking it towards Morgan's house. Swing set was like a decent amount of space away from Morgan's parents' house. And then on either side, there's just like yard, and it goes into the back yard. And the backyard leads up to the lake. Her parents like live on Lake Ontario. But there's nothing in the backyard. There's no, there's not like chairs or furniture or things that like you could hide behind that you would blend in with. There's no way to like crawl under the house really or anything like that. There's not like anything to hide. It's just flat grass leading up to the lake. Literally nothing. She starts running from me. Me still being an absolute like just moron. Start running after her. I'm a full-grown adult chasing a child in the dark. Not the smartest move. Definitely if it was a real kid. Notice I said real kid. That might be a little bit frightening. That could be perceived as a little bit frightening for a child. I know if I was an 8-year-old and an adult yelled at me and started chasing me in the dark, I'd be freaking terrified. She runs along the side of the house. I'm catching up on her. I'm maybe a couple steps behind her. Like close enough where if I had wanted to, I could have reached out and grabbed her. Obviously, I knew enough not to do that. But I was like, little girl, where are you going? You shouldn't be out here, basically. She turns the corner around the back of Morgan's house. Again, there was nothing behind Morgan's parents' house where she could have hidden or done anything like that. I run the corner one step, maybe 2 steps behind her. She's gone. What the hell? How's she gone? It's at least a good, what would you say, 20 feet to the lake, 30 feet, 40 feet. It's a long stretch. It would have taken her a long time to run across that field.
50 feet, yeah.
Yeah, I would have, me at the speed I was going, I would have overtaken her. She turned the corner.
She wouldn't just
90-degree angle, turned the corner. I did the same thing a foot behind her, and she was gone. I looked around the yard.
Yeah. Yard connects to other yards.
Yeah, her yard doesn't connect to other yards. There's fences and stuff like that. And it's all flat. Everyone else's yard is flat. There's nothing to hide behind. There's not a big rock or trees or anything. It's just grass. So I'm looking around what the hell? Where did she go? Why did I see this happen and she's not here at all? What the hell? I ran to the edge of the water to look out. I shined my flashlight out on my phone out to see on the off chance she had a superhuman burst of speed, how some moms get the adrenaline and lift cars off their kids. Maybe she was scary guy chasing me and turned into the Flash for a brief instant and got to the water. Nothing. Nothing at all. No signs of splashing. The water was calm that night. There was I would have seen something floating on the surface. Nothing. I go back to the front door. I go into Morgan's parents' house. I'm I kind of looked a little bit drained, probably real gross and sweaty. And Morgan's what? What's going on? And I was like, I could have sworn I saw like something, but I don't think it was real. You know, I don't think it was anything. We go the next day to Lilydale. Lilydale, for those of you who don't know, is a spiritualist community in central New York and that we like to like visit. Or Western New York, sorry, that we'd like to like visit every now and then because it's like just really cool. Like they give public readings to people. They pick people out of the crowd and go, "You, sir, you know, I'm getting this calling about like a mother-like figure who started with the letter M," that kind of thing. They do that like public show of things. They do,
They call you out and are
yeah, they
like,
call you out. And
is it okay if I speak?
is it
to
okay if I
you?
do a reading for you and stuff? They, you know, do tarot and things like that, fortune telling, whatever. Just this huge, cool community of like spiritualists who walk that path. So we were going because Morgan has always had an interest in that kind of thing, and I'd never been. We were in one of the assemblies where they were doing those public sort of, "Sir, can I please talk to you? Ma'am, can I please talk?" You know, those types of things. One of the mediums gets up in the front of the audience and is talking to all the people, does one of the readings for a lady. She's halfway through the reading, suddenly stops. And me, the whole time I'd been sitting there and I was like, these are pretty wide nets to cast, saying, oh, there's a mother-like figure. Like, of course there's a mother-like figure in someone's life. Like,
They're all like that,
and they're not all like that. But like this was, again, the skeptic in me, where I was like, this is just a probability playing the numbers thing. This lady stops and like pivots and looks directly at Morgan and goes, "I am so sorry," to the lady that she was giving the reading to. She goes, "I'm so sorry I have to interrupt this, but I can't ignore this anymore." And she like looks at Morgan and she's like, "There is a spirit tugging on my pant leg right now. And she just will not leave me alone. She wants my attention. She is one of your protective spirits." And she was like looking at Morgan. She's like, "She is one of your protective spirits. And she's always with you. She's a little girl in a white dress." And she described the little girl. And I got goosebumps all over my body because it was literally a description of the little girl that I saw. It is the only time there was too many coincidences to explain away. Too many things that lined up that were 100% accurate to something I had experienced. So, we assume one of Morgan's guides or spiritual protectors or whatever it might be,
running around together.
yeah, is one of these little girls. So yeah, to answer your question, Nick Scars, I mean, it's Lake Ontario. A ton of people have drowned in it, but this was more of a good spirit. It has like a good.
I have two spirit guides that are
sort of
children,
twist,
and they play with each other. And
yeah,
one of them was the one Brian saw.
Yeah, so I saw a physical manifestation of this ghost girl, and there is literally no explaining that away. There is none whatsoever. It doesn't matter. I was not so tired I was like seeing spots or things like that. And again, this was years ago. This was over a decade ago. And it was when I was even more of a skeptic than I am now. Probably. It was nuts. Do you think she was testing you for Morgan's sake?
Yeah,
probably.
Because I was a really big skeptic back then too. Like I was more of a believer than Brian, but I was like, spirit guides, like what?
Yeah, she hadn't yet gone on her.
When that happened, I was like, maybe
really awesome to have that corroboration. Yeah. It was very, very cool to experience it. And again, let's get this shit off. This is awful.
I'm so glad I can't hear it.
It's just like bad, like royalty-free horror music, and it's like worse than Kevin MacLeod. Not that Kevin MacLeod's bad. Like, God bless Kevin MacLeod for giving us all free royalty-free music. But
spinning monkeys.
Yeah, spinning monkeys. But yeah, so that's my ghost story. So those of you who are sitting there going like, man, Brian's got like an answer for everything. Like, what's gonna make him believe? It would probably take that level of experience because I have had that experience.
You experienced stuff in the bellaire house you can't explain, so.
Yeah, but again, I also didn't see what caused it in the same like direct
you saw
correlation. That was something irrefutably like I chased someone and they disappeared, and then they showed up in a description by a stranger the next
else,
day
yeah.
in a place I had never been,
Yeah.
hours away. That was mind-boggling.
That's my everyday life, and I feel like if it happened to you every day like that, you would be like, oh.
Maybe. Morgan tells me all the time I apparently have some sort of gift because I have
Yeah, you just didn't have everything.
I have good intuition that comes from being a Scorpio and just intuition in general.
Scorpio, sun, and moon.
And she thinks that I have some spiritual connections and I'm just not
And
opening
you're-
my third eye to them or whatever.
Don't say it like that.
How do you describe it? That wasn't meant to be condescending. I literally don't know the words.
You just know things. And
Yeah.
that's what all psychics
Morgan
are.
thinks I like
It's just you
manifest
just know
things or know things ahead of time a
you also
lot.
are a good manifester.
And I don't believe in that stuff, so it's interesting when it allegedly happens. Left for a bit to walk my dog, but I left the stream on and came back to my cat very closely and intently watching. Hi, kitty. 1 foot in the believer bag? Yeah, kinda. Never experienced anything, but I'm like more in the middle. That's fair. I mean, I think it's good to keep an open mind. And again, being a skeptic doesn't mean you're closed off to everything.
Right,
It's
so-
literally, you should have an open mind.
The level of coincidence that happened to you with that ghost girl is like what I experienced with like my guides and
Yeah.
spirit every single day.
Yeah, and you
That's
can
the
learn a
level.
lot about that stuff.
Yeah.
Again, go check out Morgan's streams. You'll like them, folks.
But you don't experience that every day like I do.
Yeah.
So I get why you still
Right,
are like,
right.
huh.
Where I'm just like, what I see is what I see. I kind of want to go to a medium reading, but I think I'd end up disappointed if nothing applied to me. I mean, that's a very honest way to look at them. I will say this, again, I don't believe in a lot of this stuff, but I've seen Morgan do things that, again, I can't really explain from my side. So, at the very least, like, maybe try it.
Or like, yeah, I gave someone a medium reading in my training that I could not explain where I got the information from,
Yeah.
but it made sense
was
for
accurate
the
to them.
person
Yeah.
I was giving it to,
And-
and it was accurate.
At the end of the day, you've had an experience that's very interesting and very unique to you, that's brand new, and it will, I mean, challenging your worldviews and your belief systems, I think, is very important in the world. Even if you go, wow, I'm really disappointed, that felt like it was fake, or like it didn't apply to me, like, oh man, swing and a miss, that stinks. Now I'm like more of a skeptic. You still had an experience that shaped you in some way and changed how you thought about the world, and that is the great adventure of life, in my opinion.
And that's
So
also only one medium, too.
yeah. So yeah, that is my one ghost story that is like irrefutable. Like, I believe that was actually 100% a ghost. Like, holy crap, that was intense. Guys, it's getting a little late, so we're gonna watch the basement clip and we'll talk about how freaking awful this basement was.
Yeah.
Made me want to throw up just like looking at the doorway. This shit was terrible. It was a genuinely awful place to be. And again, I don't know if that just came from like this primal, like, awful fear of what I know was a doorway into a awfully terrible dark place, or because of the way that Kristen had built it up as like the site of this awful thing that happened in the house. But even from the moment we got there, before we even met Kristen, we looked into the little like basement alcove, because the way it was like there's the long hallway on the first floor from like the seance room to the front door of the house, and leading to the front door there's like this tiny step down, and then next to the front door was the door to the basement. And Jordan had to what the hell happened to my thing here? Why is my whole stream
Lucky
ugly
Lavender.
all the time?
Aw.
Yeah, Lucky Lavender, thank you so much
Thank you.
again for vouching for Morgan, because she is very
Thank
gifted
you.
in what she does. Jordan had to pry the door open. Like, full on, like,
Physically, like, really, really pull it. Yeah.
like, it did not want to come open. And as soon as it opened, all of us felt this, like, sinking in our stomach, like, ooh, I don't know if we're supposed to open this. And she even said during it, she was like, you can go down there if you want. I don't, like, I don't suggest it, but you can if you want. Some people have gone down and they've experienced nothing, and then some people have like come up and they've been like covered in bruises that they can't explain. So she was like, it's a risk and it's your risk to take if you want to do that. But she's like, I will personally not be showing you down there even during the day. Like, that's your choice to make. So we took that as that will be the like last big challenge we do for the night. This was after we did the crawl space in the attic, which was also awful vibes. And we're like, again, up in the attic was where the ball rolled onto my foot for no reason at all. But the basement, we were dreading it pretty much the whole night. So maybe I had just built up this monster in my own brain of what it was going to be like. But it was still, regardless of what the reason was, none of us felt good. None of us felt good at all when we opened the door.
No.
It was
I didn't
a
feel
terrible.
good before you opened the door. Just
Yeah,
standing
we
in front
felt
of it, I
bad
didn't
just
like it.
being near it.
Yeah.
So Brian's Neanderthal DNA is what gives him such good intuition. The Oonga Boonga within his telling him the basement is bad. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to go down in the cave of what was possibly like a saber-toothed tiger that was going to eat my guts. Like, no. It's like awful. All right, let's watch this shit. This was terrible. It was genuinely
It was
awful moment.
genuinely
I'll be quick. I'll be quick. I'll be quick.
By the way, that light that Jordan's holding is
Yeah.
the only reliable flashlight we had.
Can you take this?
Oh, we're
I'll
in
take
the basement.
EMFs.
Yeah.
We'd already walked in. You guys don't get to
never
see the
mind,
door
my camera
open.
my light just
Yeah,
turned
that
off.
chair.
That cloak if you want.
All right.
Hold on, don't leave me in the dark. Give me the flashlight, please.
I'm not.
Okay. My light just turned off.
Yeah,
Ooh,
so
ooh, ooh. Okay.
Tight.
Yes. Oh no.
So it's very dark. You guys can't really tell what's going on in here. There was a big main. This was like the if you guys have ever seen the original Blair Witch Project movie, like near the end where they're like in that creepy basement. That's like they're walking from like basement room to basement room. Josh, or whatever his name. Josh, right? Yeah. Josh. You know, it was just that basement. It was, you go down the stairs and there's this main big open floor of like the basement that was like the main hub. And then there were 3 open doors with no doorways on them. There's like a big like work table like in the middle of it. But then there's like 3 doorways that just led into dark rooms. And one of them is this room that Jordan's looking at right here. This shape right here, that's a chair that was just set up in the middle of the room. Couldn't really see very far with this little flashlight. It was just this chair was in there for some reason. We didn't even check out the other 2 rooms that were deeper in the main room, off the main room.
Lit up from back
Yeah, it
there,
looks like
which
this
is
really
like,
creepy.
Why is there a light
because
source?
I think it's just the night vision picking up like a lighter like concrete
It's
or
just
something back there.
Creepy though.
But
the
it
way
was
looks.
very like grody down there. Kristen told us that she would not go down there until they got an actual bishop to come like bless the house and like bless specifically like cleanse the basement. So it was nasty, gross. This camera didn't have night vision. Oh yeah. So this one didn't have night vision. What this had was a very strong light on top of it that shone forward to light up anything in front, and that's why you can even make out the shape of the chair. This is light reflecting off the chair. So I'm assuming though it was still the camera's auto like exposure and stuff trying to sort of pick up like the whites of like a lighter gray concrete. Silent Hill vibes, very Silent Hill vibes. Like I was making jokes when we first were talking about going into the basement earlier before we turned the cameras on about like what if it ends up being a Blair Witch situation where like someone's standing in the corner against the wall, like unresponsive. That was an awful image. That was a terrible image to put into any of our heads because while we were down here, you guys will see like Jordan's got this little light. This is all from like, this is why you can see the white wall is the light on the camera. I was trying to be supportive and positive since y'all were going in, but I was like, nope, don't do it. Yeah. This light that's illuminating all this stuff randomly went off. Randomly, and it's not powered by a separate battery. It's attached to it runs off the camera's power.
And it hadn't done
So the
that all
camera,
night.
well, and not just that, the camera would have shut off.
Yeah.
If it was a power issue.
Yeah.
The camera obviously did not shut off. The light, and I was watching, it wasn't like Jordan accidentally bumped the switch on it or anything.
No.
He was holding it down on the handle where we had rigged the camera.
Yeah.
And it was just, light went off, and him and I was halfway down the stairs grabbing part of the bag, his backpack, because, again, I'm a skeptic, but I don't know what we're messing with down there. If, per se, a presence yanked him, I wanted to be able to help pull him back. Jordan was very happy about that. But Jordan went all the way down to the bottom landing and was able to see into that first room. Yak's safety is no... Oh, yeah. This is giving me the heebie-jeebies. It's creepy. But I was watching his hands. I was watching where he was positioning the camera, everything.
Yeah.
I originally had this little flashlight he's holding and then handed it to him.
And
So he had an extra light source. And then the light just went...
I started freaking out too at around the same time the light went off because I
Yeah.
started hearing like
Hearing
movement
noises from the
in
seance
Seth's
room.
and feeling like
And
something was there.
the-
And then at that instant,
Yeah.
the light just went out.
Right, exactly, Danable. You would have seen Jordan's hands go up
Yeah.
to like turn off the equipment and stuff if it was like a setup or something. The other part of it is, so the original plan was Jordan was going to go to the bottom of the staircase. I was going to be set up at the middle of the staircase as like a spotter, essentially. And then Morgan was going to just stay at the top of the staircase. While we started going down to the bottom and the middle positions we had set up, Morgan went, guys, there's noise coming from the seance room. And that was right before Jordan's light turned off.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like right before this clip starts. Morgan was like, hey, I'm hearing noises from the seance room. Please don't go down without me. Because Morgan didn't want to be left up there with all of that shit going on. I feel the secondary ick from the... Yeah, it's very like found footage horror movie, right? Hi, yo, what's up, Pineapple Warlord? How we doing? So
I'll be quick.
show you guys again.
I'll be quick.
Morgan had just been like, hey, there's noises. That's why I was saying I'll be quick.
Yeah.
We don't have any EMFs yet, so...
I don't want to
Can-
rush you.
This is
Can
Jordan
you take this?
giving me the flashlight.
I'll take the EMFs. I'll just...
And then boom,
Oh,
the
never
light
mind.
just went off. As I was handing him the EMFs, they're trying to distract you all and separate you.
I think they wanted him to come up.
I
Whoever
think
it
that
was. Yeah.
Morgan thinks that it was more of a protective thing. That
Yeah.
it was like Edwin shut off Jordan's light to scare us to go back up.
Yeah.
Because he didn't want us to
knew Jordan
go
wanted to stay
deeper
down
in there. Because
Yeah.
we were probably going to try to at least peek into each of the 3 rooms. And we only got, again, that view of the chair room. Like this awful little chair room where there's just a chair set up in the middle of it.
Quick.
This is Morgan starting to be like, right before this clip, like, guys, I think I hear stuff. Please don't go all the way down. And then that's Morgan. You hear Morgan in the background is her
like,
like
fresh
scared murmuring at me.
Yeah.
And I was turned around talking to Morgan. And then I turned back around and was like, EMF isn't reading anything.
Yeah.
We don't have any EMFs yet.
Yeah, we don't have any EMFs yet. Jordan walks over to hand me the flashlight. This is back towards the staircase. Over here and over here was like those 2 directions are where the other 2 rooms were.
So many rooms.
Yeah, there's 3 rooms coming off the main room in the basement. Didn't the camera light come back on once Jordan was back in the kitchen? Yeah, once we looked at the bag, we were able to turn it back on.
Can you take this?
Can you take this?
Do you want this one?
And then Morgan and I are handing down both of the EMFs.
The EMFs.
We're so tired. Yeah. Actually, such a dangerous situation, having no energy. going into a possibly demonic place is hell nah. Yeah, and even outside of that, it was just like we were so tired.
When you're
like
tired, you have the potential to scare yourself
yeah,
and hurt yourself.
yeah,
even if it
the
has no
chance of like us
supernatural.
accidentally tripping and
Yeah.
falling or whatever in the dark was just not great. I mean, this was 5:30 in the morning when we did all this.
Yeah.
We had just left the attic, and Jordan and I were specifically very drained from the crawl space.
I'll just.
And then boom.
Never mind. My light just turned off.
Oh fuck.
All right.
Hold on. Don't leave me in the dark. Give me the flashlight, please.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I was literally flashing the
My light
flashlight
just turned
back
off.
on Jordan. You'll see there to give him enough
Okay.
visibility
Yes.
to take
Oh,
the
no.
steps as quickly and carefully as possible. And then this is up, getting out. This is us in the alcove, getting out of the alcove, back into the kitchen. The crawl space, fuck the crawl space. We didn't even fully look in it. We put you guys in it. Jordan extended the camera and showed you guys. That goes back all the way along the length of the wall in the attic.
Yeah.
That is where inside we heard a thump. That, again, completely unexplainable. I don't know what that was. I literally do not know what that was because it was not either of us stepping on a board. It wasn't the door that the makeshift door, because again, it didn't have a proper door, which was awful because when you put it back up against it, there was still space along the sides that it was like I was just waiting for like an eyeball to glare out from like the crack. But we set that up against the outside of the crawl space, and we made sure it was secure because both of us like picked it up and like set it up against the wall, and then it was all of a sudden like it was a couple beats, and then we just heard from the inside of the crawl space, and it went so far back there was no way you could see all the way back there with the equipment we had. We would have had to get in it and crawl back there to see what was back there. It could have been an animal, like there could have been like a raccoon up there or something. Yeah, Fatboy Slim could have been bugging us again. But
I don't think it would have made that noise.
Yeah, it was heavy. It was like someone like
I heard it
hit the wall
from where I was sitting on the couch, like way away from the crawl space.
Yeah, it was us. You left us in there. I did not like being in the crawl space. It felt like it was looking back at us. I mean, there could have been something looking at you from the darkness. I'm not saying it was a ghost, but there could have been like a possum.
I'm sure the camera picked up on so much more.
Yeah,
than we saw.
Yeah, it wasn't fun. Regular crawl spaces are bad enough. They're terrible. The second you guys opened the crawl space, I got the same vibes when you opened the basement door. It was not fun. Yeah, it wasn't good. The story we were told, for those who weren't there for when Kristen was giving us the tour, was that the crawl space, serial killer squatter. Oh God, yeah. See, that would have been actually worse in my opinion, because then we have a physical thing you can't deny we would have to fight off.
Right, that's where the pee and poop came from.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he was sneaking down when we weren't in the room to go pee and poop. The serial killer was like, "Okay, I gotta go. I've been shitting and peeing in the crawl space for too long, and I can't live in my own poop and pee forever." But we didn't want to go in there, but from the handprints that were all over and all the way deep back and everything, it was very clear other braver people had like actually crawled through it. But what we had been told by Kristen was that was the hidden area in the house for runaway slaves of the Underground Railroad, where Jacob was hiding people for the Underground Railroad, and one of the slaves had passed away while hiding in the crawl space. Gary, I did get the name wrong, by the way. I kept calling him George, and chat was like, Gary, and I was like, no, that's the name of the snail in SpongeBob. But apparently it actually is Gary. So yeah, Gary was apparently the one who passed in there. And it wasn't great. Clip of y'all first going into the basement. Okay, yeah, that's good. Thank you so much, Shira. Grabbing that for us. But yeah, it just wasn't, it was very bad vibes. Yeah, it's sad. Yeah, very sad story. Also, obviously good reason to haunt a place, probably. Squatter is the only skeptic reason I can come up with to explain the ghost pee. Yeah.
though.
I mean, there's a broom closet in the bathroom. The moment we got there, I opened and checked because I had that like primal fear of like, what if there's a guy in the walls here, you know? And then there's a little cute sign in there that was actually like, any brooms in the house, please leave upright because they encourage the flow of prosperity. And I was like, that's kind of cute. And I turned to Morgan and I was like, this is cool. You got to see this. There's definitely like a practicing witch that's come through here and wants to like cast protection and create like protection altars and symbols and things. So that was kind of reassuring. I actually got less scared of the house because we kept finding protection altars and things like that around the house. Yeah, like crystals Morgan's taught me are good. Hey, Danable, thank you so much for the clip, by the way, of that other one. Heading into the basement. Yeah. Well, this is, you guys will be able to see just how stuck this door was. Yeah, Jacob and Edwin are good beans. Yeah, they were homies. I'm getting creeped out just listening to you guys' review of this. It's so cleansing after that. I'm so cleansing after that's fair. That's so fair. Because again, I'm fully skeptical of a lot of the things that happened, but I was so creeped out.
But
hey, some of you. Yeah, and like I said, that's because why not take the precaution? There we go. We got some of the people tonight who are in this clip. Yeah, Bella. I love Bella. All right. This is us first going into the gross alcove. They're my shoes. You guys will see the amount of force it takes Jordan to open this door.
Oh, okay.
That was
They're
stuck.
starting to go nuts.
Oh my
yeah,
god.
So those went immediately as soon as the door opened. So again, I don't know. Maybe there's like some weird electrical wiring down there that they were suddenly picked up on because the door wasn't blocking it. But
okay, they're starting to go
like immediately. They were fine. We're talking. We're joking around. Boom. And then you immediately hear.
I was like all the way in the kitchen.
Of the one.
I didn't even want to be near it.
Good thing we don't have basements in Australia. Yeah, I will not miss basements when I move to LA. I totally don't blame you for cleansing after that whole portal machine thing. I would have left after that, to be honest.
I couldn't leave because
he wanted to come home with her.
You should go home with her.
Yeah, what if Morgan was in the hotel room and
I would have had to stay in a hotel room.
Man standing there
by myself after that. There's no way I could stay in a hotel room by myself after that.
So parallels between this and horror media and how we've kind of trained our brains to expect scary things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sometimes there's like the power of persuasion and expectation that's there that might have affected the way that we perceive certain elements of what happened. But ultimately, you know, you have to leave it up to yourself to trust your own instincts. And again, I walked away still very skeptical with a couple new moments that I was like, that was cool. I want to do more right now so I can maybe have even more intense experiences. And Jordan and Morgan just walked away basically being like, no, we're still full believers. So I think it was cool that it allowed us to have the same experiences through different lenses. So I want to do like a million more of these. I want to do like a ton of these.
Oh, Brie, thank you.
Having you there the whole night was so nice. I still felt calm somewhat, but I also feared for all of you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's very nice.
Sweet.
Yeah. Morgan, I think Morgan's expertise was great for insight of a lot of stuff. And then I saw a lot of comments that people said they were happy I was there because I was bringing a lot of levity and
you're funny.
Also helping rationalize like some of the things that like seemed like a little bit more intense, so that they were still intense, but they were maybe like less intense for people watching in chat. And obviously Jordan is just a goddamn awesome entertainer, fantastic streamer, and truly was such an enthusiastic host for this type of thing. I'm so glad that all
so cool
his vision for what he wants to do. Some of the ones he has planned are so cool. You guys gotta tune in for the next ones. The basement door isn't always that hard to open. My believer theory is that Edwin was trying. I like that. Believer theories versus skeptic theories. Yeah. Those are good. Is that Edwin was trying to keep you all from going down. Yeah, that's again what Morgan was saying with the light. That's
like what I felt.
Morgan thinks that the light was turned off not by an evil entity or anything like that. It was turned off to intentionally make us go, let's nope out of here, because we're not the dumb character in the horror movie
obviously
that goes, oh, we'll just go in with the flashlights now. I think if there was a presence that had been there with us the whole time, like Edwin, they probably were like, nope, you guys shouldn't be in there. Get out, get out, get out. So I think that was really, that's very reassuring. That made me feel actually better about that experience.
That's just instantly what I felt.
Yeah. So yeah, Jordan was so scared, rightfully so. But if you two hadn't been there, I don't know if you could have stayed the whole night. Yeah. Again, originally it was going to be just me and him. And if it had gone that way, I don't know how it would have gone. I might have been more scared. I might have been more of a dick. Probably not more of a dick, because again, I know.
No, you're very respectful.
Well, yeah, I'm very respectful of like people's beliefs and things like that.
If Jordan was really scared, you would have been respectful. As well.
Yeah, I would have been trying to comfort him, but I don't think I would have been as like lighthearted and bringing as much levity. So I don't know. I really don't know how it would have gone. I don't know. It would have been a completely different experience though, because we wouldn't have been able to split up the way we got to for our little isolation things quite as well.
Yeah.
I think the pacing of the stream would have been much different. No one would have been able to go out and get food. We would have had to like put you guys on like a BRB screen for like half an hour while we like ran out and got food or something.
Yeah.
A lot of elements would have been very different. So I'm very happy in the way that it came out, and Jordan was very happy in the way that it came out. So. And it seemed like all of you were very kind. All of you were very, very awesome. Unnatural Introvert, thank you so much for your Prime. I appreciate that.
Nice.
I know you only get one of those a month. That's very flattering. You're using it here. Thank you so much. Balance of the three of you is absolutely perfect for the stream. Absolute pleasure to watch. That's very sweet. Thank you.
That's so nice.
I think part of it is Morgan and I. We've been together for 14 years.
Yeah.
And our rapport, as well as our understanding of each other, we frustrate each other because, again, she's full-blown, I believe in this stuff. I'm full-blown, I don't believe in this stuff.
Right.
And sometimes it's hard to meet in the middle, but because we have a history of it and because, like, we are very good at communication and compromise and respecting each other's boundaries and such, I think that brought an element of like understanding and
I just understand that you don't believe because you haven't experienced it yourself.
Right. Whereas like I think without
the exact same way as you.
Yeah.
So,
and I think that without you there, Jordan might have gotten more frustrated or more confused, or we would have leaned more into like not being ourselves. We might have like turned into Ryan and Shane like while we were doing it, like sort of caricatures. So I think it's really, really cool that we had sort of a spectrum of belief that was going on. And because Morgan and I know each other so well and understand our dynamic so well and like do have a very natural dynamic, it felt more natural. It was easier, I think, for Jordan to bounce off ideas from both of us and just be a lot more of himself, which was great. It was really, really wonderful. Yo, Brian, thank you for 36 months. Oh my gosh. Congrats on your Rainbow Jolteon badge. Can we please get some pride spam for the new badge? Thank you so much. Really appreciate you a ton. I cannot believe you've been around that long. That's so nice. Sig is destroying a paper bag in the office if you hear noises.
He keeps moving in his sleep.
He's kicking in his sleep. Yeah. What a cute boy. Yeah, we have Gerbrat here for if you want rat holding a pride flag. We got any pride emotes you want to toss in the chat. If you identify a certain way, please know that we accept you. We appreciate you. We love you. We support you. So feel free to use your specific pride emotes in the chat if you'd like to. And if you don't feel comfortable doing so, that's a-okay too. And if you're an ally, you know, just appreciate the rainbow colors. Who doesn't like some beautiful rainbow colors? All of you are amazing. All right. Let's watch this 36 months. Yeah, absolutely wild, honestly. Thank you so much for all your support. All right. Immediate. Wow.
Okay,
It's. You want to hear this?
Yeah, I do
Here.
actually.
I'll
Hold on. Let me put my water bottle down.
just super quick. I'll give you the headphones, and then after it starts going wild, then you can pass them back. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, those
They're
are
starting to go.
You hear it?
Yeah.
Like immediate. That because the one. So the one was like the EMF in Phasmo.
Yeah.
It didn't do the like doo tone or anything like that in Phasmo, but it had like the same light up system.
Yeah.
And then the other one we had was a different brand, and it's
Made
the
a static noise.
yeah, it made this like weird
They're
static
starting
noise.
to go nuts.
oh my god.
It sounded like this one here looks like a freaking gamer mouse
It
from like
does.
2009. But these things would all light up, and it would make this like weird scratching noise, like staticky noise. I don't know. We said it would scream at us, is how we described it. Hissing one, yeah, that's a good way to describe it. It sort of like hissed. It made this like weird staticky like. It almost sounded like a polygraph test. You know, like when the pencil's like on the paper. That's what it sounded a lot like. Need to go back and look at the rest of the haunted house VOD soon. Yeah, Bryant, there's a lot of cool moments for sure. Very, very amazing, unique experience. So those were going wild literally the second that Jordan opened that door, which was not a great. That wasn't a good
Maybe
feel.
It's like that for a reason. We have a broom here as a ward of some sort.
Yeah, I was like, maybe the door was stuck for a reason. And then there was a broom right
can
next
do
to
this.
it that like I think
can
was
do
like a
this.
protective ward or
We
something
have the
like
bottom on the
that.
stairs. Can you meet me?
Yeah, excited for the highlights
halfway?
version. Yeah,
Halfway?
Sure.
yeah. So you can hear Jordan asking me to meet him halfway. So that was the plan. I was gonna hang out that way.
Your bag.
Bubbly Rumbler, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome,
There you
Thank you.
welcome, welcome.
Oh.
go. Oh, this.
And then
Okay.
there's like
Oh, this is
a ladder in the
This
corner
is
there,
There's
and
so
then
much
it's
down
like
there.
pitch
Ugh,
black in
it's
here.
so creepy.
It was awful. Bubbly Rumbler, I'm so sorry for saying your name wrong. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, real quick. It's the raid speech, chat. Your favorite. My name's Brian, aka Girbeagly. I'm a full-time Twitch partner, YouTuber, and voice actor here. This is my amazing partner, Morgan. We are reviewing some clips and footage from us spending the night with our friend Jordan, aka D-Tune, who took us to a haunted house in Ohio. We drove to Ohio last week. We stayed with Jordan, and we went to a haunted house with him for a live stream. We streamed for about 11 hours. Stayed the night overnight in the haunted house, and it was really, really cool. Very, very awesome. Those of you who are new here, please know that as long as you're cool with us, we'll be cool with you. We are pretty laid back variety community. I do everything from AAA games to indie games. I do cosplay, opening Pokemon cards, just chatting, you name it. We just sort of vibe here. But welcome. We hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much for giving me any of your time at all, even if you decide not to follow. We appreciate you sharing a little bit of time here. Raid speech. Had to head out for the night. Sure, thank you for being here. We appreciate you a ton. Thank you so much. We're probably going to end the stream here very soon as well. Just because it is, oh my god, it's 2:20. I wanted to go to bed about an hour ago.
The time flew.
Yeah,
on this
time
stream,
flew.
honestly.
Time. Oh my god, we've almost been streaming 4 hours.
Yeah, it's
How did
been
that
so
happen?
fun. It's been really fun.
Has this been fun, or is this just like redundant to what Jordan did? I hope this was a good
No,
time.
It's fun. I was watching.
I hope this was a
Jordan
good
stream,
time.
And this was fun.
I just got here. Oh, Pink Dino, you know we're gonna be streaming again tomorrow. You'll see us then.
It's your own perspective on what happened. You know.
Oh,
Yeah.
what is
And then this is like leads into the other clip. Like you guys saw there. Okay, so you guys saw there. Let me just break down the basement. So this is the end of the staircase. It's awful, super fun. It's been fun. Oh, thank you. All of you are sweet. I hope that it's interesting hearing about this from my perspective.
Yeah.
Because you got to hear it from Jordan's perspective. You're not hearing it from like a much more skeptical person's perspective. And then Morgan is going to share it from like full-blown practice witch who got to do a cool tarot reading for a spirit in the house,
Yeah, I wanna talk
and
about that.
believes in all this stuff like 1,000,000,000%. Refundant. I think this has been awesome getting the POV and opinions of what happened from the two of you. Oh, thank you. Yo, Magic Gem! So nice to see you here. Been lurking, but yes, this has been a blast. It's nice hearing it from different sides. Yeah, and I think that's the coolest part of, again, life. Just in general, as a skeptic, I don't want to be like the Redditor, well, actually skeptic.
You're not.
I want to respect people's opinions while also being able to share my own and get the same respect for what I believe things are, while also people having the understanding of who I am. I'm not the skeptic. I'm not a skeptic because I'm not scared. I'm not a skeptic because I don't believe, per se, in anything. I'm a skeptic because I do believe in some things, and I want to believe in more. I want to have the experiences that blow my mind, that make my worldview challenged, and I can welcome in a new opinion about something, and I can have new experiences, new stories, and new memories. Those are very important to me. I do get scared. I want to be scared. I want to challenge myself. I want to put myself in situations that push me outside of the comfortable reality I've created for myself. I want to be able to do those things.
I don't know how you couldn't be scared in there.
Yeah. I want to seek knowledge. That's my biggest thing is I want to learn. I want to learn beyond just reading about things. I want to experience them, and I want to have them irrefutably be things that I can vouch for. I want those creepy experiences. I really hope there's like a season 2 of this, or some sort of way that we can do this with Jordan again sooner than later, because it was really great.
It was so fun.
Need to get some sleep. Danable, thank you so much for being here. Seriously, you've been wonderful. Good night. I enjoy your approach to it, and you're very respectful. Thank you, Sharkbot. You were so great to get to talk to a little bit in Jordan's streams, and then here as well. Thank you. You're the most respectful skeptic I've ever witnessed participate in a paranormal investigation. It was so nice having that balance during the stream. Yeah, I mean, my thing is I've seen the extreme you can be with like Shane from like BuzzFeed Unsolved. I love Shane. I'm a Shaniac. He's very funny, but there are times that he crosses lines where I'm like, that's kind of like rude to people who do believe in this stuff beyond just like superstitious stuff. Like there are some people who you can work this into your religious beliefs or your just beliefs about like spirituality and like the afterlife and things like that. And I never want people to feel like I'm closing that door. That door is actually wide open, and I'm inviting in stuff because I want to see it. I want to be on the side with all of you who get to see all this cool, magical, fantastical stuff. I would love to believe. I really want to. You know, that's what life is, right? You're kind of looking for that purpose or the answer to your questions. So, yeah. I'm so excited from Morgan's perspective. Hearing you and Jordan's perspective have been so fun and been added so much more to the whole thing. Like having more context for stuff has only been educational and insightful. Yeah. I again, like you guys, we did not realize till we watched back this footage how dark
and creepy it was.
Like how dark some of these areas were. This is through the viewfinder. This was a lot brighter.
Yeah.
It wasn't good because this is what we saw with our naked eye. But the viewfinder made things a little bit more bearable where we could see from the back of the camera, like the way this is illuminated, we could see like all of the basement like that through the viewfinder. This is what you saw. And when we turned this clip on the first time when we were on Jordan's couch, just like, oh, we're so tired. Oh my God, I can't believe we did that. That was wild. Let's watch some clips. When we turned this on and saw how dark this was, the attic, the crawl space, all that shit, we were like, no wonder why chat was freaking the hell out. Because we were like, we have reason to freak out because we're in this shit. We're hearing the creaks and the cracks and the bumps and the whatever. But chat's not picking up on all this. We didn't realize how good the mics were to pick up that stuff. We didn't realize, you guys, this is basically what we saw. Like, you saw what we saw. So you all freaking out, because we were like, they're safe at home. Why are they getting freaked out? Like, sure, it's like watching a horror movie, but like...
back, we got it.
But then we watched the shit, and we were like, we get it.
I was like, I'm more scared watching it than being there. Oh my God.
Yeah, like, and that's why, like, when we rewatched these clips, we were like, on the edges of our seat. We're like, oh,
I was like,
what's
I
gonna
don't
happen next?
feel
Oh wait,
like-
we know what happens. Like, well, how's it gonna happen? Like, because
when we saw that light blinking behind you in the one group,
Yeah.
I was like, I'm sure there's a logical explanation for that,
Yeah.
but that's creepy.
yeah. There's also sort of like the claustrophobia of like looking at things through a camera lens. This isn't what our eyes saw.
Yeah.
We had the freedom of looking all around the room, having peripheral
seeing whatever.
vision,
Yeah.
seeing things, you know, from different angles. Sometimes we were distracted talking to each other when something would happen on the camera that was pointed at a different wall. You guys only got to see. You were not in control in any way of your perspective. You only saw through this tunnel vision of the camera lens. This is way more horrifying. I mean, it's way more horrifying than what we thought you were experiencing. So, yeah, I remember spamming, do not go down there.
I mean, well, look at the chat in the clip.
Yeah.
Jordan, no, please don't open it.
Yep.
Doesn't
Yeah.
feel right.
No. We're all no. Yeah. No, please don't open. Nope. Yeah. So funny. Appreciate your skepticism, Brian. If someone were overeager to see a ghost, it'd be a poor litmus test to see if something actually happened.
Yeah.
I myself doubt most of the creepy shit I see until something else happens that corresponds with what I've foreseen. Yeah, I like having like cross references. It's just very, very wild. So that'll be the Blair Witch Room comment there. Wait, is that there? Someone had the same brain. Oh, right here, Vet the Warlock. Yeah, we had the same brain. Because this was the Blair Witch basement, is what it felt like. It was terrible. Unfortunately, there are so many skeptics out there who are very closed-minded. Yeah, 100%. So having you there was refreshing because you're a skeptic who isn't shutting down possibilities and willing to genuinely challenge their own perspective. Yeah,
you're
again,
not rude. You're not like, that's impossible.
yeah, I would never be like, that can't happen. It's just what I just saw, that's not what happened. Is typically my approach to things. It doesn't mean that it could never happen. Like with the fridge door, if we go back to that, a ghost could absolutely throw open a fridge door. I believe that shit. Absolutely. In that moment, I didn't personally feel that way. That's all. Need a Brian cam next time? Well, we actually had, it sucks that all the batteries died. It sucks all the equipment died because we had a multicam thing that was supposed to be Jordan's perspective and my perspective. We each had little face cams in the windows, sort of like what we have going on here on stream with Morgan and me on the screen here, and then our main first-person perspective, like what you see here. And we both were going to have that, and Jordan had a little switchboard in the backpack. He could just hit a button anytime that he wanted, and it would swap between our two perspectives.
Yeah.
So if he wanted to go take a break, the original plan was, when it was just going to be the two of us, it would be like, oh, hey, I got to go to the bathroom. How about you walk around the house? So I'm like going to the bathroom and I'll swap to just your perspective. And then like, you'll only be hot mic'd and I'll mute my mic and you can walk around and just do like solo exploring. And then obviously Kristen was like, don't do that. So we wanted to respect those wishes. And then obviously the equipment didn't cooperate either. But for some of the future ones, hopefully some of those technical kinks will get worked out, and you'll have that experience for a lot of the upcoming streams. So I really hope you all get to experience that way, where whatever special guest Jordan has on next, it will be switching between the two perspectives. Think, again, BuzzFeed Unsolved is like, the industry leader as far as like formatting and stuff of this kind of thing. But same type of idea of like multicam setups. We were going to have stationary cams in a bunch of the rooms that we could just swap between and then do like multiple panels of like different cameras. So it was like observation duty where we could see like multiple things going on in the house at the same time in different rooms. There was a bunch of plans, and even though that didn't happen, I think the way that this came out and the fact that it was very like found footage first person style a lot, Jordan was super happy with it. That's all that mattered to Morgan and I, was that we wanted to go along with his vision.
His vision to come to life. That's all I
And despite all of the frustrations of the technical issues, he had a blast and told you guys that. We had a good time. I still think it worked for what it was, but expect in future streams even better production value, if you can believe that. Like even better production value. So I'm really, really excited for all of you to see that. I'm excited to watch them. I'm very, very excited to watch them. Has anyone watched Garrett Watt's paranormal YouTube videos? I don't even know who
Yeah.
that is. I'm so sorry. Morgan, you have?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Morgan
They're
has.
very interesting.
Yeah, that's
Garrett
cool.
is very interesting.
I'm so
too.
sorry I don't know who that is.
You do know who
Oh,
Garrett
do I
is.
know?
You would know if you saw
Okay.
him. Yeah.
All right. I'm bad with names. I have a bad memory. So, yeah, it was very, very cool to be able to be sort of the test pilot episode so that Jordan can just go up from here. Like, you guys thought this stream was awesome. All the next ones are going to be up production value. It's just going to become second
awesome.
nature
Yeah,
to
it's
them
gonna be really cool.
running this. So again, so thankful to Jordan. Thank you so much to them for inviting us on.
Thank you to Jordan.
Thank you to all of you
For
who
putting
watched.
up
And
with me staying longer.
no, you were wonderful. All right. So again, this is just a ladder on the bottom of the staircase. So we got that going. And then that's the first room. This is the chair room here. So you see the distance across the room. This is the chair room in there. That is where you saw the chair. I'm just trying to give a good idea. God, that's pitch black.
This is like a
It's creepy.
Blair Witch basement.
Like
Oh, I even said that. This is like a Blair Witch basement.
Oh, what?
There's a light switch. They did not work. Also, we were not allowed to turn on the light switch in the attic.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, we weren't sure if it was just bad wiring or what, but there was a sign that was like, do not, like in the house rules,
If like
do not
spirit
turn on the attic
doesn't
lights.
like it up there.
Um,
the lights on. I don't know.
Yeah,
Or if there's
I didn't
just
want
an
to test it.
electrical
I wasn't gonna fuck with it. Also about being open-minded and being a skeptic, to fellow skeptics out there, why do you want life to be boring? I guess that's a good question. That's a hypothetical. Don't answer that. It's more of a I want to experience cool things. I'm not closed-minded because that closes off doorways for future memories and experiences. Being open-minded is much more interesting because I can still challenge things, but if something gets by my challenge, cool. Probably bad wiring. Yeah, I mean, that maybe.
Yeah.
It didn't have an explanation. I wish it did. I wish it was like, don't
Bad
use the
wiring,
attic
potential
legs.
of fire,
Yeah, will
like fire
explode
hazard.
the breaker
Yeah.
or something. Like,
I feel like if it was a fire hazard, she would have written that.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't really want to know.
So I don't. We
I
have
don't really
no
wanna
idea.
know.
We didn't want to test it because again, anything Kristen said, we wanted to make sure
We respected it.
we respected it.
What is that?
So this was the table I was talking about that was against the wall.
Why? So creepy.
It was like a workbench, but it didn't have tools.
Creepy.
It was just a
Don't like that.
empty, rusty, nasty, gross, dirty table. This was the first room again, chat, chair room right here. And then right here was the second room. And then down here against this perpendicular wall was the third room. And we had no idea what was in here. We had no idea what was in here. The original plan was we were going to go on to just shine the light in and see if there was like what the boiler situation was like and the equipment situation down there. If there's like a breaker box, whatever. Like we wanted to see
where the hum was coming from.
Yeah, because we kept hearing this weird, like, it first sounded like an electrical hum. And then this is another thing I can't explain. It got more natural sounding. It went from this like very machine-like, very like this is an electrical hum, this is some equipment in the house type of thing. And then after we came back down from the attic, we were sort of regrouping in the kitchen, and there's probably a clip of it, or maybe you can find it by scrubbing through the VOD. But Jordan and Morgan were talking, and I went shh, 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 and they like weren't quiet, and it was like shh, shh, and right while I was doing that, down the hall again, just around that corner in the basement alcove, before we had opened the door, from the basement door, I just heard. Like a person just observing something. So
Humans fascinating specimens.
That was not great. Yeah, human fascinating. It was very weird.
I kept hearing sighing too. That was not from you or Jordan. Like
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, very Phasmo, sort
Yeah.
of the noise. But it wasn't a like a like a curious like hum. It was literally a like someone, if you told something to someone that they didn't like hearing. If you were just like, yeah, I was driving on the highway the other day and a dude with like a MAGA 2024 sticker pulled up in front of me. And if you told me that, I'd go, like that. It was that noise. Like that sort of like, I don't like that.
They're out of
I'm like disappointed. It was very bizarre. Wasn't a huge fan of it. I've had that happen to me before. I got woken up by something breathing in my ear. Ugh.
Yeah.
No thanks.
I kept hearing that.
When I was in college, I used to have like those lucid dream type like sleep paralysis things happen to me, where I had a bed in one of the houses that I lived in junior year, and the head of the bed where my pillow was right beneath a wall that had a window. So there was a window behind my head, and sometimes if I craned my neck back, I could sort of look out the window. Well, one day I was like taking a nap after like my morning class, and I was just like, I opened my eyes because I heard like what I thought was like construction on the roof. It was just like pounding, and I looked like up and behind me, and I realized I couldn't move the rest of my body. I could only move my head and my eyes, and there was a man at the window standing on the roof, because my window, you could like open it and like go out on the roof, and a lot of my frat brothers would like sometimes like use my room to go out onto the roof and like smoke or whatever, just because we were like 20-something-year-old boys like being idiots, and yeah, there was like a guy, like a dark figure. I'd never seen him before, just standing at the window, pressed against it, looking down at me, like smiling. And I could not move. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't do anything. I just had this primal fear, like goosebumps, cold sweat all over, and I was going, like trying to yell, and all that was coming out was like, like that. Like my throat was choked up. And either I passed out again or like blacked out from fear or something, but like it was like my vision went dark, and then all of a sudden I was like awake and like jolted up in my bed and looked out the window, and no one was there. Nothing was there.
Creepy.
I think it was just a bad dream, but it was pretty fucking horrible.
Yeah, I've had dreams like that.
I used to wake up feeling my hair being brushed. Oh, God. I told the spirit why I appreciated the attention because I sensed they intended to comfort me.
Aww.
I would prefer they did not initiate contact and it never happened again. Yeah, exactly. Like, setting boundaries is, there's a reason we have like physical bodies, right? From what I've learned from Morgan, is like, we have physical bodies, so we are inherently more powerful than what spirits are. Spirits can't hold the form the same way we can. They can travel and do a number of other more free things, but they don't have the physical power that we have anymore. So setting those intentions, those boundaries are important things in those moments. Anyway, so this is the basement. Yeah, this is the chair room that Jordan got close to. This is a who the hell knows room. And then this room at the very end of the room was just, I don't know what it was. We'll never know unless we like watch someone else's exploration, but it was just awful. It just wasn't a thing that we really wanted to go too deep down into, and especially when the light died, it was just Nopesville, USA population us. So anyway, chat, it is like 3 a.m. now, and it's 2:40
Oh my
a.m.
goodness. Time flies.
I literally told Morgan, I was like, I'm going to stream for an hour and a half tonight because I'm so tired.
We had so much fun.
But I'm having like a ton of fun talking to all of you.
Yeah.
I hope that, again, I really hope this was fun. I hope this was interesting. I hope it was like a little bit educational. I hope that it was chill. I hope it was funny. I hope it was something that felt like, oh, let's not.
Let's not.
I don't want to watch The Basement anymore, honestly. Holy shit, so many of you still here at Almost
Yeah,
3
oh my
a.m.
goodness.
East Coast time. Good Lord. What? Don't you have bedtimes?
Oh, I'm so short.
It's like, oh, this
I
is.
didn't know.
Yeah, you've been like slouching
I didn't
in
know,
your chair.
sorry.
Well, this bar, the St. Jude bar, makes it look like we're both like cut off more too. Like we're little in the high chairs. But good Lord, it's like a work school night. Go to bed, everybody. Thank you for being here. All of you are amazing. Again, the intention of these streams that Jordan's doing and our sort of post-analysis of them and things like that, it's not meant to scare you.
No.
It's not. It's creepy because it's unknown. It's creepy because
There's rancid vibes. in the house.
the vibes in certain locations aren't great. That doesn't mean that what you've experienced here is going to be the rule. Again, from a skeptical standpoint, I feel like they're the exception. So I hope that you guys can find a way to calm yourselves, to chill, to remind yourselves you are in no danger. You're okay. Things are good. If they don't feel that way, we'll be streaming again tomorrow. You'll have a bunch of amazing people to keep you company, an incredible community to lift you up, to support you, to encourage you. All of us are here together doing the best we can, and that says a lot. So thank you so much. Like, seriously, thank you very, very much for hanging out. Curiosity begs me to ask what the tattoo in your arm is. I forgot that this peeks out. This is my newest tattoo. I just got this about a month ago.
Yeah.
This is a Korean tattoo. For those of you who don't know, I'm Korean American. My Korean heritage is something that's always been very important to me. That said, not the greatest at the language. I've been learning on and off my entire life. But I live in America, so I don't have a huge reason to speak it all the time.
Yeah.
But my Korean heritage is something that is incredibly important to me. Something I can't avoid. It's something I can't hide. When I was younger, there were times I felt ashamed of it and did try to kind of hide it here and there. As I've gotten older, it's become more and more important to me. It's become something I'm proud of, that I like to present. The reason that it kind of hangs out of my sleeve is because I can't hide this. This is just here. People will see it. They'll ask about it. This is a phrase in Korean that says dongpo, which is a Korean phrase that basically means someone of Korean heritage, Korean ancestry that does not live in Korea, but is still considered brethren of Korea. It's a very important message to me due to the fact that obviously I live here. I'm someone who I'm very proud of my heritage, but I can't say that I'm like a Korean. I'm a Korean American. It's a very unique experience, a very unique perspective in the world, but one that I'm really proud of. I'm still attached to that homeland, but I'm also someone who still gets to carry the lineage, the ancestry, the prestige of the Korean people on here elsewhere. So yeah, that's what that tattoo means. It was the third one I've ever gotten. After it was my first one in 14 years.
Yeah.
Which is really wild. But I plan on getting a lot more. Jordan and I were originally going to get tattoos together, and it just, we ran out of time, and we were exhausted, and it would have been a nightmare to try to schedule it and stuff during, such a brief visit. But maybe in the future we'll grab some together, because we kind of wanted to get the Paranormal Detour Ghost tattooed on us to commemorate the first stream. So maybe that'll happen in the future, but yeah. This was extremely interesting. Thank you for the stream and sharing your perspective on things. I hope you both have a great night full of the rest that you need. We definitely need a lot. Thank you so much. That's really sweet of you. Super nice of you. Yeah, Morgan's stream will be Saturday. So for us guys, St. Jude fundraising will start again in earnest for Friday's stream. Gonna start with getting over it with Benefati, unless, chat, you want to use your mulligan. We'll spin the wheel of suffering. If you vote to use that, that's your last mulligan of the St. Jude season. The pizza season, the St. Jude season. And then it might end up on a horror game, which now that I've been in a haunted house, I don't know if horror games are going to freak me out quite as much.
Yeah, maybe.
Like,
not.
honestly, I kind of like, again, it was like ripping off the Band-Aid where I'm like, I'm ready to go to more haunted houses. Like, what's a horror game going to do to me, you know? So, we'll see. Horror games, it could be another Rage game, could be a badly rated Steam game. Brian grew up. Get out of here. But we'll see. Yeah, tomorrow, potentially getting over at Benefati for St. Jude. But we'll start that up then, where you guys can make me eat hot sauce and bean boozleds and crap like that. So, doing it for charity. And then Morgan's stream, again, if you don't know Morgan is my amazing partner of 14 years. She's someone who has allowed me to get to where I am, both personally and professionally. I would not be even close to the human being that I am right now without her. So please check her out. She's on Twitch. She's on YouTube. She's on Twitter. She's on TikTok. She's on Instagram. Go click her beacons page right there that Bree just put up there with the Morgan command. Check her out, please.
Yeah.
She'll be doing her stream Saturday where you want to explain it?
Oh, I'm just gonna go over like what I experienced and what I felt, and like the tarot reading that I did for Edwin, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And, like, there's something that happened when we got home that I didn't even tell you. It's like,
yeah. So you guys will get to probably go over some stuff with her about what happened in the house as well. And if you have specific questions about the way spirits interacted with us or things that you saw, bring your questions on Saturday to Morgan.
On Saturday, yeah.
So yeah. Good night, little ooh kawaii scrunkly doo baby boy streamer. Lulu, I'm gonna permaban you.
Lulu, keep it up. Love that energy.
Oh my god. All right, we gotta go. I'm freaking exhausted. All of you are amazing.
Kat, thank you.
Seriously, thank you for being here. Thank you for being just beautiful, incredible people.
You're
not
all
only
wonderful.
Not only here, but again, those of you from Jordan's community who gave me a shot. You didn't have to. You know, that wasn't something you were obligated to do. Ban me, please. Some people have begged for bans so they can escape being a community member and having to deal with me. I don't blame you. Again, those of you who came from Jordan's community, absolutely lovely getting to meet you over in his chat. I had such a great time visiting them, and just, you know, it was long overdue that we met in person. Legally your only way out. It's legally your only way out. I love that. Glad I gave you a shot. I'm glad you gave me a shot too, Cheeky Tube Mess. It's been wonderful talking with you and everything. Getting to know all of you here. Yeah, some D-Tune wiggles.
Hell
very,
yeah.
very cute. Let's get a little bit of wiggling going. All of you are
what
great.
time? My normal time, probably. So, like, 9.
So, like, 9-ish, 9:30 is normally, like, your latest you start at.
A little earlier,
yeah, so you don't get stuck streaming till 3 a.m.
9 is a safe bet. EST.
Yeah. So definitely do that. And then, God, guys, I know I've been doing this a lot recently, but I'm just, like, super exhausted. I wish... I think Julia's streaming. What If Julia? Go check out What If Julia. There's a couple other of my friends streaming right now that you all know. Please scatter to the wind. Go check them out. I can't really stick around for a raid because I actually feel like this close to passing out. So please go hang out. Scatter on the winds of positivity. Go spread joy and love to other people.
Yeah.
We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna end it here, and we'll hopefully see you in the next one. But thank you for all the follows. Thank you for the bits, the subs, the resubs, the donations, everything that came through. Donations to me, the donations to the charity. Thank you so much. By the way, the fact that we're at almost $5,500 raised this year already for St. Jude, when I haven't even been around for most of, the month, feels like. Thank you. Like, we've been doing St. Jude fundraising a little bit different this year, but we're really appreciative of all of you for being a part of that as well, and supporting the channel. Jesus God, 52 subs. I don't ever know what to say. I genuinely don't know what to say.
You guys are so generous.
Just thanks for keeping the fuse going longer and longer. Those of you who know, I call myself a living cartoon character. Yeah, Cheeky, don't let your cats do that to you.
Oh.
I don't know. I'm just a weirdo from like small town New York who happened to, I don't know, get like the best community on the internet. I'm really grateful. I have so many blessings in my life. I'm Morgan. I have incredible friends. I have a future, a career, things that I can invest in that I love. And again, I was gone for like a week. I was worried, people would have moved on in that time or thought that whatever I was coming back with wasn't going to be worth like tuning into, but there's over 100 people here at almost 3 a.m. Thank you. I'm a living cartoon character. I'm weird, I'm bizarre, I'm unhinged, I'm loud. And you guys are keeping the Acme rocket that I'm riding up into the stars, you're keeping that fuse going by supporting these streams. Thanks for letting me keep going before it explodes, and it means a lot. Poisonous, get out of here. I'm trying to be serious here. I appreciate you a lot. Anyway, chat, thank you for being beautiful.
Chat, thank you.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I hope all of you had fun chatting. Legalize Girbeagly, get out of here. If you just lurked, please know that you're also appreciated. You're sharing time, which is a human being's most precious resource. You're sharing that here of all places. You could be doing anything. You chose to be here. Thank you. That's awesome. Anyway, I hope you all have an absolutely wonderful, wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, whatever it may be for you. You guys are the best in the world. I love every single one of you so very much. I really, really do. Finger hearts as usual. Do you have any closing comments, things you want to plug, talk about, whatever?
Just thank you for having me and listening to me.
Yeah.
And I will be blah, blah, blahing later.
Yeah, if you guys are into, like, talking about esoteric stuff, if you are into tarot reading specifically, if you're into oracle cards, if you are into any of that, Morgan is sort of
vibes,
sort of the inverse of me, where you are much more on the spiritual side of things, but you have enough like grounded reality within your approach that if you have ever been curious about stuff but you're like, oh, I don't want to like jump into the like crystal ball reading like weirdness like that you see that's like a parlor trick thing, Morgan is the opposite of that. She is like, oh, hey, no, we don't like talk about this stuff, we don't like only believe in this stuff, like let me explain this in layman terms that are like really easy to like dissect and understand if you have no background or education in things. She's a great jumping off point for learning about a lot of the stuff and getting into a lot of it. So, yeah, it's a great place to be, great place to check out if you want to know more about any of this in a way that's not overbearing and like, oh, that's like circus act type stuff, like Morgan is very good at just being grounded.
Thank you.
I learned everything I know because of her. So, yeah.
Thank you, I try.
Anyway, thank you, all of you, seriously. Again, love each and every one of you. Gonna end the stream here. See y'all in the next one. Take care, everybody. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Tops in no playground. Had a feeling flowing and it came down. It's a 15 story. It's a 15 story.